I'll be married long top and go. Would you come from Wakita? Would you come from Bacolado? I'll be married long top and go. Would you come from Wakita? Would you come from Bacolado?
名前もつけようか、その話を Hey. Hey. Chad. Do you know what this stream is going to be about?
Story of Undertale. I fell from the light, talk or should I fight? Monster genocide, this my Undertale. I fell through a cave on Mount Ebott. I faced an evil talking flower in a pot. Explains the plot. Wants me dead, wants me to
hoping for a major dose of autism today.
Toriel saves me, takes me to her home, and hooks me up with a brand new monster phone. Leaves me alone, but I escape and meet some bones. Should I be a pacifist, or should I use my fists? I'm feeling evil.
Good lord, not this I beg you.
I'm homicidal and I got a taste. I want to wipe out the monster race. Whoa, I got no patience, I've got no soul. I was trying to screw the devil up.
I know the Undertale lore by heart, but want to hear you explain.
Monster genocide, this my Undertale. I'll slide or undone, I'll waste who I choose. With all this XP, there's no way that I'll lose. Now watch me move, I won't stop, I'm feeling rude. Asgard is shaking, he hears my approach. I'll slide her sands and squash his bro like a roach. Kara's my coach, all these monsters I will poach. Screw being a pacifist, I think I'll use my fists. I'm feeling evil, think I'll kill them all. I'm homicidal and I got a taste. I want to wipe out the monster race. Whoa, I got no patience, I've got no soul. I will slaughter, screw the devil up. Pan, toy, knife, use a stick to take your life. Tough glove, ballet shoes, epic fight like front page news. King Asgore wants to collect human souls. 7 of them is his ultimate goal. Open the door to humanity's
This song ruins that romance for me.
Humans of our world. I'm homicidal and I got a taste. I want to wipe out the monster race. Whoa, I got no patience, I've got no soul. I will slaughter, screw the devil up.
Long ago, 2 races ruled over the earth. Monsters and humans. One day, war broke out between the 2 races. After a long battle, the humans were victorious. They sealed the monsters underground with a magic spell. Many years later, Mount Ebott, 2010X. Legends say that those who climb the mountain never return. What happened to the human once they fell down into the underground underneath Mount Ebott? Well, I'm here to explain all of that and more on today's Undertale Lore Stream. Hello, everybody. Welcome to 10 plus hours of my fucking hyperfixation. Hello. Hello. Welcome. Annie on the cartoon. Hey, GPS. Hey, Duel. Hey, Just a Shadow. How's it going, Izzy? Hey, Pyro Train Thing. Hey, Drew H. How's it going, Octojoker, Addy Shine, Toriva Rise, Jivo, Dav, Docio. Hey, Arc the Green Wolf, Breadman, Okara. How's it going, Yume? Hey, Lassie. Hey, Kadu. Hey, Paradox. Hey, Skello. Oh my god! Hey, K's the Oathbreaker, thank you for the $20.
Hey Fizz, did you know Papyrus is good at jokes only because he's made a funny boat?
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna have a good time. You said dumb VTuber. Where's the VTuber? PNG tubers are considered a type of VTuber. Just like, Hey, Tamuji, thank you for the 19 months.
Nice. Not late. Love lore streams. Always my faves.
Thank you. This is gonna be slightly different from the other ones that you're used to. Mostly because, one, I don't have a co-host with me to, like, rant. This is gonna be, like, a one-man show here. Second of all, we're actually gonna be doing a live playthrough of Undertale as I'm explaining this to you. However, we're gonna have the game muted and I'm just gonna talk.
10+ hour stream about one of my fave games.
Yeah, Voidless Nick! Thank you for the 27 months. Like, I was struggling so fucking hard to come up with a proper way of doing an Undertale lore stream, because, like, initially I had a 45+ PowerPoint presentation for you guys, and as I was doing it in the middle of last night, I realized, hey, wait a fucking second, this is stupid! I'm gonna—
Undertale:_file.
Thank you, Purple Tangerine. Like, I'm gonna be here for so fucking long. It's gonna have like 100+ pages of PowerPoint, like, images, right? I might as well just show off the whole fucking game at that point, you know? Like, you gotta understand. But this game released in 2014 absolutely took over the internet and took over my heart as well. Like, I know that I'm, like, a horror guy, right? Like, I love, like, mascot horror, survival horror. I'm mostly a guy that is obsessed with horror games. This is not horror. Sometimes it has horror in it, but aside from that, it is just a good-ass RPG that has captivated my teenage mind and adult mind, and I cannot fucking stop talking about it. And every time that we go into a stream Undertale-related, I cannot stop talking about the characters and lore, and I just need to get this out, you know?
Gremlin child falls into underground to befriend monsters and your mom. And fought a skeleton.
No, okay, but which one, though, Lori? There's multiple children that fell down. That's the thing. Like, every time that you motherfuckers, like, we have, like, an Undertale stream or, like, a Deltarune stream, you guys start talking about, like, hey, Phil, what happened to this? What happened to that? And, like, I go into, like, giant, paragraph-long, like, rants about, like, each parts of these games. So, I need this. You gotta understand. I need this for me. I know that you guys, like, this is a reward for you guys because you guys managed to fund the hoodies and the vinyls, like, back in October. Thank you for that, by the way. You guys did great. But I need this myself. Hey, Goopy.
Hyperfixation go BRRR. Got over 200 hours in it.
How much hours do I have on Undertale, like, considering all the fan games and all the replays, playthroughs, and all the fucking, like, hours that I spent on modded versions of the game? Let's go insane, Toxic Madman. Ready for the ride. Thank you, Watermoon. Waiting for the hot sauce stream. I don't think I'm gonna be able to fit that on December. However, I will have that plus the FNF P stream, P rank stream on at least January. I do promise you that. I have been waiting for the stream because I need to hear someone rant as much as I have to my poor friend who has no idea about this game. Yes, I was initially considering, like, making this a membership-only stream. Like, I was considering just making this for the members so that only the members can talk. But let's be honest here. You don't have to be a member to be fucking obsessed with Deltarune on my or Undertale on my channel, you know? Like, my stream started with Undertale, with Deltarune. Like, the only reason for why this channel fucking exists is because I wanted to record my first time, like, reactions to Deltarune Chapter 2. That's why we're here. That's why we've been doing this for 3 years!
Are you going to discuss some of the AUs?
We're gonna have to talk about that in another separate stream. That's gonna be, like, the Undertale fandom stream, Korak. Because, like, there's already gonna be so fucking much with this one game, and I'm gonna then... Like, do you want me to talk about, like, the AUs, like, fucking YOLO Sans and, like, Underfell, and, like, the swaps, like, you have different swaps? Like, the community for this game is fucking crazy, my dude! I'm gonna have to do that, like, a separate stream for, like, the Undertale fandom stream. I'm gonna do, like, a Deltarune lore stream as well.
This is my favorite game of all time.
Yeah!
Once I get the money, I'm going to get a huge tattoo. It's so important to me.
I personally don't feel like doing tattoos is a good idea, but if you want to, go ahead.
I don't understand Undertale. Time to learn.
Oh, Glitch Crown, you're in for a ride. Redder says, I'm ready for the Mystery Man mentions. Okay, so, I have...
I'm ready for Mystery Man mentions.
I have many different avenues to be able to show you the lore. The main thing that we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a playthrough of the game completely muted so that you can...
Are you covering Undertale too? It's canon.
No. I'm not going to be covering Undertale 2, though it is pretty fucking funny. I like it. Undertale Timeline, don't forget Last Breath 2. I will...
Undertale Timeline, don't forget Last Breath 2.
Just like the past lore streams that we are doing, we are going to be playing this not through the chronological timeline of the game. We're gonna be doing this as, like, if you just first booted up the game as you are right now, you know? I always feel like people that make videos, like, of chronological timelines usually get, like, not really good explanation videos, because the story of these games are kind of meant to be played in plot order. Like, from the first few minutes of the game down to the reveals and plot twist. If you put the plot twist and the reveals, like, at the start of chronological order, like, it's gonna get really confusing, and the pieces are gonna start falling down in not a really good way, because you're gonna start forgetting stuff, like, that happened, like, at the start of the stream, and then it's not gonna be, like, really relevant for the end, you know? Oh. Sorry. I have my energy drink. I boosted my energy up with energy drinks this morning to be able to, like, get prepared and, like, do a little bit of homework before we started, you know? Okay, I cannot wait any longer. Enjoy the stream, you guys. I shall greatly enjoy the VOD. Thank you, you. Hopefully you will enjoy this VOD. Chronologically confused, yes. Also, I got another super chat from you before. Phil, what is this? I guess for the people that are just joining us in, welcome to the Undertale Lore Explained stream. Like I said before, we are going to go through the game muted. This is going to be my playthrough of Undertale. But the game is kind of gonna take a backseat to us just talking about it. This is gonna be very self-indulgent, because usually when I do playthroughs of games, I usually let the game speak for itself, right? Hey, Jumbus, thank you for the $15.
After binging all your re-streams and being obsessed for ages, I finally decided to play ReGame.
Yeah!
Remake is making me shit myself smile.
Okay, good that you played RE3 Make, because that's the worst one out of the remake series, so there's not... It's nothing but up from there, boyo. There's nothing but up from there. Are you gonna do all routes? It depends on how long we're going to be sticking to the pacifist route, though ideally, we should be doing a pacifist and then genocide route, because the way that you play this game, chronologically, like in the player experience, is supposed to be neutral route, pacifist route, and then the genocide routes. A lot of people are very confused about that, because, you know, obviously, like, you're not technically supposed to do the genocide route, but for the people that want to complete Undertale, the whole idea is that eventually, at some point in your life, you will want to see everything in the game, so you will do the genocide route last, and that's when the game gives you everything that it can possibly give you, and it kind of shames you for it. This game is very meta, by the way. If you don't know anything about Undertale, welcome. I will try to explain the game like you're a baby. Hey Jojo, thank you for the $5.
Nobody to be your hostage this time? Did Azazel escape?
Sadly, no one in my friend circle is as autistic about Undertale and Deltarune as I am. I'm sorry. I'm sure that Zach really loves Undertale. But if they were on the stream, I would tape their fucking mouth shut so that I would scream at them for 12 hours straight about this game. Like, I would not be able, they would not be able to get a word in edgewise. You know how I'm already hyperactive, right? And right now, I'm just thinking about talking about the game. You know? Might actually play Undertale along with you, Phil. Try to get into the mood. Yes, that's good. Dominic says, are you gonna theorize about Deltarune as well? No, because that's a whole different kind of worms, you know? Like, I told you, I have so much to talk about here. There's not gonna be enough time to get into Deltarune or the fandom. I will have a Deltarune lore stream at some point, and I will theorize about the future of Deltarune. Shit, I think I'm starting to, like, lose people already. Maybe some people are, like, coming into here, like, trying to understand what even is Undertale. I talked to some people, by the way, like, lately. It's been 10 years. It's been 10 years since this fucking game came out. Let me check, actually. Let me check. Release date, Undertale. 9 years! Okay, I thought it came out in 2014. Okay, this game came out in September 15th, 2015. Nearly 10 years. 9 years. The number 9 is very important, by the way. Remember the number 9. Number 9, a number 9 large, a number 9, a number 9 with extra dip, a number 9, 2 number 9s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda. 9 is a very important number in Undertale. If you don't know why, like, don't worry. I'll tell you. We have a whole fucking thing going on. Anyway. Let me calm down. Let me consume some caffeine. The stream. If you love Undertale, go to gamersubs.gg/toxic and 10% of everything on the store. Leventa says, the most ADHD stream of all time. Like, did you guys like it? Did you guys like it when I went off on about Undertale for like 30 plus minutes, like at the start of like every stream? On like when I did RPGs or stuff like that. This is gonna be just a stream all about that. Like, if you love that energy of me being autistic about Undertale in like other streams, you will enjoy this stream because it's just that. It's just gonna be that for like 12 plus hours. I am sorry. I contained myself during the AI streams because I wanted to read the dialogue of the characters and the dumb shit that happened on the AI stream or like the fan games or stuff like that. And some people were like, Phil, stop rambling about the fucking thing. Play the game already. But now, you guys have no excuse. Because, like, this stream is all about rambling, buddy. This stream is all about rambling. Hey, Metal Rose, thank you for the 13 months.
No one is as autistic to Undertale as Phil is Lamau.
That is not really, because there's a bunch of Undertale autistic people. In fact, I assume that there will be a bunch that will be watching the stream right now and will correct me on stuff. You know? Hey, De-Evolution, thank you for the 4 months. Here's the thing. I love Undertale, but I have a horrible fucking memory. So, this game came out in 9 years, and even though it came in 9 years ago, I still remember a bunch of it. But I know that there will be a bunch of Undertale autists in this chat that will correct me live on stream for anything that I get wrong. I totally get you, and in fact, you're invited to do that so that we can talk more about the game. Also, I can imagine that after this VOD is released on YouTube, there will be a bunch of people in the VOD comments that will also correct me for a bunch of stuff I got wrong. That's also, like, I also invite you to do that. I just want people to talk about this game. I just want to invite conversation. I just want to invite the people that need an outlet for this. All right. Please ramble more. I want the chat to seethe. I mean, if I feel like I'm correct, like, I will be fighting chat, you know? I have some controversial opinions about this game, as you may know. I have some small theories about what is really going on. Don't worry, we're not only going to be covering the surface of the game, we're going to be covering the meta-narrative, we're going to be covering the Easter eggs, the unused content, we're going to be covering the whole, like, underneath purpose of the game as both a video game, a narrative storytelling tool, the way that it subverts usual RPG expectations, and also Gaster. Gaster is ultimately not as important to Undertale as he is to Deltarune, but holy shit, that mystery boy! That motherfucking mystery boy is gonna get like a 2-hour section on this stream, because I'm obsessed with Easter eggs and, like, creepypastas and, like, secrets in games, and he is all about
I'm
that.
stupid and somehow hit send without message.
Hey, Devolution.
Just wanted to say my anniversary hoodie showed up last night and it's super comfy. I love it.
Fuck yeah! You guys deserve that. You guys deserve the hoodie and the vinyls, because, like, this stream would not be possible without your support. You guys enable my obsessions. And I am infinitely glad to you for that. So I might as well put on a good show for y'all. Alright. Does that make it clear? Is that okay? Are we ready to go? Does anybody have anything else to, like, get off their chest before we initiate the madness?
Thank you.
Hey, Hayden, something for the $5.
I credit this game for getting me into cosplay since Sans was my first back in 2015. It was my hyperfixation for a couple of years and still is a bit.
How can I explain this to you? You guys know that I came from the FNAF fandom, right? I was there in, like, the FNAF subreddit back in 2014, right?
Thank you.
However, thank you, Mario fan, for the $10.
Hey Phil, got my hoodie yesterday, wearing it now as a matter of fact while
Fuck
I
yeah!
work. It's nice and comfy. Hey Phil, got my hoodie yesterday, wearing it now as a matter of fact while I work.
He got it
It's nice
twice!
and comfy.
Okay, so the reason for why I'm telling you this is because ever since Undertale came out, I've been suppressing my inner fanboy. Because there's a point in my life, if Undertale had come out before FNAF, where I would have been elbow deep inside of the Undertale fandom's asshole. I would have been that motherfucker. I would have been that guy, you know? However, FNAF came first, and as I am a fan of horror, first and foremost, I was not able to let out my complete autism into, like, this game's fandom. However, in the back of my mind, like, deep in the recesses of my brain, like, back, like, in, like, the ondula oblongata, or whatever the fuck that piece of my brain is, like, that holds inner thoughts. I fucking adore this game, and I can't stop thinking about it, and I have to suppress that instinct to talk about anything else, you know? Hey, Jack of Aces.
Thank you so much for doing this stream. It will be a pleasure to show this to some of my friends in the Undertaler chat community.
I like that you said that immediately after I gave you the mental image of, like, me fisting the Undertale fandom's asshole for me, like, being so obsessed with this game. Yeah, I'm sure that they will appreciate that mental image. Thank you, Jack Oasis. Look. All I'm saying is that I'm not as big of a fan publicly about this game as I am in my heart. Because I've been in a different community for, like, most of my teenage years. So I don't get to talk about this often. I only get to talk about this really when new Undertale news come out. When like new newsletters drop from like Toby Fox about Deltarune's development. I only talk about this when like I play fan games or like the AI mod bullshits, you know? So this is one of the few moments where I can really let my autism shine. Once again, this channel would not fucking exist without this game and Deltarune and Toby Fox. Fucking I literally owe my channel to this game and this franchise. Phil would have a green heart? No! No, he would not! If I was a human in Undertale, I would... Which heart would I have if I was like a human? Okay, for the Undertale lore heads here, out of the 7 human soul types, which one would I be? Patience? Not really. I have ADHD. I do not have patience. Because, like, there is patience, perseverance, integrity, determination, bravery, kindness, and justice. It would be either purple or like red, right? Because like kindness, like you fucking think I'm kind, buddy? My whole deal with the channel is that I'm a toxic asshole. That's like the brand. Patience, I have ADHD, so that would not work. Bravery, maybe, because like I don't give a shit. Like I will just say whatever I want. Not because I'm brave, but because I'm too autistic. Like shut my mouth when like it's convenient for me. It's probably either red or purple, right? It's probably either red or purple. Yeah. Anyways, I'm sorry, you don't even know what that means. Like, if you came here and you don't know anything about Undertale, you probably don't even know what that means. So... let's, whew. Bring it back, 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 bring it back. Whew. Na 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 na. I also see integrity being possible. That's nice. That's a nice thought, actually. Na 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 na. Welcome to the underground. How was the fall? So, new timestamp. This is the new section after the Hangout timestamp at the beginning of every stream. Welcome to Undertale. I will be your guide throughout this game. We are going to be doing a playthrough of the game in which the game is actually just muted. We are not going to be reading the dialogue from the characters. I will just be showing off the game, and as I am playing it, I will be talking about the different sections in a deeper context, in like a more autistic context, you know? I will be going through the game, and I will pretend like you viewer, don't know anything about the game. We're not going to be starting chronologically, we're not going to be spoiling stuff at the start, we're just going to go through the game as it presents itself, and I will talk about the plot points as they present themselves. I will talk about more like the behind the scenes context, about like what the characters feel and what the characters are like as they get presented. So for example, when Flowey comes on, I will explain Flowey. When Toriel comes on, I will explain Toriel, and as we go through the game, we will have like a good a good presentation of what the game is. This is basically walking you through the game without you actually experiencing the game. It's so weird because I am going to be showing you the game, but it's just gonna be like a weirdo that broke into your house and it's just gonna tie you down and explain it to you, even though you could just actually play it yourself. Some people don't have the patience for that. Some people, like, are not interested in the visuals, like, they think the visuals are pretty shit, which is, like, fair enough. Like, one of the worst parts about Undertale is, like, the visuals at the beginning of the game, but then they get better. But whatever. I will be here to show you the game and talk about it, and we will pretend that it's new to us, okay? Have you done this with Deltarune? No, I will do it later, because, like, I also love Deltarune. Anyways, so, first things first. Welcome to the game. You get the legend at the very start. The legend is about humans and monsters. Very long ago, probably thousands of years into the past, lived two races on Earth. Humans and monsters. These two races coexisted peacefully throughout most of existence until a war broke out between the two of them. You can see in the intro in the legend that this war was won by the humans, and so the monsters were sealed underground. They were not, all of them were not killed. However, there is one way to enter the underground, which is through Mount Ebed. I cannot spoil what happened in the intro screen because there's a lot more going on in the intro screen than you may realize. But just to let you know, the main conceit of the game is that you are entering this dark underground place full of monsters outside of human society, thousands of years after the war broke out. After we see that intro screen, we begin the game and we get to name the fallen human that we saw back at the cutscene. For all intents and purposes, you can name this fallen human anything, right? You can name him your name. In fact, it is kind of ideal if you name it your name, you know? But the true name of this character is... Not D, what the fuck? The true name is Kara. This is canonically the name of the fallen human that we saw at the intro of the game. Kara is an actual full realized character. A lot of people think that the fallen human is supposed to represent you. That is also true, it is supposed to represent you. But in the world of the game, Kara does have their own mannerisms, personality, likes and dislikes, objectives, and history. So, we're already getting a division between regular RPGs and, like, the story of Undertale. Whoa, 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 whoa. But, like, in this world, the characters are alive. They're actual characters with depth. Even the human that you name at the start, that character has their own history. It's not just like a blank, mute protagonist that you control and is like, doesn't have any other thoughts or personalities beyond themselves. We're gonna go right down there. The true name, Kara. The genderless child. I mean, yes, Kara goes by they, them. I guess I have to spoil this right away. Thank you for buying the YouTube plush, by the way. I guess I have to spoil this right away just for, like, context's sake. We named the fallen human, but the character that we're playing right now, this one right here, the one that we're controlling, this character is not Kara. This character is called Frisk. Okay? I cannot explain to you why it's not the fallen human that we saw at the intro of the game, but just keep in mind, this is Frisk. There are two fallen humans that are, like, the most important characters in Undertale. This one is Frisk. They go by they, them. It's like you know, gender-neutral protagonist. It's not a he or a she. Kara, at the same time, is also they, them. It's not really like an irrelevant thing, like their gender identity doesn't come into the story, but I kind of like that for these characters, them being gender-neutral is kind of like a part of their characterization. It's not just like a Pokemon thing where, like, you can choose if, like, they're a boy or a girl, you know? They're explicitly gender-neutral. Alright, we have muted the game, and we're just gonna start playing. Shit. Okay, we start immediately with this. This is the place where you fall down into Mount Ebed. This is a bed of flowers that cushions your fall. This bed of flowers is extremely fucking important! And we will be coming back to here many times in our playthrough, like at least 2 times. Wait a second, Kara is the main protagonist? No, this one is the main protagonist. This is Frisk. We are controlling Frisk. Well, chat, got 12 hours? You'll be here for a while. Yeah, you already know how fucking complicated it's getting just by the very start of this. But like, yeah, this bed of flowers is extremely important. It just cushioned our fall, and now we're moving as Frisk throughout the underground. Holy shit. Ooh!
Hyperfixation the stream. The Mind Goblin 1.
Second screen of the game. Meet Flowey the Flower. Howdy, I'm Flowey, Flowey the Flower. This is such a good way to start your RPG because you don't know anything about what's going on in the underground. This is your first quote-unquote monster that you find once you fall down. This character is called Flowey. Shit. I need to restart the music. This character is called Flowey. It is a subversion of the typical tutorial character in RPGs. This character is very friendly, very nice, and he is supposed to be your guide throughout the game, right? You get a battle box scenario where, like, this is like your main, like, Earthbound type of, like, battle system, where, like, you're facing the enemy. It's like first person, you're looking towards the enemy. God damn it, I'm supposed to have this, like, looped. There we go. The thing with Flowey is that because Toby Fox loves to subvert expectations, this motherfucker that is very friendly is actually the meanest, most evil thing in the underground. Many of the fans have, like, labeled it as, like, soulless. When Flowey gets you, he presents to you the idea of kill or be killed, which is which is a statement that the game is trying to explicitly, like, subvert. In many RPGs, you're supposed to just go through the game trying to kill everything to gain XP, right? You have your level, which is represented at the bottom left of the screen, you have your HP, and you have experience points. This bitch is Toriel, the actual tutorial of the game. If you don't know, the cheeky fucking idea with Toriel is that she is literally the manifestation of holding your hand tutorials in video games. She is a very kind soul. She is supposed to be the queen of the underground that is somehow, for some reason, stuck in the ruins, which is like an abandoned part of the society. Her whole deal is that whenever a human comes down from the Mount Ebed hole that we fell down into, she will try her best to take care of the fallen humans. For some reason, most of the humans seem to be children, you know? What happened to the humans that fell down that Toriel took care of? We'll talk about that later. So, we went through the first few minutes of the game. As you may have noticed, Flowey is like going to be our overarching main villain. He's a little shit. I fucking adore him. However, we don't know much about Flowey just yet. Flowey got moved over. Toriel protected us from Flowey, and now she's going to be taking us through the ruins. In this scenario, Undertale had a demo, like before its main release, and it only contained the ruins portion of the game. The ruins is like the kind of shittiest part of Undertale, honestly. It has like this weird purple, like, tint to it that, like, I personally don't like. You encounter very basic enemies here, and it's meant to represent just the general the general, like, tutorial area of the game. Wasn't the demo in Korean? No. Toby Fox's primary language is, like, English. I mean, he moved into Japan and is, like, knows Japanese because, like, he's such a fucking weeb, but he's, like, an American, just like 90% of you, you know? Urple. Anyways, Monster Society is very fucking funny because to protect themselves from humans, they've set up like these weird keys / fun diversion thingies called puzzles. The reason for why in most of Undertale there are puzzles that you have to solve is because these monsters essentially lock doors with puzzles instead of keys. You will find out later that the Royal Guard set up most of these puzzles in order to deter humans and stop them from advancing throughout the underground. It is implied throughout most of this game that the humans before Frisk were not really friendly to monsters. So they had to set up these defenses to get them to stop attacking them.
Perfect way for me to celebrate
Hey,
2 years.
Fartface.
Undertale will always hold a place in my heart, _phi, okay.
Thank you so much, Fartface, for the 24 months. Wait, is this? There we go. Anyways, tutorial brings you and tries to teach you how to solve puzzles and move through the underground and just teach you the rules of the game. As she does this, you will be presented with a dummy, and this is the first time in the actual game that you will have a choice, a branching choice. Essentially, this whole game is about trying to connect emotionally with these characters. Even with a simple dummy, the game is trying to teach you that fighting is not the only option. Tutorial is very direct with you. You're not supposed to fight people in this game. The main like ads and like trailers for this game make it themselves to be like an RPG where no one has to die, you know? Monster Genocide, this is my Undertale. The reason for why the genocide route exists in this game is because to have a game where pacifism and kindness is the frontmost thing, you have to have options for the players to break that pacifism. The whole idea with this is that the fight option is available at all times. You can just do it. It's easy. It is easy to close yourself off and hurt others for your own benefit. Each time you attack a monster, each time you kill a monster, your level will grow. You have to consciously reject the first option. It's the first option of the game. At the bottom left of the screen, you can see you have fight, act, item, and mercy. The game is teaching you that even though within your nature as a human, your first option is to hurt others, what you should do instead is act, be kind, check with them, talk to them, make sure that they're alright. Every single monster in the underground will attack you on sight, and some of them may just do it because they don't know any better. The nature of monsters is very interesting because as a species, they are made of love and kindness. Like genuine empathy and happiness and kindness. The monsters here that were banished into the underground by humans, most of them don't really know what's going on. Most of them don't want to kill humanity, you know? They're still like, you know, characters. They still feel anger and resentment towards the humans for trapping them underground. But in general, they're just happy little guys that want to, like, be friends. They may start attacking you out of self-defense because they've heard how horrible humans are. Some of them don't even know that you are a human. Some of them will just greet you with their, like, bullet pattern attacks. Because bullet patterns are actually ways for, like, monsters to greet each other, right? But those bullets hurt you as a human. So you have to consciously defend yourself without attacking back, and then strike up a friendly conversation, and just be friendly towards what would be your natural attackers. So the monster is man, the real monster is man. That may be a corny way of putting it, but yes, Garbo. Like, monsters are, in this game at least, kind, and humans are the ones that are more prone to violence. It's in our nature to be more violent towards these creatures that seem monstrous on the inside, you know? But monsters are just frail. Like, they're objectively frailer than humans. So, if you really wanted to, you that are watching right now on stream, if you had enough hatred in your heart, you could kill most of these creatures easily, you know? Frisk here is like barely 12. That this might be a 9 to 12-year-old child. And if you choose to be violent towards these creatures, you could genocide them all. You could literally kill every single thing in your path if your heart desired it, you know? You have to steel yourself because usually people are very hesitant to kill everything around on the underground. But if you treat this as a video game, if you disconnect yourself mentally from the story and the characters and their emotions, you will be able to grow stronger and thus become a killing machine that will threaten all of the underground. A single human falling down here could spell doom for the entirety of the monster race. They are great at magic, they are great at bullet patterns, but their physical body is weak as fuck. It's a path of your mortal choice, if you will. Exactly, Caleb. The weakest human versus the strongest monster. Pritzy, you're memeing? But no, yeah, literally, Frisk may actually be one of the weakest humans around. It was not... Will no hit Bunnyman or be dunked by Fist ATK. Thank you, Devin, for the super chat. You make it stronger, but also presents a greater risk of being mentally damaged. Yes, because once again, when you level up in this game, when you check your stats, if your level goes above 1, that will basically show that you're stealing your heart. You're growing stronger, but as you grow stronger, your bonds with others will shatter, you know? They're literally just a random kid. Back in the war with humans and monsters, there were actual warriors, there were magicians, there were wizards. Humans thousands of years ago were much stronger, and they were easily able to throw monsters underground and banish them. Because they were cruel, and they were scared of the monsters coming to take their souls. Why were they scared of the monsters coming to take their souls? That is a whole thing that I will have to explain about in the future, but basically keep an eye on that heart that is a representation of us in the battle system. Hold on a second. Anyways, let's talk more about the ruins. These purple ruins are basically the old home of the monsters. These are... When monsters first came into the underground, the ruins were their home. It was called home. This is where, Monster Society initially, generated when they were first banished. Eventually, monsters found more things in the underground, found other settlements, found Snowdin, found Waterfall, Hotland, and eventually a new home, which is where most of Monster Society is currently residing in. We are going to go through a trek from west to east. As you see me walking around in this Undertale, we will be going from west to east, trying to get to New Home. We will be going from Old Home into the New Home. Apparently, it was called Home because Asgore is bad at names. Oh yes, the King of Monsters is called Asgore. We will talk about him more later. But basically, King Asgore Dreamer is supposed to be the giant boss monster that is commanding the entirety of the monster race. A lot of people adore Asgore. He has 100% adoration status. There is no one in the underground that really wants to go against Asgore because he's actually such a good leader. He's kind of a goofster. He's kind of a goofball, you know? He is terrible with names. In fact, the children, one of the things that Asgore gets to name are the most basic ass names ever. Home, New Home, and we will talk about Asgore's children later. Anyways. 28 months, thank you, Free Spring.
28-month woohoo.
As you may have seen in the background, by the way, Toriel is kind of overprotective. Toriel is Asgore's ex-wife, by the way. They are divorced. They are, hard fucking divorced. They are so divorced. Toriel, I'm not gonna explain to you why just yet, basically divorced Asgore and is now currently living in Old Home, and is trying to protect the humans and preventing them from leaving the ruins out into other parts of Monster Society. Asgore is kind. Toriel is just as kind as Asgore, but they have their differences. I love how these characters are so layered and complex that even though most of them want the best for not only themselves but for like others, they are full of love and empathy, they still can disagree over their opinions and like ways of like moving forward. Toriel is extremely overprotective of you as a player and as a human, and just like every single other human that has fell in this place. Now that Toriel has left us because she wants to go make some pie or some shit, she needs to go grocery shopping, we are finally left alone by Toriel in the ruins. And in this scenario, we can finally choose to start going on a genocide run. This game has 3 main paths that you can choose. From this point forward, you can go a neutral route, which is basically just a normal playthrough of a normal RPG game. You can just move around, find random battles, get XP, and move on. You're just basically treating the monsters as monsters from any other RPG, and you can just kill them, get experience, and move on. You can do a pacifist run, which means that you are actively engaging with the mechanics of the game and what the game wants you to do, wants you to achieve, which is a pacifist run where you don't kill a single fucking person. A single other human. Let me change this fucking... There we go. A single fucking person. Or, if you want to actively see what happens, you can engage in a genocide run. For this playthrough that I'm going to be doing right now, we are going to be doing a pacifist run first, and if we have enough time, we will be doing a genocide run. The genocide run is very interesting because it actively makes the game look like a creepypasta. Every single time that you start killing and grinding every single room and area of the game, more and more of the soundtrack will start slowing down, and everything will get way creepier. Characters will start breaking their intended, like, adventure pathing. You will start getting encounters where, like, it just says nobody came because everyone wants to, like, get away from you. Genocide is extremely interesting, even though some people have never completed it. It is essentially the end game of Undertale, the hard mode of Undertale, because a lot of the characters that you're going to be encountering will be harder versions of the ones that you find in the neutral or pacifist paths. There's also an exclusive boss in the Undertale Genocide route that we will be talking about in the future that is so dripped with personality and meaning that he basically made a fandom in and of himself. Sans Undertale is so fucking popular in the internet because of his genocide battle encounter. He has enough of a fan base that it basically eclipsed Undertale in and of itself. There have been so many AUs that focus on Sans as a character. When we get to Snowden, we will talk about Sans, don't worry. But just to let you know right now, Sans... There's a reason for why Sans is so popular. It's not just like, oh, funny bone meme man. He is actually, like, one of the best written characters in the game, and a lot of his personality and a lot of his, like, intentions are left unsaid. They're just, like, implied in the game's text. Also, there's a lot of foreshadowing that the game does. There's a lot of quick little jokes and, like, options that you can get. For example, here you can choose between a cinnamon or a butterscotch pie for, like, Toriel. If you do this, you will eventually find a pie in whenever you meet her again, and it will be both a cinnamon and butterscotch pie, but I just love that it lets you pick which one you like the most. And then Toriel calls you again and says, hey, you wouldn't dislike the other option, right? Yeah, exactly. Immediately she goes like, hey, you wouldn't dislike if you like cinnamon, you wouldn't dislike having butterscotch in your pie, right? It's just like a funny little thing. The game either, for your choices, either takes your choices completely 100% seriously, or it makes little jokes out of them.
All of the neutral endings near the end of the stream.
That would be great.
They have a lot of lore implications for different characters.
Yes, this Jack of Aces makes an interesting point. I will not have enough time to be able to replay the game to get every single neutral ending, but basically, this game tries its best to accommodate for your choices. Even really small ones, like picking up items, or big choices like killing characters. This game has 3 main routes, but the neutral route essentially keeps track of, like, who you've killed, when you've killed them, and, like, it varies up the phone call that you get at the end and, like, after the credits roll, you know? Papyrus is great. Okay, for everyone that's on the stream right now, which one is your favorite character? Literally just talk, like, which one is your favorite character? I will be talking about all of them eventually, but I just want to, like, get the consensus, I guess? Papyrus, says Chameleon. Waluigi, Papyrus. Temmie, they're so silly. Kara. Mettaton, Undyne, Gaster. Gaster's barely even a character, come on. Flowey is the best. Gaster, Alphys, Sans, Temmie. Papyrus 100%. I love Napstablook for some reason. Flowey / Asriel. Flowey, Temmie. Yeah, we're gonna talk about all of them. I mean, I don't have much to say about Temmie, because that is just, like, a regular monster / like, it's like joke character representing one of the artists that work on Undertale, but they're pretty cute. I loathe Flowey. I mean, I fucking hate Flowey as well, but you can't deny that they're not, like, an excellently written character, right? Temmie is clearly the most lore-relevant monster. Well, of course, obviously. Anyways, even down to this. This room, by the way, has, like, one of my favorite jokes. Hey, Notice Soviet Spy, thank you for the $5.
People like the fun-owned version of Gaster. Canon Gaster doesn't have much.
Yeah, it's... Gaster as a character in Undertale does not exist. It is just the concept of, like, a scrapped character that people go crazy for. Anyways, this room demonstrates, like, one of my favorite parts about Undertale. Even though this is just a simple room about moving rocks to, like, buttons, it makes these little jokes of, like, oh, this rock was, like, secretly a fucking monster and it's sentient, and it's like, you have to talk to it to get it to move, you know? Like, I love the writing to this game because it makes these little, small asides to just, like, fuck with your expectations. It's just a small little thing that it's not really that important, but I love, you know? Fuck, motherfucker. Move! You wanted me to stay there? You're giving me a real workout? Exactly. Also, for most of this, when you encounter the random battles at the start of the game, you can flee, and as you gain equipments in your stat screen, you can get different equipments for... Oh, hail Anchor.
For the purpose of stream, neutral first, right?
Well, neutral first, then pacifist, then genocide, yes. Fun fact. Even basic starting game weapons and armor have their purposes. If you take off the armor, for example, the bandage is the weakest armor that you have in the game. However, if you keep the bandage on throughout most of the game, you can actually escape 100% of the encounters, like the random encounters. You won't be able to escape, like, scripted encounters, like the dogs, or like Toriel, or like the bosses, but if you stay with the basic equipment that the game gives you, you can always 100% escape the encounters. It is such a cool way for, like, people that just want to, like, move on and don't want to do the random encounters. You give them the weakest armor in the game, but it's technically the one that will save you the most time if you're, like, speedrunning or whatever. I need to correct myself. Muffet is my favorite. I will talk about Muffet once we get to her section. Me, who immediately took off the apron to find... Took it off upon finding the ribbon, yeah. I didn't know that, actually. Yeah, there's tons of little details here that I will be missing, because I'm talking about the main story, but, like, the tiny little details will kind of be left by the wayside. It's hard to pick a favorite of all of them. They're so good. Speaking of which... Oh my god. Where's the thing? There we go. So, first major character that we find aside from Undertale Toriel and Undertale Flowey, this is Napstablook. Napstablook goes by they, them. They're a gender-neutral, like, ghost type monster. They're so cool because they're technically kind of immortal, you know? Because they're ghosts, they cannot be physically damaged by humans. Ghosts are like a different monster type. There are different monster types. There are boss monsters, there are skeletons, there are animal type monsters, and there's ghosts. Ghosts are like the most invulnerable type of monster. You cannot damage them. But the thing with Napstablook that makes them so fucking cute is that they are shy. They are so like, they don't want to actually fight you. They have like self-confidence issues. They are an introvert. Most of what they do is just like, the only reason for why you're fighting them is because they're just trying to sleep in the ruins, and then once they realize that you are coming, instead of like moving away from you, they are trying to pretend to sleep so that you'll leave them alone. Once you actually get an encounter with them, you can just like try to raise their confidence, and that's how you spare them. You need to just be nice to this little guy. You cannot kill them. If you keep attacking Napstablook, they'll just leave you alone. Cause they just want to chill, man. They're like really not filling up for it right now. Sorry. Aren't they also depressed? Well, yeah. Like, if you go to Napstablook's house in the future in the game, like you can just go into like their house and like they have nothing in the house. But even though a lot of people like shrink down Napstablook into just, oh, like they're depressed, they're actually a musician. Like their interest is like making music and like hanging out, and like they want to be in a band with like Shiren and like other characters. Like they have their own interest aside from being depressed, right? Like, yeah, sure, they may be going through some stuff and they're emotionally unstable, but they still want to just hang out and have friends, you know? They're a DJ, yeah. My cat is purring and Asriel, I would pet both of them. Does killing Napstablook abort the pacifist route? I'm not quite sure. I don't think so. Maybe if you gain a level. Because like the game keeps track of the routes based on your level, right? If you're an addict to Napstablook, I can imagine that your level would still rise. Let me try. And look, they just like make a little hat out of their tears. It's so fucking cute. Napstablook feels like Toby so badly wanted to make them a main character. Fun fact, Napstablook has a family. Napstablook has 2 cousins that are actually also really plot relevant in the game. One of them is a trans allegory, and like a really, really fucking good one. And the other one is, I guess, also a trans allegory? Kind of, actually. Both are trans, yeah. The whole idea with ghosts is that they are not only involved, they're one of the most interesting, like, monster types in Undertale, because they are not only completely invulnerable to your attacks, but they can also attach themselves to vessels. Both ghosts that we find throughout the game that are like Napstablook's cousins are attaching themselves to vessels in order to feel more complete. It seems that as a ghost, they are going through a transition period in order to find their vessels and find their final forms and their final bodies that they will be comfortable with. Napstablook doesn't seem to want one, though. They seem to be just completely fine the way that they are. They're a bit depressed, sure, but like they've never like talked about yearning for a different kind of body, though, right? But like the 2 cousins of Napstablook that we're gonna be finding throughout in the future, those talk about their quests for like trying to find new bodies that they will be comfortable with. It is like a really cool like non-binary / like trans like allegory. I'm fine, thanks. Aw, Nappy. Ghosts are very interesting. Oh, don't attack. Anyways. I usually come to the ruins because there's nobody around. But today I met somebody nice. Oh, I'm rambling again. I'll get out of your way. Napstablook is so fucking cute. the only thing they want is to, like, just be alone, but they also want friends. Like, they also appreciate friends. They want to be a DJ, but are very scared of crowds. Like, it's this contradiction that I adore about Napstablook, that they are an introvert, but they're lonely, so they want friends, but they're usually fine just being alone and being chill and just, like, bed rotting around. I don't think, like, Napstablook's bed even... Like, I don't think Napstablook's home even has a bed. They just kind of lay on the ground and just, like, melt, you know? He really is just like me, for real, for real, for real. A lot of people are like, you know, oh my god, like, they're so relatable. But it's like, no, like, it's fine. If you are like Napstablook, if you, like, are introvert and, like, don't know how to talk to people, you can still slowly come out of your shell and be happy. You just have to find the right people. In this scenario, if we were mean to Napstablook, if we told them that their head was shit, if we just, like, insulted them, like, they would just leave, you know? You don't have to stay with toxic, like, company. You can just be either alone or find the right people for you. Also, on the right side, we can find the Spider Bake Sale. Just like I said, again, the ruins are like a demo for Undertale, and this was just a small little joke about buying certain items in a fucking store. You can buy a spider donut here. I do not have any money because I have I have avoided all the encounters in the game so far. But if you bought a spider donut in this shop, it will eventually come back as a relevant plot point in the future. You can hold on to this item and use it in the future. And this happens with so many items in the early game. And that I adore that foreshadowing aspect of this game. That take like small little items that you don't think are relevant and turn them into plot important items that you can use in front of characters to either get a reaction out of them, get them to leave you alone, lower their defense. It all depends on if, like, they remember the things that you are using throughout the game. Hayden Sand says, it's a surprise tool that'll help us later, pretty much. There's a bunch of stuff in the early game that work for the future. Like, for example, we will get a pie. You can also save that. We can get the spider donut. Like, again, like I said, again, you can use the bandage. Oh, another, like, fun little thing about the bandage. If you take off the bandage that you're wearing right now, the armor that you have right now is the bandage. If you take it off, you can actually use that in combat as a healing item. You can eat the fucking bandage to regain health in a fight. So, like, when this was released as a demo, it had so many tiny little items that seemed meaningless that would eventually end up becoming relevant in the final game. Anyways, we will skip through there. Here, by the way, there are supposed to be 4 froggets. Another small detail. Chad, where's the 4th frogget? There are currently 4 froggets in this room. Can you find the 4th frogget? On the wall. There's an ant-sized frog in a crack in the wall. It waves at you. There are so many tiny little, like, inspection things in each of the rooms that you can find like that. They're just, like, small little jokes. Or they can also be plot important. After you leave the ruins, there is a bush that you can inspect that is actually extremely fucking plot important. I found that in the True Pacifist epilogue. Well, I don't think we're gonna be able to, like, go through the epilogue of this. Doesn't one of the frogs disappear when you skip dialogue beforehand? I don't remember. Phil, talk about that frogget. It has foreshadowing. Which one out of the 3? Because there's 3. The epilogue will take so much more. Oh yeah, one of the things, if you finish the pacifist route of this game, the game goes into essentially an epilogue mode, where you can go through every single screen of the game once again, and you can talk to every single character again, and they will have post-game dialogue for you. Change the color text. Oh shit, you saw that? For like a split second. Did you see that on the left? Him. Okay, so this might be this might be one of the things that I kind of dislike about Undertale. Even though this is one of my favorite games of all time, it may also have its faults. Flowey is extremely important to the plot of the game, but he really only appears like 3 times throughout the game. But even though Flowey only appears 3 times throughout Undertale, he is always stalking you, watching you. You escaped his grasp at the start of the game, but now if you sometimes go around these like big hallways and you turn back, you will see a split second of Flowey watching you in the distance. He is always monitoring you. Why? You'll see. He is waiting for that opportunity. Anyways, one of these froggets also has like interesting dialogue. You can choose to change the color of the Mercy command to be able to escape battles without actually killing a monster. You have to use the Mercy command, which like after you befriended the monster, you can use the Mercy button, and it's a big yellow Mercy button on like the right side of the menu. You can change that color to pink if you really want to. That's an option if you like so desire. Not really that relevant, but still cute. He's kind of a dick too because of the way he treats you. Flowey is the most evil thing in the underground. You don't really know what he is until like you get to the True Lab, which is like pacifist only content. Thanks, Phil. Now I want to replay Undertale for the 5th time. That's what I'm doing. I think this is like my 20th playthrough of the game. Phil, the last room has lore that you missed. Which one? Also, hey Nappy, how you doing? I fell down a hole, now I can't get up. Go on without me. Wait, ghosts can fly, can't they? Oh well. Oh. Oh, of course. Didn't that thing confirm that it killed everyone in the underground several times? Kind of a spoiler, but yeah, we will get to talk about Flowey's abilities later. Currently, Flowey just looks like some just random monster that is like kind of a dick, but not really that powerful. Turns out, Flowey is one of the most powerful creatures in the underground. I might rewatch the AI stream for the 10th time tomorrow. This is putting me in the mood for it. I like the AI stream because it's funny as fuck, but let's be honest here, this game is so much more than just a bunch of jokes. Isn't he just the kindness? Yeah, sure. Flowey's totally the kindest. Oh, also, for all of these, each one of these monsters has a different way of pacifying them. For the looks, like, they are very, like... They are very, like, insecure about their eyes, so if you don't pick on them and you show them kindness, they will, like... They will befriend you. It's very cute. I think that it's... Wait, why can't I hear the game? Because we're just talking about it. We are not experiencing the game itself. This is for, like... This is not, like, my first playthrough. This is just to talk about the game, you know? Let me just escape these. Anyways, we are about to get into Toriel's home. And this is where, like, the story of the game starts picking up again. Let me change the music. So, for home. Ribbit. Just between you and me, I saw Toriel come out of here just a little while ago. She was carrying some groceries. I didn't ask what they were for. We're all too intimidated to talk to her. Ribbit. About that, Toriel is a boss monster. She is one of the most powerful creatures in the underground. She is Queen Toriel, or was, I guess, Queen Toriel. Was married to Asgore, was one of the creatures that led the underground in its early days. She is very kind, very motherly, but at the same time, she's kind of an asshole. Phil, people are yelling about the Frogget Room lore. Sorry, but we already skipped it. She is kind of an asshole. Whenever people talk about Toriel or Asgore, they always tend to shift the blame to one or the other for the divorce. I can't really tell you that both of these guys are like kind of wrong in their own way. Toriel is very strict and is very like hard-headed when it comes to her ideas. Asgore is kind of like a pushover. Whenever she gets mad at someone, whenever she like someone does something that she dislikes, she tends to be very stern and very like kind of like a Karen, I guess. She is used to getting people to listen to her, you know? They both messed up in their own different ways, yes. She has like a very like the vibe of like a really old like conservative lady. She tries her best to be kind, but her way is the only way that is correct. You know, it reminds me of like my grandma, honestly. She is someone that will show you kindness and love and affection and attention, but if you go against her, she will not be very happy about it, you know? Honestly, it was Toriel's choice to leave. Asgore yearns for her. Honestly, neither were wrong, IMO. Like, okay, if you get into Toriel's shit list, you will stay there forever. Her divorce with Asgore happened because of a single big mistake. Admittedly, one really big fucking mistake that Asgore still kind of like can't get over. But Toriel just completely cuts him off. If you get into Toriel's shit list, you will be an enemy. You will be someone that she doesn't ever want to talk to. Oh, look at that little fucking like little pat on the head. Toriel also infantilizes you a lot. She thinks that you are a dumb little shit kid. She projects on you a lot of the things that she wants to recover from her life. You can see this is supposed to be the track that plays in this house, by the way. This is Toriel's home. It is very inviting and calming and nice. You can walk around here and see different items that belong to a child that is not explained yet. You're essentially Toriel's replacement child. All the kids, all the humans that once fell down into Mount Ebott, Toriel brought them into this place and wanted to take care of them in order to feel like a mother again. To be able to refill that void in her heart from the tragedy that happened to her many years ago, she is trying her best to raise another child to be just like the time that was before the incident that kind of ruined her life, you know? A lot of the characters in Undertale are filled with sadness because of past events, because of mistakes that occurred in the past. Toriel is one of them, and she is, for spoilers' sake, I guess, she is the first boss in the game. She is the first biggest obstacle that you have to push through in order to do your objective, because she will not let go of the past. She will not let go of the hurts that happened to her so long ago. She will not forgive Asgore. She refuses to move on. That's why she is in the ruins. She is an encapsulation of refusing to move on from that ideal life that she had before with her family. Phil, are you gonna kill Toriel or spare her? What do you fucking think? It's you. This is what I love about Undertale. Even though the monsters are explicitly made of love and kindness and empathy, they still do things that cause conflicts. Drew H says, Tori also swears like a sailor when she's drunk. The Christmas party was bloody wild. We will talk about the Undertale alarm clock dialogue in the middle of the stream whenever it's appropriate. But yes, Toriel is just a jolly old grandma, but also she's a child kidnapper. Like, you understand the things that these characters do for love, right? They do kind of questionable shit for the good of everyone, to make everyone happy, to bring back that love that they felt so long ago. The best way that I can put Toriel's actions in this game is that she is a nice old grandma that wants the best for us, right? But if you put it in the wrong context, she is literally a monstrous child kidnapper that refuses to let you leave and go see your actual family. She doesn't know why you came into the underground. She doesn't know if you have a family outside of the underground, but she wants to keep you here.
I just realized that Toriel's home has multiple children's bedrooms even though her actual children never set foot there.
Ooh. I mean, no, not really. The children did set foot here, but whatever. Wait, fuck, she's a deconstruction of evil child hoarding witches and fairy tales. Yes, generic! Very important, and this is something that people were screaming to me about reading the dialogue of the Frogget back in the Frogget room. There's a Frogget in the ruins that tells you, human, sometimes you will not be able to spare a character. But what you can do is whittle down their health until they're weak enough, and then you can spare them. This puts the idea on many first-time players' heads that once you get to fight Toriel, you will have to harm her in order to get her to see your way, you know? This is kind of a trap. Should we do it, actually? Because, like, that's actually a really good way of showing, the meta-fuckery of Undertale's save system.
Aw shit, we're still in the ruins, huh?
Yeah, it's been 2 hours and we're still in the ruins. Nah, I'll just explain it. But yes, Toriel is basically a deconstruction of the motherly protector character. Just like the person in the chat said, she is like an old grandma fairy tale witch character. If you're very paranoid about monster kind, if you're very like, if you're like, oh, she's gonna turn out to be evil just like Flowey, because the character betrayed you at the start of the game. Flowey betrayed you at the start and told you, hey, it's kill or be killed. Monsters here will want to take your soul. You have to fight back. You have to kill them. I betrayed you. Who knows, other people might betray you too, because you have a very valuable soul. You, as a human in this game, are carrying a human soul that most monsters want. Why? I'll explain later. But you have a very valuable thing within you, and if you trust someone, they're gonna take advantage of you, and they're gonna harm you, and they're gonna take advantage of you, and they're gonna drain your literal soul. So now that you're in home, and you have trusted Toriel, you're getting this feeling of like, oh shit, wait. This can't be the end of the game. This is literally just the start. We just got here, and Toriel says, don't worry, you don't have to go anywhere else. You can stay here forever. Don't worry, my child. I will regale you with children's book stories, and you can sleep in the bed, and I will give you a fucking butterscotch pie. Like, you don't have to go. Your journey is at an end, my child. And it just brings you these feelings of, oh, like Hansel and Gretel. Of like the children that were lured away into the home of a monster, only for the monster to trap them and then kill them and then turn them into food, you know? Toriel obviously doesn't want that, but it gives you that paranoia, you know? Any chance for an Undertale Yellow lore stream? I don't know nearly as much about Undertale Yellow as this game, but it will be cool. But yes, At this point in the game, once you go through it expecting this to be just a regular RPG, you think, oh shit, I need to get out of here. This bitch will probably betray me. That is the mentality that this game is built upon. An overbearing parent, a grandma that only accepts her way of doing things because her way of doing things is the correct one, a monster from like old fairy tales that like lure in children in the forest into their house and then they eat them. That is what Toriel is supposed to represent. A tutorial, a possibility of betrayal, an old witch, things like that. Like, that's what she is like meant to give the vibes off to like new players. Especially here, once you get outside of the homely environment and you get into like a weird creepy dungeon basement thing. It's like, oh shit, what's going on here? Toriel comes through behind you, like almost like grabbing you. Hey, Lunar Storm.
Can we get SCP entry chill reads?
That could be a good idea. And then drags you back home. She doesn't want you to see the basement. What is in the basement? Oh my god, does she have children's corpses in there? She's saying it's dangerous to play around here. What is she hiding? It gives you that paranoia in your head of like, this thing is gonna fucking kill me. This thing is gonna fucking kill me. So the only way to be able to escape this scenario is by talking to Toriel and begging her to fucking leave. Rack says, I remember doing a Toriel fight. I killed her and regretted it immediately after and didn't touch the game for a while. Yeah, that's the thing, you know? Like, this game fucks with your expectations. This game gives you the feeling that, like, everyone is out to get you. But no. If you're just trusting and you believe in the kindness of others, you can always find a way forward without violence. That is the thesis of this area of the game. I like how AUs also dabble in this idea of a sinister Toriel like the Underfell and such. Yes, that's one of my favorite versions of Toriel, is the one that plays this idea of the scary monster luring children away straight. There's a lot of AUs in this game, because these characters are so malleable. If you just change like a little bit of their personality, something completely different could happen in the story. So the reason for why this game became so popular is because the characters are so complex and layered and multifaceted that if you change them just a little bit, they become new and exciting and interesting again. Which is why so many AUs and like AU comics and AU fan games like started popping up. Anyways, only way of moving forward in this now is to just constantly beg Toriel to leave. Underfell is a genuinely fun concept that came from an artist aesthetic. I think there's a bunch of like fan games for like Underfell, but not like fully made ones. Anyways, there's also a reason for why this moment is so important, because it puts the idea in your head that you are on a journey. You're not here as a random human trying to be like trying to find a new home. You're here for a purpose. What is that purpose? It's not clear yet, but it has something to do with the number 9. So you're not here just as like a lost child with no purpose. You are here for a mission, and you have to get out of the ruins to complete that mission. Wait, so is this some kind of Undertale? Absolutely. Undertale made the multiverse / alternate universes oversaturated before Hollywood started doing so. I genuinely... this may be a little bit of cope. This may be a little... this may be genuinely like a little bit of cope from me, but I genuinely believe that the multiverse fan craze of like the MCU and other properties was kind of influenced by Undertale's AU.
Also, thoughts on the endless versions of Just Sans, like Ink and Error.
I think it's a little bit cringe to focus on Sans and ignore everyone else in Undertale just to make Sans the protagonist of an AU. I believe that Sans works best when he is a side character that barely kind of hints about like what he's doing in that version of the story. My favorite AU right now is TS Underswap. I believe that the writers and the developers of TS Underswap have the characters of the story nailed down, and they're doing wonderful things by twisting around and changing the purposes of the characters in like that AU. I think that it's like beautiful. Anyways, we will finally go into a confrontation with Toriel in which she is trying to sell you on the idea that if you leave this home, you will get killed. All the monsters outside, they're trying to kill you. Asgore, with big red letters, this king of monsters, will hunt you down and destroy you. She is trying to justify her actions for protection's sake, but as we all know, if you actually go into the rest of the game, you will realize that she's talking shit. She's completely out of her goddamn mind, you know? most of the monsters outside of the ruins are still just as nice and awesome as the ones inside of the ruins, but she just has this idea of like, oh, people that follow Asgore are like murderous, like they want to kill you, they want to escape and continue waging war against humans. Why? Because in the past... Shit, I need to leave that for later, I'm sorry. Anyways, one of the small little details about this fight is that you can't lose it. Toriel is a boss monster. You know what? Let's actually explain what a boss monster is. You guys, what kind of animal is Toriel? Guys, like what kind of animal, creature, monster is Toriel? She's a giant goat demon lady, right? She has horns. She's like stereotypically like the evil kind of monster, king, queen type of dealio, right? Boss monsters are inherently more powerful than other monsters in Undertale, so to the point that their souls even can persist outside of death. You know this little heart thing that we've been using to control the character in our battles throughout this playthrough so far? This is your soul. This is a human soul. It is colored red. There are also other human souls of different colors, but our soul is the soul of determination. This soul is the thing that helps us save and load throughout the game. It is the essence of our being. Monsters also have souls, but they're not represented by a red heart. They are represented by a white, upside-down heart. And boss monsters have souls that are so powerful that they can exist upon death. If you were to kill Toriel, if you were to, like, you know, actually fight her, she will stand her ground, and she will not let you pass until you actually kill her. This proves Toriel's own, like, not determination, but own conviction of, I need to protect you, I need to protect my children, I need to protect you from the horrors outside. She will literally give up her life to make sure that you are prepared to kill. Heartache, please. Oh yeah, right. The soundtrack is Heartache, by the way. This fucking piece is mwah, lovely. Anyways, just as the pinnacle of a tutorial character as she is, she will not let you die throughout this entire fight, even though she's putting up this front of this, like, super, like, protective, super powerful lady.
With no context of the story, what do you think you would end up doing? Also, my favorite URN is Dusktail. I miss you.
If I was in Undertale with no context of the story, I would probably kill Toriel, feel really fucking bad about it, and then go on to be a pacifist throughout the entire rest of the game. Because these characters are so nice, you know? And this is a test of your kindness. This is a test to see, will you kill for your freedom? Will you kill a kind person that only wants the best for you so that you can attain what you want? She tries to be stern. She tries to be horrible. She tries to be this, like, super strict mother. But she won't actually kill you if you go against her. She can still accidentally kill you. Oh, yes. If you run into the bullets as you have 2 HP, you can actually get Toriel to kill you. I can't do this right now because it requires, like, exploits and stuff. But if she gets to kill you in this battle, you will actually have a sprite of her going, like, covering her mouth and going, like, oh no! Because, like, she genuinely didn't want to do that. She just wants the best for you. Only one character can never kill you. That we will be talking about him later. Technically, the Toriel killing you thing is just like a spare thing from the Undertale demo. She tries her best not to kill you in this fight. Anyways. If you were like a typical RPG player, you would kill Toriel accidentally. She is one of the characters that tries to make herself like look the most friendly to you, and most people feel really fucking bad about killing her. You can also do this funny little thing. If she gives up on fighting you, you can betray kill her, which is another way of like killing really powerful bosses. If you get them to pacify themselves to you, if you get them to stop fighting, and then before you press the mercy button, you can attack them by surprise and they will just instantly die. I don't want to do that though. Should we do it? I kind of want to do it. I'm not sure if I should do it in this playthrough, because like it's a really good way of showing. It's a really good way of showing how the meta system of this game works, the meta saving system. Why are you making this so difficult? Please, go upstairs. Haha. Pathetic, is it not? I cannot even save a single child. No, I understand. You would just be unhappy trapped down here. The ruins are very small once you get used to them. It would not be right for you to grow up in a place like this. My expectations, my loneliness, my fear. For you, my child, I will put them aside. Oh, okay, I didn't do it. Okay, nice. Woof. Put it to a vote. We did not manage to do it. Okay. Woo. Thank goodness. But yes, if you were to attack Toriel in that moment, you would insta-kill her, and her soul would remain for a little bit, and then it would just vanish or be destroyed. Many players in Undertale accidentally have killed Toriel and have reloaded their saves. Show a gameplay bit at least. Okay, you know what? Might as well. Because I kind of want to show it. I kind of really want to show it off. I'm sorry, you guys are going to have to go through some heartache again. But it is actually incredibly important to the game's story. She makes a comment on reload. I didn't know that. Okay, time to talk about the reload system. This game is incredibly self-aware to the point that it will make multiple flags based on your behaviors, and it will keep that on a separate file away from the main saving system. A lot of the characters in Undertale will comment about things being like off, like they feel a certain deja vu feeling whenever you talk to them again after a save. People will start commenting on how you look weird, or how you look like you've seen all of this before, right? This is happening because the game actually keeps track of your saves. In lore, in universe, you going back and reloading a save is part of the game's world. You have the Soul of Determination, and the Soul of Determination allows people to, as the word implies, determinate, aka go back and stop the end, or stop yourself from terminating. You can use this power to time travel around and fuck with many characters and their, like, expectations. And a little bit of their memories will still slip through, but not enough for them to actually change most of their behaviors in the game. The only character that remembers fully what you're doing is Flowey, which is why he is so not there in the game, because imagine having to code and write a character that remembers everything you do throughout the save system. Like, that would take literally, like, dozens and dozens of novels worth of dialogue to get Flowey to act as if he, like, remembers everything that you've done, you know? Alright, this happened to me with Papyrus, because, like, I closed the game after meeting him, and when I reopened my save, he asked me something to Sans, like he swore he met me before. Yes, a lot of people think that this is exclusive to Sans, but no, many other characters kinda remember what's happening, but it's only the ones that are smart enough that will act upon it in the future. That would add at least an extra 3 years of development time, at least, yes. We're going back in time to my previous save to get Toriel off the menu. That's right! We are going back in time to my previous save to get Toriel off the menu! Oh, lordy. Alright, boys. I kinda, for this lore stream, I kinda have to explain this, and this is the best way that the game explains the save system fuckery, so I'm sorry. It's time to kill a goat lady! Once again, even though we are actively fighting her, her attacks will get slower and slower as we continue throughout the fight, because this sweet, amazing, beautiful old lady, this child kidnapper that will not let you pass her house, is still so full of love for you that she won't actually kill you even if you're actively trying to attack her. It's violence time, boys. Imagine being a first-time player. Imagine getting to this point, meeting all these wonderful characters, meeting, like, every single normal monster, meeting Toriel, having her help you throughout all of this. Toriel looks through you. She is so powerful compared to you right now. If you were a real enemy to her, she will just kill you in a second. But she can't even look at you. Look at the sprite. Look at the sprite right now. Look at it. She's not trying to look at you. She is a boss monster. She is one of the most powerful characters in the game. But look at her attacks! If she was, like, prepared to fight you, if she was, like, cold and determined to fight you, this fight would be so fucking difficult. But no. It's barely an inconvenience for you. Because you are out here to hurt her, and she's out here to protect you. This is what makes this game beautiful. This is like the thing that tugs at my heartstrings. In any other RPG, this would be like a legitimately challenging boss fight. But because of her character, she is nothing. You're stronger than I thought. Listen to me, small one. If you go beyond this door, keep walking as far as you can. Eventually, you will reach an exit. Asgore. Do not let Asgore take your soul. His plan cannot be allowed to succeed. Be good, won't you? My child. That's her soul. That's her boss monster soul, by the way. And it's gone. So she's against the freedom of the monsters? Yes! Let me explain this to you. Toriel, and a lot of people are going to be angry at me once I say this, but Toriel, at least in this moment, is just like Flowey. In this moment, what she is doing to you is teaching you that it's kill or be killed. Just like Flowey at the start of the game. She's teaching you, this child will be miserable if they stay here. So, I am going to let them kill me. So that they will learn that they have to defend themselves against Asgore and the Royal Guard. It is kill or be killed. Child, I won't allow you to die, but I also can't force you to stay. So, you will kill me so that you get enough experience, you will get enough level. Look at our stats right now. We went from level 1 to level 5. Because to her, in her mind, it's kill or be killed. Asgore's guards will get you and will kill you. I cannot allow that to happen. I cannot allow another child to die by my negligence. So I will literally allow you to kill me so that you can get strong enough to be able to survive Asgore and get the fuck out of here. And she is so wrong for it, you know? Like, even though she's doing all of this because of love, she is so fucking wrong about this. She is subscribing to Flowey's mentality of it's kill or be killed. She is allowing other people to die by your hand because she so desperately wants you to survive. And as you may have noticed, hey, you think about Asgore, the main villain of the story, the one that wants your soul for whatever purpose that it's not explained yet. Asgore also thinks it's kill or be killed. Both Toriel, Asgore, and Flowey subscribe to the mentality of it's kill or be killed. Speaking of Flowey, I wonder why. Yeah, I wonder why, right? Speaking of Flowey, we won't reload just yet. I just need to show you guys something. I am going to show you the dialogue that happens immediately after this route. Wow, you're utterly repulsive. You spared her life. Then you decided that just wasn't interesting enough for you. So you murder her just to see what would happen. You killed her out of boredom. Hee hee. You naive idiot. Do you think you're the only one with that power? The power to reshape the world? Purely by your own determination. The ability to play God. The ability to save. I thought I was the only one with that power, but I can't save anymore. Apparently your desires for this world override mine. Well, enjoy that power while you can. I'll be watching. He knows what we fucking did! Like, I hope that you understood that, right? Like, I was trying to show you guys what would happen to Flowey if we reloaded, but I accidentally spared Toriel's life, so I quit out and then killed Toriel just so that I could show you guys what Flowey would say about it. And not only did he expect that, but he expected us. He knew what to say in the eventuality that we spared her first, and then we went back to kill her. Because the game keeps track of, like, all of your choices, what you did before you saved or reloaded the game. And as Flowey explained to us right now, the reason for why Flowey is the way that he is because he had this power of saving before us. But now that we have entered the game, we have started our story of Undertale, Flowey doesn't have that power anymore, so he's just constantly stalking you throughout the game, seeing what your choices do, seeing what kind of things you do, reloading, restarting over and over again, and seeing what your choices are up until the end of the game. Whew. Let's talk more about that. I'm gonna open up the game again. That's so clever. Let's see what Flowey says now that we have reloaded for a third time. Hold on. Dude, there is not enough time to talk about this game, goddamn. Yeah, we are 2 hours into the stream, and we haven't gone past ruins. What if he went back and killed her a second time? There is a point where, like, the game kind of gives up and just, like, Flowey doesn't appear to, like, talk to you again. Also, the dialogue of Toriel after you kill her becomes so much more, like, sad, because she keeps saying, like, hey, I'm really glad that there's someone else in here. I'm so glad that you're here with me, my child. I will give you a good life. I will tell you stories. We will, like, tell stories by the campfire. I will, like, give you food. I will, like, tell you bedtime stories, we will play together, we will explore the ruins together, and it's like, oh, she doesn't know. The only person that knows is Flowey. You know? Does Flowey remember that you killed Toriel if you spare her after? Absolutely! That's usually how it goes. Usually when Undertale players first play this game, they kill Toriel first, and then they reload and they spare her. We did the opposite. We spared Toriel first, and then we killed her. And Flowey still realized that and still commented on that action. By the way, in this one frame, there's a very specific bug. If you look at Toriel's mouth, she's literally talking like one frame, like 60 frames a second. Like, look at her mouth, she's going like me when someone asks me about Undertale. She do be a yapper, indeed. He also has different dialogue if you kill her 3+ times. Yeah, in the Undertale demo that was released, to match the Kickstarter of this game, Flowey at the end was the last thing you saw before the demo ended. That's why Flowey has like so much dialogue choices for this one moment, is because that is the way for the game to essentially sell itself. Like, it's telling you, I will keep track of your choices, I will make sure that you are held accountable for everything that you do in this game, even the things that you do before you reload it back. I will keep an eye out on you. I will keep a flowy-ass eye on you. Undertale's code is held up by sticks and stones. Oh yeah, Blue Mask said something that I want to, like, also go on a tangent about. This game is very badly coded. If you're a game developer, and you are inspired by Undertale to make, like, your own kind of Undertale, your own game, your own masterpiece, and you are, like, just learning how to code, dude, don't worry about it. You don't have to do it perfectly. You don't have to make a 10 out of 10 masterpiece with, like, nothing to hide. This game is a shit brick house. Every single dialogue that you find in this game, the dialogue that Toriel is using right now, every single one of these dialogue pieces is held within a fucking if statement. Have you seen those memes about Yandere Dev, about, like, Yandere Dev making, like, the entire game out of, like, else ifs, else ifs, else ifs, else ifs, else ifs? Undertale is also like that, except it's just a good fucking game, you know? The entirety of the character dialogue system is just held within this giant else-if statement. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pieces of dialogue held by this, like, if the character's doing this, say this over and over and over and over again. I don't know much about coding, but isn't that makes it worse for time's sake and everything else? No, it's an objectively horrible way of doing, like, in-game dialogue systems. Usually, for your RPG, you would have, like, a fucking file that, like, has, like, an entire, like, collection of dialogue strings that can be called upon at any moment. A giant else-if statement is, like, the worst way of holding off dialogue. And, like, this game is, like, I haven't seen the code. I should probably do a fucking stream where I just show off the code of the game or something like that. But even though it's so horrible, the game is still a masterpiece. Because if you're a burgeoning game developer that wants to make something, it doesn't fucking matter how horrible the game's code is on the backside. If the game is good on the front side and there is no, like, FPS drops or there is no, like, issues with memory, if you make it good, nobody will give a shit about how many if-else statements is in your game, you know? I think it's more Earthbound that inspired the young Toby Fox to make this masterpiece. Oh wait, everybody else knows that? Yeah, it's obvious, like, Toby Fox started making fucking Undertale, Deltarune fan games. Like, Toby made, like, the Halloween hack when he was, like, younger. And that was, like, one of his, like, first forays into game development. Fan games are an excellent way for young developers to get their start, because they're doing something that they're passionate in for a series that they are invested in, and it teaches them the basics, because usually fan games get a look at the code of the original game and use it as a basis and copy, like, mechanics and stuff. I am so glad that the Undertale community is full of talented people that want to make fan games for it, like Undertale Yellow, TS Underswap, all the different, like, single battle Undertale fan games. Like, this game's community is, like, insane with the fan content, you know? I do wish that they didn't take so long to come out, because if people are, like, obsessed with making fan games and, like, waste years of their life making fan games, they will never take that new step into the future to make original games of their own. At some point, you have to stop with the fan games and, like, make your own original things, you know, to, like, continue to grow as a developer. But as a start, it is incredible. It is incredible to be able to make something like this, like Undertale Yellow. Hey, Qual, thank you for the $50. Holy shit.
Hey, Phil. I've been watching since the Flumpties stream. Thank you for being such a bright spot in my life the past 4 years.
Aww.
I've been wondering what program you use to store and switch Fi's emotions, since
I want to get into streaming myself. It depends. The current one that I am using PNG Tuber Plus, but you can also use ViadoTube. I originally started with ViadoTube, and if you want to have a proper VTuber model, you can use, what was the program that I'm using for that? VTuber Studio, hold on. Yeah, VTube Studio is the one for, like, the face tracking of my VTuber model. So those are the 3 programs. You can use PNG Tuber Plus, ViadoTube, or VTube Studio. Slim the Hedgehog says, yup, the difference between Undertale and Yandere Sim is that one is 2D and the other is 3D. 3D requires more memory to begin with, and he is not optimizing. Still better than Banban, but it's a low bar. I am glad that Toby Fox inspired himself to make, like, small sprite-based RPGs, because if he wanted to make 3D games, like, oh boy, he would actually need to learn proper optimization. Because 3D engine games take way more, like, CPU and GPU usage and RAM usage than, like, Game Maker games. Game Maker is, like, limited to, like, 2 gigabytes of memory, so, like, games inside of it can still, like, run in a potato. But if, like, Toby Fox wanted to make, like, Undertale 3D, like, he would actually need to learn proper, like, optimization techniques and stuff for his games. Silly Guy says, fan games are great to practice and learn how to make games to later on put that knowledge on actual games of your own. Exactly. Hey Nova, thank you for the $5. Of course you have Earthbound and Touhou, but the game Live Alive inspired Megalovania and the kill and spare concept. Yes, I think that I haven't played Live Alive, but there's also one other RPG that Toby was inspired by that I've never played, that inspired, like, Deltarune. I don't know what it was called. I can't remember. Not Moon RPG, not Off. It was like a cowboy one, I think. Wild Arms, yes. Chrono Trigger and Wild Arms, yes, that one. If Toby made Undertale 3D, it would look like that shitty 3D tutorial from the Kickstarter Twitter. Oh shit, I have to show you guys a 3D tutorial. A little bit of a pause from playing the actual game. So, let me open up this right now. So for the Undertale trailer, you had 3D Toriel, which is a 3D model of Toriel that appears in, like, every single fucking Undertale trailer in some capacity. And it also showed up in, like, the charity stream that they did to, like, promote and to celebrate, like, Undertale's anniversary. So it turns out, Toby said this, like, on a stream. This bitch is canon. Like, 3D Toriel, somehow, some way, is canon to the story of Undertale. He said so. Toby Fox said so on stream. So it is canon in some way. How? Theorists have to like figure out a way. Maybe she will show up in Deltarune in some capacity. Like there will be a chapter like based around 3D graphics or something, and 3D Toriel will appear as like a mini boss or something. I don't know. But apparently she is indeed canon, even though it's stupid as fuck. Anyway, let's continue. Asriel is also an amateur game dev and made that. Ooh, could also be an option. Oh. Goodbye, my child. Okay, so now that we have fought Toriel 3 times, we've spared her twice, and we've killed her once. What the hell is Flowey going to say to us? Let's see. I hope that you guys are enjoying this first part of the stream, by the way. I am desperately trying to focus on every single other part of Undertale aside from Sans and Papyrus, because once we get to Snowdin, it's just gonna be Sans and Papyrus party, like all over for like hours. I am focusing on Toriel and the ruins and the basics of Undertale and its save system right now, because once we get to Snowdin, it's just gonna be all about Sans and Papyrus. Let's see what this bitch says now. Clever. Very clever. You think you're really smart, don't you? In this world, it's kill or be killed. So you were able to play by your own rules. You spared the life of a single person. Hee hee hee. I bet you feel really great. You didn't kill anybody this time. But what will you do if you meet a relentless killer? You'll die and you'll die and you'll die. Until you tire of trying. What will you do then? Will you kill out of frustration? Or will you give up entirely on this world? And let me inherit the power to control it? I am the prince of this world's future. Don't worry, my little monarch. My plan isn't regicide. This is so much more interesting. So, about Flowey. Isn't he a little bit of like an edgy bitch? Isn't he like, you know, like he kind of seems a little bit like an edgy teenager, doesn't he? You know? You know? Like, nobody else in this game talks like him. He keeps saying dumb shit like, ooh, I'm the prince of the new future. Ooh, what will you do now? This is like all a game to me. These are like, we're playing chess. These are like our chess pieces, and we're like having a little game together, and we're playing this game, this Undertale game, and like we're gonna meet a relentless killer, and like I'm going to be the god of the new world. It's like Yagami, you know. Flowey is so cool because even though he's one of the most powerful characters in this game, he's actually just an immature prick. He is not cool. He's trying so hard to appear edgy and cool, but he's actually just a stupid little shithead kid. You know? He is... You know that trope? Have you seen that, like, Doctor Who episode of, like, the child that is able to control others with, like, his mind, or, like, her mind, and everyone has to follow her commands, because otherwise she'll turn you into a fucking doll or something like that? Flowey is basically a bored child playing God with this universe, because he sees through the veil. He sees the world as it is, a game. It's a game to him. Just like you, because you're actually playing a game, right? Flowey doesn't know that this is actually a game, but like he is not like meta aware to that level. He doesn't actually know that you're playing Undertale. But he does treat this world as a game and characters as NPCs. And he is so evil and edgy because he's just bored, you know? He wants to see what happens. He's letting you go through this game to see what happens because he was able to save and reload so many times over that he's just fucking sick of this shit. He literally just wants to have fun with you. The only other person that kind of matches him in power, you know? 826lol says, no, he outright speaks to the player after you try to reset a pacifist route. No! No. Actually, you're wrong. No. 826. He does not speak to the player. Flowey, in that moment, speaks to Kara. The fallen child, the fallen human child. Very important distinction. Flowey straight up doesn't actually know that he is in a video game. Every time that he refers to you, the player, he is referring to Kara, the fallen human child. Very important distinction. None of the people here in this game know that they are in a game. Sans doesn't know that they're in a video game. Flowey doesn't know that they're in a video game. The only one that actually knows is at the end of the genocide routes. Anyways. Welcome to the start of the stream! We literally got through the main basic tutorial area. We literally just finished the tutorial. It's been 2 hours, oh my god. Also, like I said about like hidden interactables, there is a camera hidden in the bushes here. Why? You'll see in Hotland, but like that is another thing that we have to talk about. Glad to see I haven't missed a thing. Let's go through this. Let me mute this. And okay, so once you escape the ruins and you actually go into the main game of Undertale, you go into Snowdin. This area is supposed to be a contrast with the ruins section. Once Flowey talks about a relentless killer, you immediately get a spooky moment with the new breakout character of the game. You get chased around by a shadowy figure that is stalking your every movement. You go like, oh my god, what is behind me? Oh my god, I'm gonna get killed. Oh my god, was Toriel actually right? Am I gonna get killed by one of like Asgore's minions or stuff or something like that? It's this like super tense moment that maybe you're gonna encounter something that is going to like kill you like immediately, like the game is gonna turn out to be like, oh, it's gonna be difficult once again. You turn around to face this character, and guess who it fucking is? It Sans the fucking skeleton. This is the breakout character of Undertale. He is a funny bone man. He is the jokester, the comedian. Well, Snowy is also the comedian, but whatever. Like, this character has been a giant meme throughout the entirety of the internet, and it's because he is one of the best characters in this game. Sans the Skeleton is just a regular monster. At least he appears to be a regular monster. He talks to you in lowercase, he jokes around, and in reality... Hey, Ori, thank you for the 28 months.
Off topic, the hoodie arrived today. Very good quality.
Thank you. This singular character became a pillar within the internet. Yes, Hammermania, to the point that he became more popular than the game itself. Some people know Sans, but they don't know Undertale. They know about Sans' whole deal. They know about Megalovania. They know about the genocide route, but they don't know Undertale itself. Why? Because Sans is just internet humor. Sans is comedic bullshit. He's shit posting. He is not taking things seriously. Even though he is in his own world going through a very serious situation, oh my god, it's the final human, oh my god, we can take his, like, their soul and, like, set ourselves free. Sans doesn't give a shit. He is here just to have fun, and because of that, the internet has attached themselves to him like a fucking parasite. And aside from Sans, you also have motherfucking Papyrus, the second best character in the goddamn game. He is the big guy. He's the comedic foil to Sans. Well, they're both a comedy duo. They're like blue and orange. They're both brothers, skeleton brothers. They are the funniest fucking characters in the game. He uses fonts, like, they are named after fonts, by the way. Sans is named after Comic Sans. Papyrus is named after the font Papyrus. God fucking damn it. The music. Papyrus is very loud, very rambunctious, very, like, hyperactive, very childish sometimes, but in general, just as much of a jokester as Sans. Sans is much more laid back, much more, like, I don't know, doesn't give a shit, sarcastic type of dude, but they're both, again, really cool and awesome and kind and, like, just the best. These guys, like, are so fucking cool, man. Apathetic? Yeah, kind of apathetic. Papyrus is actually supposed to be red, and there is a pile of snow with Sans written on the same color, but the game calls it red. I don't know why. It's very clearly fucking orange. I'm not, like colorblind. They're very clearly, like, blue and orange, but whatever. But yeah, you have the slow, like, uncaring, like, silly fat guy, and you got the long, lanky, hyperactive dude. They're like a comedy duo between the two of them. Let's go more into their purpose in the story as we're going through this. Papyrus here is supposed to be, like, the most active of the two in this area in Snowdin. They're both, like, the antagonists of this area. You're gonna get to fight Papyrus at the end of Snowdin. Papyrus wants to capture you, a human. Sans is just there along for the ride. Papyrus wants to capture you to present you to Undyne. He is trying to, like, become part of the Royal Guard. He is very, like, proud of himself. He has, like, this ideal of, like, hey, Topaz Rabbit, thank you for the 11 months.
Let's G. Honestly, besides how funny they both are, I love their dynamic as brothers.
Yeah!
They both genuinely care about each other.
Papyrus has dreams of becoming popular and prestigious and, like, awesome and, like, he wants everyone to adore him. He wants everyone to, like, look up to him as, like, this amazing hero that will, like, help out, like, the Monster Kingdom. He is very childish, but he is very kind. He doesn't actually want to kill you, just like Torio, but he wants to capture you, not because it's, like, a personal deal or anything, but just because he wants to climb this ladder of monster society to get to the people that he admires himself. Papyrus is, like, the main instigator of the conflict. Sans is just a jokester. He wants to have fun with his brother. Sans really fucking cares about his brother so fucking much. Sans is lazy, he barely takes care of himself. If you go into his room later on in the game, it's like a single fucking dirty mattress with, like, a bunch of, like, dirty socks on it. Sans doesn't give a shit about himself, but gives a shit about his brother. And the only thing he wants to do while you're here is to have fun with his brother. Papyrus is harmless, incredibly silly, incredibly goofy. He will make a bunch of puzzles for you in Snowdin. He will make, like, fun little diversions for you and, like, get to essentially befriend you through the puzzles. And as long as you, like, play along, Sans will be happy with your, like, with your behavior. There's a little vortex consisting of trash in his room, yes. Hate to bother you, but can you do me a favor? I was thinking, my brother's been kinda down lately. He's never seen a human before, and seeing you might just make his day. Don't worry, he's not dangerous, even if he tries to be. Thanks a million, I'll be up ahead. Alright, let's get into Snowdin. So, all throughout Snowdin, you're gonna encounter these two assholes. Fun development fact, by the way, did you know that originally in the game's development, in the original concepts for Papyrus that Toby made for the game, Papyrus was actually going to be an incel? Like, he was going to be like an internet troll type of character. He was gonna have a fedora. He was going to be like much more like selfish. This is a thing that Toby does, where like Papyrus is supposed to come across as this like self-important, selfish character, right? And he was originally going to be just a straight up incel, you know? Oh god, not the one with the fedora, yes. But the thing is, that would have been really unlikable, right? Papyrus is not supposed to be unlikable. Most of these characters are not supposed to be unlikable. So he got slowly changed to be like the sweetheart. Like, yeah, he still wants people to adore him. The main conceit of the character is that, yes, he's desperate for attention. And usually, that would be, like, annoying, right? Like, oh, this annoying asshole wants to make it all about himself. He's so self-important. He thinks he's so grand. He's so big. He's so, like, important. He wants everyone to love him. But it's like, he wants to do it because he wants to be part of the fun, right? He wants to have friends. He doesn't have many people in his life. The only person that Papyrus genuinely actually talks to on a daily basis is Sans and Undyne. And Undyne just kind of thinks of like, oh yeah, Papyrus is just chill, he's a nice guy, he desperately wants to be part of the Royal Guard. But like, they're not really that close, you know? The only person that Papyrus can be close to is his brother. He's so sweet though, yes! He is so... Like, he will never put himself... He will never fuck you over just to get something, you know?
Internet and sell Papyrus AU. The cursed
timeline. Like, he doesn't have this rage inside of him. The reason for why people hate incels and hate self-important people and hate people that are, like, egocentric is because they have this, like, spiteful rage inside of himself. This inferiority complex that makes themselves... that makes them... forced to act out on others. Like, incels and, like, egocentric people will put down others so that they can rise above them. Papyrus never does that. Papyrus just wants to have fun, be friendly, and, like, try to hype himself up just to have fun, you know? Like, he wants friends. He wants friendship. He's never going to give you up. He's never gonna let you down. He's never going to troll you. He's never going to, like, make you feel bad. He wants to befriend you. It's such a contradiction, right? Because this character is meant to be like this villain that is going to stop you in your hero's quest to get to Asgore. But he doesn't... He also thinks you're so cool. Like, oh my god, like, you're the human. Oh my god, Sans, is that a human? You think you're... Like, he thinks you're so fucking cool. Just because of the way that you are. So he wants to become friends with you. You know? And, oh, like, this stupid boy, just having fun with Sans. Put on Bone Trousel. Okay, fine, I'll put on Bone Trousel. But yes, these two are just a comedy duo throughout Snowdin. Papyrus has this contradiction of, he wants to be popular, he wants to be amazing, and to do that he is going to capture you. But also, oh my god, the human is so awesome and amazing, I want to be their friend. So, throughout the entirety of Snowdin, he will set up puzzles that you can solve easily, and he will, like, hype you up. It's like, oh my god, you can do it, human! You can solve my puzzles! You can, like... You can, like, get through this! Oh my god, I believe in you, human! You're so fucking cool! And then obviously it's like, oh wait, no, I have to capture you! You have to be delivered to the capital! I love these contradictions of these characters. Actually, this is... yeah, this is the normal fight, the normal Papyrus theme. I love him so much. If you go into Papyrus's, like, room, you will eventually find, like, a bunch of figurines and, like, a pirate flag and, like, a race car bed. He's really just, like, a big, like, softie. Like a big child. It's a problem, though, as well, because a lot of people tend to infantilize Papyrus, which is something that I don't like. Most of the early fandom treated Papyrus as, like, a kid. Like oh, this boy doesn't really know what's going on, and it's like this dumb little kid that we have to, like, baby, you know? And it's like, no, don't do that. Papyrus is an actual adult. Papyrus is, like, kind of a man-child, I guess, because of his interest, but he still knows what's going on, right? Like, he's smarter than that, yes. For example, a lot of people, when they do the genocide route, believe that Papyrus doesn't know what's going on. A lot of people think that even to the final battle with Papyrus at the end of Snowdin, that Papyrus doesn't know why everyone is dying, right? In truth, Papyrus, just like Sans, is smarter than he lets on. He knows that you've been bad, he knows that you've killed people in the genocide route, but he wants to pretend that you didn't, both for his own mental sake and also to be able to win you over. In the genocide route, when you actively show yourself to be an evil bastard that doesn't care about anyone else other than to raise up your level of violence, he will be there to help you be better. He believes in you. He believes that you can be better because you're just this powerful thing. He believes that the best people in the world, like, are the strongest. Asgore. He admires Asgore. He admires Undyne as these heroes, as these powerful figures that will use their power for the greater good, for, like, for the betterment of everyone. That's why he wants to be as powerful as them. So once he sees a human go through the underground and kill everyone in their path, he thinks, you're just being confused. You're just like, you're doing this for some reason, but don't worry, like, I can befriend you, you can be better. If I can just show you kindness, you will be able to turn your ways around and, like, everything can be good again, you know? But he just pretends that you're not a monster, you know? He just pretends that you haven't done these things, because as long as he puts up a brave face, as long as he is able to befriend you, everything will be alright in the end. Aksarat says, there's this neutral route where you just let Papyrus live, and Sans lies to him, saying everyone went on vacation, but Papyrus doesn't believe him, he knows something is wrong. Yeah, even Sans, the smart boy, the smart scientist Sans boy, still tries to infantilize Papyrus. Because, you know, Sans is the older brother. He's been babying and, like, catering to Papyrus's needs all his life. He genuinely believes that Papyrus is just, like, this innocent boy. But when Sans lies to him, Papyrus just goes along with it, you know? He goes like, oh yeah, of course, Sans, this is what it is. And it's like, he really knows what happened. He just doesn't want to disappoint his brother, you know? Also, Papyrus is cracked as shit strength-wise. Oh yeah, both skeletons are also extremely powerful. Just like Toriel, these characters are holding themselves back. You know that intro in Snowdin that I showed you at the beginning of the section of Snowdin in Snowdin where, like, Sans was, like, stalking behind you? That music, that spooky music, is actually relevant. Because Sans, if he really wanted to, if he spotted you at the entrance of the ruins, he could just kill you right then and there. But he doesn't. Why? Because Sans made a promise. I guess I'm gonna spoil it right now because it's, like, relevant. Sans made a promise to Toriel. Sans and Toriel actually have a relationship. Not, I mean, have a friendship. They have a thing going on between themselves. Toriel, the only other person that Toriel was friends with during her exile into the ruins was Sans. Every once in a while, every single day, she went down into the basement of her house and went into that door that we went through and started doing knock-knock jokes with Sans. Sans was just, like, discovered that door when he was bored and just, like, started practicing knock-knock jokes, and Toriel was there and answered them. And both of them grew this friendship, this, like, I guess, long-distance relationship, where, like, they just flirted with each other and just, like, made jokes and just talked about their lives. And they didn't know who the other one was. Toriel didn't know that it was just a random skeleton. Sans didn't know that it was the Queen of the Monsters, you know? A lot of fans ship Toriel and Sans because they have such a good dynamic. And you know what? I do too! I'm a Toriel Sans shipper. Because they're just so good for each other, though! Like, they're so good for each other. Like, Toriel is so stern and, like, stoic and, like, protective and, like, she's a hard ass with everyone. But Sans is able to just immediately crack that tough shell of, like, the Queen of the Monsters from her. Like, Sans just is, like, joking around and having fun, and Toriel laps up that shit. She loves it! Fun fact, it might actually remind her of, like, how Asgore was before all of this happened. Because, the best things that Toriel enjoys about Asgore are the things that she likes about Sans. Asgore was, like, the friend to everyone. He was jolly and nice and played pranks and, like, was, like, a little bit of a rebel when, like, he was in his younger years. Both in Deltarune and Undertale, Asgore is, like, this big, fluffy, kind king with, like, that, like, throws in jokes and is, like, friendly to everyone. Sans is that, but he doesn't have the responsibility of a king, so he is never stern. And Toriel loves that shit. Okay. Hold on. I need to recover. Anyways. Jesus Christ. Hey, Matrix, thank you for the $5.
He likes big women with the same terrible humor as him? He just like me at
For real,
heart.
for real. Yeah, Sans love those thick goat mommy legs, if you know what I mean. Oh! The fandom is very fucking weird about Toriel. Anyway, so the reason for why Sans didn't just immediately fucking kill you when you got out of the ruins is because of Toriel. Remember back in this like presentation where like Toriel got out of the chair and then went into the basement and like was facing the door to the outside? She was talking to Sans in that moment, and with the friendship that she built up with Sans, she essentially like begged him, dude, a human is probably gonna go through this door. Please protect him. Please make sure that he is safe. Please make sure that he is, like, going to have a good, safe journey after me. And she doesn't say that she's gonna die. She just says, please protect them. So it doesn't matter if you kill Toriel or not. Sans will not know that. But he will keep that promise to Toriel, you know? Wait, I thought that conversation happened right after you left? How? The only way that Toriel and Sans are able to communicate is through that door. No. Like, it happened literally when Toriel left her chair and went to the door to talk to Sans. Yeah, like Toriel doesn't give, like, Sans, like, her phone number or anything. The only way that they talk is through the door. I thought the promise was made before you started the game? No, it is literally made in that moment. That's why Sans is in front of the door in the first place, stalking you at the Sword of Snowdin. Like, he says, oh, I was just making my rounds over here and I just find you, human. Ooh, 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 ooh. But it's like, no, like, he was there the moment that Toriel was dying, or you killed Toriel, like, he was there on the other side of the door. And he doesn't know if you killed her or not, but he is keeping that promise that he made to the lady behind the door. And then Sans gives an ominous threat as to what would have happened if she never said anything. Yes, we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves here, but just to let you guys know, just like Toriel, who was a boss monster that could have easily killed you but didn't, Sans and Papyrus are also incredibly fucking powerful compared to most other monsters. but they don't try to kill you too much, you know? Anyways, aside from Sans and Papyrus, we also have the guard dogs of Snowdin. It is such a funny little meme that most of the Royal Guard in this game is composed of dogs, you know? Like, they are literal guard dogs of the underground. They're doggos. They're like friendly little thingies. They're so fucking cool. It's also really funny that the guards of the monsters are all dogs, and guess who wants to become part of the Royal Guard? Papyrus, the skeleton. You know, the guy that is made of bones. You know, it's like, it's such a funny little thing of like, oh wait, this guy that is literally made of bones wants to become part of the Royal Guard, the institution that is exclusively made up of dog characters. It's so fucking funny and something that I've never seen anyone bring up. Like, the doggo here, the character that I just fought, is a blind dog that is like holding a fucking like bone in his mouth in the shape of like a cigarette. I didn't even think of that. Like, why do you think that Undyne is, like, hesitant to bring Papyrus into the Royal Guard? One, because Papyrus is, like, again, Undyne thinks that Papyrus is too innocent. And, like, you know, he kind of is, but not really. But also, because most of the Royal Guard of Snowdin is made up of fucking dogs that love bones. Sans will also explain you some mechanics. In this Snowdin area, you also unlock the ability to... Essentially, you unlock a new type of attack, which is a blue attack. Those attacks are different types of magic. The blue attack will only harm you if you're moving, so you have to stay completely still to avoid that attack. There will also be another type of attack in Hotland, which is the orange magical attack. Those will only harm you if you're staying still while you're inside of that hitbox. That's why the dogs are in jail in Deltarune. What? Anyways. Oh, there's this little snowy guy, by the way. This is another one of those items that you get at the beginning of the game that you carry with you all at the end. This snowman is a monster, and you can get a little item from him called a snowball, and he wants to see the world. He is trapped inside of Snowdin, but he wants to see the outside. He wants to see the surface world, you know? He asks you to take a piece of him and take it as far away as you can. And it's so fucking cute because if you because like, you can use it, you can eat the snowman piece and regain health from it. This is one of the few items that is like actually a full heal, I think. And you can use this as like a simple healing item if you want to. But if you're kind and actually bring the snowman piece with you to the end of the game in the neutral route, so, like they will call you, like someone will call you up in the neutral route and tell you, hey, you made a snowman very happy today. Because the game keeps track if you're still holding the snowman piece at the end of the game once you get out into like the real world. Hold on a second. Let me switch back to Papyrus's like theme for this. Anyways, this is one of the many bits that Papyrus and Sans will have throughout Snowdin. These are fucking iconic bits that the fanbase loves. These are essentially just comedy duo moments that will endear you to Sans and Papyrus. Throughout these, funny little thing that you may notice is that Sans keeps trying to mess with Papyrus. Like, keeps trying to, like, not depower him, but show him as the goofball that he is. Because if he wasn't here, you would think that Papyrus was actually trying to stop you and trying to be evil and trying to, like, antagonize you. But Sans just kind of diffuses the situation by by being a goofball and like screwing around with like the puzzles that Papyrus sets up and trying to make bits out of them. That's what makes their dynamics so fun. Papyrus is like this determined character that wants to appear as like antagonistic as possible and tries to be like this, like, not evil guy, but like this... Hold on. Tries to be this menacing figure. And Sans just makes fun of it and just tries to watch out for both you and Papyrus. And then he leaves the whole puzzle solution down. It's fucking wonderful. This was where I got that dialogue of Papyrus asking if Sans has seen me before. Ooh, nice. Hey, thanks. My brother seems like he's having fun. By the way, did you see that weird outfit he's wearing? He made that a few weeks ago for a costume party. He hasn't worn anything else since. Keeps calling it his battle body. Man, isn't my brother so cool? I guess I have to talk about why Sans loves Papyrus so much. Okay. All throughout here, you may notice something very important. Sans legitimately loves his brother. He wants to make him happy, and the reason for that is because Sans is miserable. Like, another thing that makes him so relatable to people on the internet is that Sans is hiding his, like, inner sadness and, like, discontent with the world through comedy and jokes. The reason for why he loves Papyrus is because Papyrus is this little ray of sunshine in his life that he desperately wants to keep and protect, you know? That's why their dynamic works so well. Sans is trying to be jokey and, like, disconnected. Ooh. I will talk about these later. Sans is trying to be jaded, like, and disconnected because he wants to not have to deal with the struggles of daily life. So he just jokes about it and tries to, like, be as distant as possible. Meanwhile, Papyrus lives for the moment. He is, like, actively trying to make the best out of every single situation. He's celebrating. He's trying to become the best. He's trying to be the hero of the underground. And Sans legitimately thinks that's cool. It's like, oh my god, there's this precious little ray of sunshine in my life, and he is the only thing that I can protect. I need to make sure that he's happy, you know? Oddity says, Sans is doing his best to be so cynical, but he's failing so hard. Yes, even though Sans tries to be as disconnected as possible, and constantly, by the way, will tell you throughout the game that he doesn't really care. He's like, oh, I'm just having fun, you know? Like, I'm just a little funny guy. Like, I'm just messing with you. He genuinely can't bring himself not to care about Papyrus. It's like the one thing that keeps him going. And so he dedicates all his life to make his brother happy. He is so full of love for his brother. Every time you talk to him, 90% of the time he's going to be talking about Papyrus. He's gonna be like, oh, did you know that Papyrus did this, like, funny little thing last week? Or like, oh, Papyrus, like, did this thing for Halloween, and, like, he loved it, and he's, like, carrying around his, like, Halloween costume all over, and he never makes fun of him. Like, like, every other, like, comedian type of character will be taking the piss out of Papyrus, or, like, any other character in the game. He'll be like, oh, isn't he lame? Isn't he, like, cringe? Oh, isn't Papyrus cringe? Like, this is the thing about Sans, is that he is genuinely compassionate and lovely, and he never makes a joke out of the expense of someone that isn't a terrible person. You know? He's a good older brother. Yes, he is someone that's here to have a good time and make everyone happy. That's why I don't like some of the Sans interpretations in the fandom, because they make Sans out to be a troll that's mean to people to get his kicks in, you know? And he's never that. He is always there to either make a joke out of the situation, to take like the seriousness out, to put some levity in a situation, or to hype someone else up. He's like, oh my god, Papyrus is so cool. Oh, watch out, Papyrus is, like, gonna bring out his like special attack, or like he prepares himself and like talks about how cool his brother is and how strong he is and how awesome he is. He is never cynical about people. He sees the best in everyone and tries to not badmouth them, even though some of them may have made some really fucked up mistakes. Sans is also friends with Alphys, and he knows a lot of fucked up shit that Alphys went through, and he knows a lot of the fucked up shit that Alphys did in the past, but he never badmouths Alphys. He never says, like, Alphys committed, like, a terrible mistake, or, like, I hate Alphys, or, like, Alphys did something horrible. It's like, no. He tries to understand people and like, extend the hand and, like, try to, like, rationalize their actions in, like, the best light possible, you know? Does he? Yes, Sans does know about what happened in the lab. We will go about the lab on later once we get to, like, Hotland. But yes, Sans is just the coolest guy ever, but he doesn't hype himself up as the coolest guy ever. In fact, he is very humble. He doesn't think that what he's doing matters at all. He doesn't think that he is powerful. He doesn't think that he is cool. He just tries to... He raises everyone else above himself. He doesn't think that he's anything special, and he will raise everyone else above him, and he will help them out. Alright, let's move on to this next thing, by the way, that I've been staring at for the whole fucking duration of this conversation, the flags. Purple. Even when you felt trapped, you took notes and achieved the end of Ball. What the fuck is this, Chad? Purple. Hey, you got your color. See, okay. Let me see. Ball game, how to get colors. Undertale. How do I get the ball game colors? Because this is very important to explaining. Light blue, play in any way, but wait for the ball to become small and then get into the hole. Purple, get the ball in the hole after 20 seconds have elapsed. Green, get the ball in the hole between 15 and 20 seconds. Blue, get the ball in the hole between 10 and 15 seconds. Yellow, get the ball in the hole between 8 and 11 seconds. Red, earn the flag twice or more on the current save file. Interesting. Anyways, I need to explain this properly. This is a metaphor. This explains a little piece of lore of Undertale that not many people are very knowledgeable about, which is the different types of human souls. So, as you may have noticed throughout our game, we are playing with a red soul. The red soul is our soul, but you can find different human souls throughout the game, specifically at the end of the game. These souls have different colors. They have light blue, purple, green, blue, yellow, and orange. These are the 7 human souls that a different person can have, and they all explain different traits about humanity. Undertale soul colors. Hold on a second. There we go. Let me just take these images and then put it into a big... Not this. Put it into a big fucking diagram. There we go. So, about the human souls. Currently in the game, Monsterkind has 6 human souls. Have patience, perseverance, bravery, justice, kindness, integrity. Your soul is the soul of the red soul. A lot of people think that this is the soul of determination. I actually don't agree with that. This is like the fanon explanation of the red soul. I don't think that is the case. but the other ones are very like self-explanatory, you know? These essentially show a main trait that human would have for themselves. So for example, if you're a very kind person, if you're someone whose main trait is putting others above yourself, if you're someone that wants to like not engage in any violence or fighting or not try to put yourself above others, you would have the kindness soul. If you are very true to yourself, you would have the integrity soul. Let me actually explain it as the game itself explains it. If you win this ball game that we have right now, the Snowden ball game, it will explain to you the different soul traits. It all depends on your behavior throughout the ball game. So, the patience soul is explained thus. Light blue. Ball is small. You waited still for this opportunity, then dethroned ball with a sharp attack. Patience is all about waiting for the right moment to take advantage, to take action. It would be explained through like sneak attacks. Hey Jumbas, thank you for the $5.
I like the theory that red changes depending on the route. Pacifist equals love, genocide equals love.
That is a good theory, but I don't agree with that one. I think we're gonna get into a fight with a lot of the chat right now for this, in this portion of the stream. Okay, so these can be these can be like blah, 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 blah. Anyways, patience is all about waiting for the right moment to strike. Purple is even when you felt trapped, you took notes and achieved the end of ball. Perseverance is about continuing to move even though things may look difficult. It's about being studious. It's about being like... It's about being like, not determined, but like observant, you know? If you had to like classify these as like D&D classes, like this would be like the thief classes of the game. These are about... One, waiting for the right moment to strike versus studying and analyzing and making sure that you understand everything about your opponent or situation. Green is described as your concern and care for ball led to a delicious victory. This is about gaining victory through your connections with others. If you achieve a connection with someone else, you will be able to combine both of your strengths to be able to win in the end, you know? Blue is described as hopping and twirling, your original style pulled you through. This is about individuality. It's like the opposite of kindness. Integrity is not... integrity is about being true to yourself, beyond what everyone else thinks of you. Integrity is like, you are someone that will go against others just to show off, like, your own point of view in life, you know? Others may dislike the way that you act and talk and are, but if you have integrity within yourself, you can still be victorious. It's also a really controversial soul, by the way, because it is very much implied that the blue integrity soul was murderous. Like the blue human soul kind of went on a rampage throughout the underground. The fan game Undertale Yellow, like, ran with this idea, but it is still implied in the main game that the integrity soul was actually capable of murder and murdered the monsters of the underground. You know, Undertale Yellow expanded on that idea, but it's still in the text of the original game, you know? Random user says, the tutu being dusty and the shoes apparently being described as dangerous in its info. Yes. Oh, by the way, about that. All of the clothing and armors that you pick up throughout the game, are owned by the original humans before you. There were 6 humans, technically 7, but whatever. There were 6 humans that came into this Undertale journey before you, and the clothing and weapons that you find throughout the game are owned by them. I don't quite remember all of them, but I'm pretty sure that the kindness soul had a pan for like a weapon and an apron for armor, which describes the human as like a chef or like someone that cooked food for others, which is perfectly like
Some
encapsulates
people think that the red soul actually represents control, since it's what allows us to assert our will on Frisk and Chris.
You're kind of right, actually. You're one and only, but like, I'll get to that later. Okay. Anyways, yes. The kind soul is the one that was like a chef that had like healing items and essentially was able to form connections to like it was the friendliest soul. I think like everyone kind of agrees that the green soul is the one that went pacifist most throughout the game. I'm pretty sure that the purple one was had like books for the attack weapon. And what was the armor for the purple soul, Chad? The book and glasses. Yes, the armor was glasses, and the book was a weapon. This perfectly explains the whole identity of the purple soul, because they are studious, they're a nerd. They like try to study the patterns of the different monsters. Would red represent curiosity? No, but kind of close. Laughing Bear says bravery, the bandana and boxing gloves, justice, gun and cowboy hat, perseverance, notebook and glasses, patience, toy knife, and ribbon. Yes. What was integrity then? Integrity is the ballet shoes and the tutu. Yes. These humans that appeared before the events of the game are never shown. Like, their personalities are never explained. But I love this game because it says so much. It leaves so much to speculation and theory crafting by just putting these little details, you know? Like, Ball Game explains the traits of the souls, and like the different armors explain the personalities and like different talents of those fallen, like, before humans, you know? So like most of this section is me theory crafting, but I'm pretty sure that I'm right about these different like soul types. Anyway, let's continue. Yellow is described as... Hey, Mr. Seal, thank you for the $5.
How goes the lore?
I don't know, am I being too rambly? Like, Chad, is this a good lore stream? Because, like, I'm kind of going insane right now. I'm not sure if this is, like, better or, like, worse than before, but, like, I'm just having fun just talking constantly about this shit. It's fine. Yeah, don't stop, please. It's your stream. Ramble as you like. All right. I'm way more scatterbrained than before, because, like, this game has so fucking much to talk about. You could go in a giant tangent about a single fucking ball minigame and some armors that you find throughout the game. Anyways. Let's restart. Okay. Light blue, aka patience. You wait until the right opportunity to strike your opponent and attain victory. This would be a character that is like based on sneak attacks. That's why they have the toy knife. This would be a character that would appear friendly and kind, and once they gain your trust, they would stab you in the back and kill you instantly. Perseverance is very studious, is very it's a nerd. They have the notebook and the glasses. This is someone that through knowledge they would attain victory and overcome the situation. If we want to assume that they would be able to save and load, which probably they don't because, you know, Flowey never comments on the humans being able to save and load. Hey, Case.
Guys, you're good. The rambling is perfect to listen to while building Lego R2-D2.
Thank you, Case. But, like, none of these souls, by the way, none of these souls are able to save and load. Only the red one is able to save and load. But in the case that this soul was able to save and load their game, they would use that to attain information on the situation. This would be a character that in a battle, their main method of attack would be to exhaust the check option. They would check the stats of every single character in the game. They would talk to them, exhaust every single possibility, dialogue option, and every option in battle to get as much information in order to get the ideal battle experience and battle attack to be able to gain victory over their opponents. Green is the kindness soul. They have the pan and the pan and the frying pan and the apron. They are kind, and the way that they attain victory is through forming bonds with others. They will not try to attack or kill anyone, but they will always try to spare their opponents and become friends with them so that they can gain victory in the whole Undertale game, I guess. Integrity is about staying true to yourself. It's about you being different and showing yourself to others without a care, without giving in to other people's demands, you know? You will stay true to yourself. Your original style, your original self will not be changed by others, and through staying true to yourself, you will attain victory. Has the ballet shoes and the dusty tutu, and this is the most violent soul in the game. Yellow is the Justice Soul. Yellow is described as your surefire accuracy put an end to the mayhem of Ball. I'm not going to go into Undertale Yellow because, it's a fan game, but I do genuinely believe that the developers of Undertale Yellow kind of understood what the Justice Soul was all about. This Justice Soul is about being accurate and just. Justice, fucking obviously. This is about carrying on your own version of justice. It could be either sacrificing yourself to benefit the people that have been victims of a crime or an injustice, or carrying out the justice of carrying on the vengeance of what you believe is murderers or stuff like that. Undertale Yellow played around with this concept excellently, and I love it for it. Finally, Orange is described as you are the kind of person who rushes fists first through all obstacles. Bravery is about not giving a shit about self-preservation, about being about fearing that you may die or being being harmed. You will just rush on ahead and be and do what you need to do to attain victory. Also, stupidity. I mean, I guess if you are wrong about your assessments of stuff, you can be very stupid but can be very brave. The YOLO Soul, yes. It is also, it's kind of funny as well, because, the equipment that you find for the Bravery Soul, which is the tough gloves and the bandana, those are one of the first items that you find throughout your journey through the underground, so it is kind of implied that the Bravery Soul, through its stupidity and, hard-headedness, was the first one to die. Low self-preservation, high success. Exactly. Bravery died very quickly. Pyro TF2 says, so are these types of soul the ones that every human is one of, or just how the souls of the specific humans that fell into the underground were? There is no details given about human society in Undertale. The only glimpses that we can get about human society are through these types of souls. From my personal interpretation of the events, it seems that humanity as a whole is structured it's structured around these souls. It seems that for humanity, there are different types of people that project one of these traits most strongly, and society may be divided on these types of souls. There is one more soul that is the most important one in the game, and that is the Red Soul. A lot of people believe that this is the Determination Soul, and I kind of disagree, because in the plot of Undertale, determination is something that all living beings have, including monsters, by the way. They have a little amount, like very little amount of determination, but they still do have determination. Human souls have the most amount of determination, and they can be extracted from every single one of these souls. The Red Soul has the most amount of determination, which allows it to save and load the game. It takes away that ability from Flowey just because of how fucking powerful it is. But that doesn't mean that it is the Determination Soul. If you get every single one of these flags in this minigame, you get the red flag. And the red flag is described as thus: bravery, justice, integrity, kindness, perseverance, and patience. Using these, you were able to win at ball game. And ball game is written in red. And then if you do it again, if you earn the red flag again, the red flag or the Red Soul is described as thus: red, try as you might, you continue to be yourself. Now, oh boy, let me change this fucking let me change this music. Now, time for my personal headcanon on what the Red Soul is. I believe that the Red Soul in Undertale is literally you. Like, it's not determination, it's not love, it's not connections. It is literally the physical manifestation of you. That, okay, if you open up Undertale, if you open up the fucking game here, what happens on the top left of the screen? Look at the window, look at the window, look at the window, look at the window. What is that? What is that in the middle of the window? That is the Red Soul. That is Undertale. You know why the game describes the Red Soul as ball game? It's that. It's the game. It's you. The Red Soul is you. The communism trait. No. That might be very, like, you know, kind of lame, because it's like, wait a second, so it's not an actual soul trait? It's not like... It's not a trait like the other human souls? Yes, because the human soul, the red human soul is an anomaly. It is outside of the context of both the story and the world around itself. The red human soul has the ability to save and load, it is outside of anything that the world encounters. The red human soul is the only thing that keeps our connection between ourselves and the world of Undertale and Deltarune. It is an anomaly. I fully believe that humans that have the red soul trait have so much determination inside of them that they're able to transcend the world of fiction and are able to connect with real human beings in the real world. You know? The red soul is how we control Chris and Frisk. Yes. What about Kara? Kara, in my personal opinion, is meant to represent you. Like, even though they're a human, right? But their soul is you. The only reason for why we are able to connect to these worlds is because of Kara, because Kara is literally you. We're going fourth wall now. Yes, like, that's why we name the fallen human, because Kara is you. That is the ability of the red soul. It's the ability to transcend fiction and transcend and connect us into Undertale. You know? It's not... If you really want to think about it, like, if you really want to, like, I don't know, assign a certain trait into the red soul, you can say, take a good look at yourself. Take a look good at yourself as a person and tell me, what is your trait? What do you most believe represents you as a person? Whatever that is, that's the red soul. That's why it's you, you know? Like, do you represent completion? Do you want to see everything that the game has to offer? Then you will be a genocidal red soul. You will go through the game and get everything and get to the end of the game and go through the genocide route. Are you someone that wants to engage with fiction as like real people? Do you want to have friendships with these fictional characters? Then you will be a kind red soul. You would be someone that will want the best for every single character and will want to get the best ending for these characters, and then you will stop playing the game and cut off that connection. Whoever you are is what the trait of the red soul is. Ooh, this is a really neat theory / headcanon. I think that's literally it though, man. That's why Toby has never directly referenced or talked about the main trait of the red soul, because it's you. Whatever you are is what the trait will be. That's why it's literally, again, the fucking icon of the game. Whatever you make of Undertale, that is the trait. Whatever the game reflects, your effect upon the game, whenever you act or... Hey, the lad, thank you for the super chat.
Yes. ADHD the soul.
Okay, yeah, but actually though, like, if your main personality trait is being an ADHD motherfucker and like doing weird things and saving and reloading over and over again, like, that is a representation of you in the game. It is the self-expression of the player inside of the video game. I always saw the red soul as individuality. If your one of your main core beliefs is individuality, then yes, it will be that. But individuality is literally integrity. You know? This integrity is the blue soul.
This story is about having care projected onto them by people, and by playing as them we do the same thing. Their real name is only shown when you do what they would have done, if they had control.
Yes. I will talk about Frisk's story and Kara when we get to the end of the game, but yes. Phil, what about the mirror? Oh, you mean it's you? It's still you? I will talk about that once we get to New Home, but yes. Anyway. That is what I truly believe the red soul is. The red soul is a representation of us, and whatever we make of Undertale is what the red soul represents. A little bit abstract, a little bit bullshit, but I think that's the only thing that is like a good explanation for this, because Toby has not wanted to pin a trait to the red soul. Toby has never said, oh, this soul is about determination, this soul is about, like, control, this soul is about freedom. All these little tiny pieces of what people think the red soul means is the point of the red soul. If that's what you think the red soul is, that's what the red soul will represent in the game. Lucas says, seeing the obsession by most of the fandom, we can conclude that the red soul is the autism soul. Now keep talking about it, your hyperfixation, Green Man. It's amazing. Yes. Deltarune applied here doubly. Thanks, Mr. Wingdings. What? Yes. The red soul also means the same in Deltarune because it's you. It's in Deltarune. It's still you. Francis says, wait, I thought that the soul was already determined as determination, so determination was never confirmed to be its true trait? No! Because once again, whenever the red soul is mentioned, literally the only thing the game says about it is that it's you! Every single soul has determination in some capacity. That's why Alphys was able to extract determination out of the human souls before you came along. The true red soul was the friends we made along the way. If you finished the game in the at the pacifist route, that is actually literally it, though. Akra says, Deltarune makes this even more clear that the red soul is an anomaly. It ain't supposed to be there, and it's doing things to people. Yes. A lot of people wonder, hey, why is Kara so special? Why is Kara so weird and, like, so prevalent in the game? And it's because Kara is an anomaly and naturally gained the red soul, the connection, the thing that punches a hole through space-time and grabs us by the balls and lets us into the Undertale world, you know? It's an anomaly. It's something that is completely outside of the normal human spectrum in this society. Miru Bear says, so despite everything, your still political bit can be canon if we represent us as political. Yes, if you play Undertale and you're a right-wing conservative Trump supporter, the red soul represents Make America Great Again. Get it? That's why the hat is red? Get it? Get it?
Oh, I like that. The red soul is you. The red soul is change. Because we can determine where the story goes by our choices. For the best or worst.
That's a pretty good way of encapsulating it, Topaz Rabbit. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Let's continue.
Thank you.
Hey Jumbus, thank you for the $5.
I like that. The red soul has so much determination that it can't be nailed down to a single trait and is entirely dependent on who you are as a whole.
Exactly. Alright. Whew, I need to take a little bit of a break from this one a little bit. Ball game really opened the floodgates, huh? Anyways, let us have a little bit of a relaxed time with the fucking Bone Brothers, I guess. I need to take a little bit of a breather right now. Can I just sit? Can I just sit down a little bit? Can I just like chill? That debate was ballin'. Thank you, ball game. I think that support my theory that red can still be considered a combination of all six. Well, yeah, because like it literally says that in the game.
I mean, it could be the red sun over paradise.
Oh shit! I need to talk about Junior Jumble! Wait. Hold on. Okay, wait. This is actually lore important, everybody. Hold on a second. This is actually extremely lore important. Oh my fucking god, oh my god, oh my fucking god, oh shit. Ah, fuck. We go from one screen in the game that is extremely lore-heavy and important and something that you need to pay attention to in order to understand Undertale as a fucking meta-narrative and what it's trying to say about you, the player. And now we go into another screen that has this Monster Kids word search. And this, if you can fucking believe it, is also a super important lore drop about the nature of monsters and the extended meta-universe of Undertale and Deltarune, and how it reflects, like, the connection between these two worlds. You see this, bitch? You see this? I see! You see this, guy? Icy is a mascot for a word search in Undertale. This guy, this is the only time he appears in Undertale. Literally the only time. Literally the only time that you see this guy is here in Undertale. But this guy's not from the Undertale world. Icy is real! He's not a mascot, he's actually from another fucking universe, Morty! Icy is a mascot in Deltarune. He is supposed to be this like Freddy Fazbear, Chuck E. Cheese type character that is like the mascot of a pizza restaurant where like monsters put ice on their pizzas. This guy is a super famous mascot that all the kids talk about in Deltarune, but nobody knows who he is in the world of Undertale. The only fucking remnant of Icy in the Undertale world is in here, and this piece of paper was put in here by motherfucking Sans Undertale. Oh god, so that implies Sans brought the crosswords from Deltarune. Yes, time to talk about the dimensional connections between Undertale and Deltarune. Sans is from Deltarune, not from Undertale. If all throughout this game it's implied that the Bone Brothers did not exist in Undertale until recently. Like, if you go into Snowdin, if you go into the town of Snowdin, we will get to Snowdin in a little bit. It's actually, oh my god, Lesser Dog! It is actually implied that, that Sans and Papyrus came here from another world. When you go into Snowdin, into the store, a store in Snowdin, you talk to a bunny person that is like one of the store people in the game, and you can talk to them about the Bone Brothers, about Sans and Papyrus, and she says that they just came out of nowhere and asserted themselves into Snowdin. Nobody knows where Sans and Papyrus came from. They're new monsters in the underground that no one has ever seen before. That's because they came from the Deltarune world, which means that Deltarune is a prequel to Undertale. However, and this is the most fucked up part about this shit, right? Is that Deltarune is supposed to be played only by, not only, but like, Deltarune is supposed to be played by people that have completed Undertale. Deltarune as a world, you play as the Red Soul from Undertale, because you can get dialogue, you can do dialogue choices in Deltarune that imply that you have already met these characters before. How can they use magic if they are from Deltarune? I don't know! I don't know, but like, it'll be explained later in Deltarune. I legitimately don't fucking know. Maybe once, like, you go through the dimensional portal or something, and they get chucked into the Undertale world, they're now able to use magic because they are in the underground or something like that. I don't fucking know. But the main idea is that Sans and Papyrus came from the Deltarune world. However, the Red Determination Soul has to have completed Undertale down to the fucking genocide route in order to play Deltarune.
Okay, but didn't we speculate Gaster saw our soul here and then took us to Deltarune or something? So by this logic, are we causing a bootstrap paradox?
It's a paradox! Yes, it's a paradox! Deltarune itself, the world of Deltarune itself, is a prequel to Undertale because the events of that game happened before Undertale because the Sans and Papyrus from Deltarune came into Undertale. However, the Red Soul from Undertale was taken by Gaster and repurposed for Deltarune before the events of the game. We are technically doing like a bootstrap paradox. It's like which one came first, Undertale or Deltarune? It's like a self-fulfilling fucking prophecy. Oh. What kind of Doctor Who paradox shit is this? It's really cool. That's what it is. Christ. Do you fucking get it? Do you fucking get it now? The answer is both or neither, yes. I will talk more about this in, like, the Deltarune stream itself. But for the purposes of Undertale as a game right now, Pet, basically, all you have to know is that, shit, I'm gonna get my ass kicked by these dogs. Fuck. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, the only thing that you need to know about this is that you pet Dogoressa. Is that Sans is from another world, and therefore, you have to understand that he has given up from going back to his home planet. The game is a prequel, the player is a sequel, exactly, Lugigi. So are Sans and Papyrus there for a good reason, or are they just trolling? So, if you do some optional dialogue sequence, it is implied that both Sans and Papyrus are stuck in this world and they can't get out. This is why Sans is so apathetic. Because Sans knows that this world is either fake or not the world that they were used to. He tried desperately to go back to the world of Deltarune, but has never actually been able to achieve it. And so he has become apathetic and just kind of stuck in this like, oh well, it doesn't really matter what I do, nothing really matters, this is not really like... this is not really my place. I only have Papyrus because Papyrus came from my world. Papyrus is the one thing that I have to protect! And the creator?
The question is this. Who put those notes and phrases together? Who really composed Beethoven's Fifth epic guitar?
Da-na-na-na-na. Yeah, it's beautiful. I love the time paradox bullshit that both of these game pulls. Also, very important to explain, Sans knows that they are in a different world, but Papyrus doesn't. Thiago says, what if Deltarune without us leads to Undertale, then Deltarune with us leads to something else? Cannot wait for Tail Under, I guess. Nor, because Deltarune is a journey, an experiment made by Gaster, it's an experiment made by Gaster, to test out the limits of the Red Soul. Voidless Nick says, there's also a photo in Sans's lab with faces that aren't recognized by the player, which could mean people from Deltarune. That is explicitly what it is hinting towards, yes. We are still in Snowdin? Oh, you bet your ass we're in fucking Snowdin. Is it really Gaster? Yes, I need to fucking explain what Gaster is. Holy fucking shit. Anyways. What was I gonna say? Oh, yes. Papyrus doesn't know that they are from another world, but Sans does. That is why Sans is so apathetic. Like, Sans is trying to shield Papyrus from the knowledge that they're from another world. Papyrus just thinks that he lives here. He doesn't have any memory of this place. Which is why, by the way, I am of the belief that the Papyrus that you will encounter in Deltarune is not the grown-up Papyrus that we see in Undertale, but he will be a baby. I fully fucking believe that the reason for why Papyrus doesn't remember the Deltarune world is not because of some weird memory time fuckery, but because literally he is too young to remember. He will be a minor! A minor! Papyrus has not shown up in Deltarune just yet, but Sans has been talking about him and he wants to hang out with his brother. I fully believe that Papyrus in Deltarune will just be like a lost kid. Hey Papyrus, the lad.
Is just a goober.
He is a gooba. What the fuck was I gonna say? Geez, then how old would make Sans Undertale then? I think that Sans gives me like kind of like a 30-year-old man kind of vibes, like 30 to 40-year-old, you know? He is definitely the bigger brother out of the two, at least. He has been referenced when knocking on Sans's door, nothing but a trousel of bones. Yes. I fully believe that once we encounter Papyrus in Deltarune, he will just be a tiny little baby. And, okay, there's a newsletter. Okay, a newsletter happened, like, a long time ago. A Q&A for Papyrus. Like, Toby took in questions from people that wanted to ask Papyrus some questions, and those people asked Papyrus, hey Papyrus, do you remember anything from, like, your younger life? Anything before Snowdin, they said. And Papyrus said, I remember, like, grass. Like, green grass. And fun fact, nowhere in Undertale, there's nowhere in Undertale that has green grass, except for the very beginning of the game with the flowers, and the throne room of Asgore. And I don't think that Papyrus would be from the ruins, or the surface, or the surface world. I think that it implies that it's the green grass from Hometown in Deltarune. Holy shit, what the fuck are we talking about now? Yes, anyways. Also, and when that happens, when Papyrus gets asked that question, Sans comes in, distracts Papyrus, and then cuts off the connection. Like, Papyrus gives the phone to Sans and to answer the question, and Sans just says, like, goodbye, idiot, and just fucking, like, turns off the connection immediately. Because he wants to shield Papyrus from the truth. He thinks he cannot handle the truth! Can we chill for, like, a bit? Oh, yeah, I will chill for, like, a bit, you know? I will... Hold on. Let me take a little bit of a breather, okay? Because, like... Whew... Wasn't that a reference to the Kickstarter page? No. It was not. Take a breather, man. You sound kind of exhausted. Yes. Are you failing the puzzle on purpose, or are you so overwhelmed that you can't do it? I did it! Don't worry. Fuck you, Sans! You multi-dimensional piece of shit. Anyways, how are we doing tonight, everybody? How are you feeling? It's only been like 3 hours and 30 minutes, but like I'm genuinely fucking out of breath talking about this game. Can we watch a small theory video to help? Oh, you know what we can do? You know what we can do? We can watch someone else talk about it. I know Sibbles, like, I follow Sibbles on Twitter. Does anybody know who Sibbles is? Sibbles and Shay have, like, excellent videos about, like, Undertale facts and stuff. I would like to watch those. Sibbles Undertale facts. There we go. Let me show this off for people. Let's take a little bit of a breather. Please go subscribe to Sibbles GD on YouTube. We will take a little bit of a breather by watching 10 minutes of useless Undertale information. This video is by Sibbles. Please go subscribe to them. I have not yet subscribed. That's kind of stupid. I should. I already follow them on Twitter and Blue Sky. Also, yes, Tark says, Sibbles created the AI Undertale and AI Deltarune mods. Yes. Now let's watch a little bit of this video while I take a little bit of a break.
You can interact with this random wall and waterfall. You can't inspect anything in the first room of the game until you first meet Flowey. Once you meet him, you can go back and inspect the flowers.
Golden flowers, they must have broken your fall. Oh, foreshadowing!
If you press X or Shift 5 times on the title screen, you'll get an activity level. Activity level A appears if you have completed the neutral ending. Activity level B appears if you have completed the pacifist route, and activity level C appears if you have fought Sans twice or have killed him. If you don't have any data, no information will appear instead. And additionally, if you type in ball on the title screen, you'll get a unique sound that only plays here.
I like that little fucking debug menu information. That's very fucking cute. I like that.
Undertale has a total of 93 different endings that you can achieve. There exist 2 different dog error screens in the game and only appear if an error has occurred, such as loading a corrupted save. Deltarune was teased in the Nintendo Switch version of Undertale way before its announcement, where Clam Girl was changed to Goner Clam Girl.
Oh, the Gaster followers. Oh, shit. We have to talk about the Gaster followers once we get into Waterfall.
Meeting her neighbor Susie soon. If you unplug the controller on the Xbox version of Undertale, you get some funny messages. These messages actually differ from room to room. Additionally, the Xbox version of Undertale is the only version of Undertale that is yet to be data mined due
that is untrue, but that was because this video was released a year ago. In fact, people have now recently been able to decompile the Undertale Xbox version after many months, and they haven't found much, honestly. The only thing that they managed to find is like the messages of like the controller disconnection, and it's not really that important, but it's cool that every single version of Undertale is now decompiled.
Being on hardware that is extremely hard to do so on. The cursed 3D Toriel model that Toby uses a lot in Undertale marketing is actually canon, according to him on Twitter.
Yeah! The 3D Toriel from the commercial is also canon. I don't know what that means, but just keep it in mind. This was back in November 25th, 2016. If you want my personal take on this, I fully believe that there will be a chapter in Deltarune that uses 3D Toriel in some capacity. Maybe it will be like a mini boss fight. Oh! You know what it could be, actually? Okay, this is Undertale lore stream, but fuck it. Chapter 3? 3D Toriel is the knight! No, Luca. But you know what I think it could be? You guys know how Deltarune Chapter 3 is going to take place in a TV world? And, like, it's gonna have, like, a cowboy segment, it's gonna have, like, a chef segment, it's gonna have, like, different, like, minigames based around different, like, TV tropes. What if we get a segment in Deltarune Chapter 3 about having to rescue Toriel or having to fight Toriel, and that segment is supposed to be a, like, 3D movie? Like, the main villain of the chapter goes, like, put on your 3D glasses and, like, experience this, like, cool 3D movie with us. And then a giant 3D Toriel appears, like, or, like, takes, like, replaces, like, the regular Toriel, you know? The Emerald Sword says, TV commercials did have an era of having really primitive 3D in the 90s. That could also be that. I think that the main storyline of Deltarune Chapter 3 is going to be the TV villain, the main TV guy, or, like, the antenna, is going to kidnap Toriel, and is going to, like, keep her hostage in this, like, TV world, and it's going to force you into doing these different bits and these different bits and like mini games for his own entertainment, like essentially blackmailing you with your mother's safety, like, hey kid, this is show business, you better do what I say or your mother gets it, or something like that, you know? Because like Toriel was so close to the TV guy when everyone fell asleep when the Dark World was created. I think like the main storyline of Chapter 3 is going to be rescuing Toriel from the TV guy and doing whatever he wants to like increase ratings for like the show, you know? A Mettaton Redux? Something like that, maybe. Kedu says, it makes you battle different Toriels, one of which would be a 3D Toriel. That would also be really cool.
According to him on Twitter, there is unused code.
What about the weird routes? Oh, let's get into that later. Like, we're currently in Undertale land. We're not gonna get too much into it. You know what else? Oh, shit. I can't fucking contain myself. You know what also would be really fucking cool? If there was a romance show in Chapter 3, and the actors of that romance show would be acting out, like, a drama TV episode about, like, two parental figures, like, getting a divorce, you know? Like, the TV man is trying to, like, make fun of Chris, or is trying to bring up Chris's past by making a whole drama romance TV show about two, like, like a married couple, either trying to get back together or split up or like getting a divorce, you know? Like, oh, drama! Something like that.
Code in the game designed for monsters to drop items. It is unknown as to why this ended up getting unused. Toriel has red eyes in her battle sprite. This is actually a mistake left over from Toby Fox from the demo version of Undertale. Additionally, Toriel isn't meant to kill you either, and was also something left over from the demo.
Yes.
If you actually sit still and wait for Toriel to come back to you in the ruins, she'll actually call you and say that a dog is trying to steal her phone, stating that it'll take longer than she would have thought, implying that you should progress forward.
Oh yeah, the dog. Should I fucking talk about the dog, chat? Let's talk about the dog. Let's talk about the dog. Undertale dog OST. Okay, so in Undertale, you have a little guy called the Annoying Dog. Annoying Dog image. The Annoying Dog is actually God. Annoying Dog is a representation of Toby Fox. Cosmic Candy says, imagine Sans is forced to be an actor for the show. That would be lovely. But, like, the Annoying Dog is supposed to be Toby. Like, this is how Toby represents himself online. And the Annoying Dog is actually a character that appears all throughout both Undertale and Deltarune. He appears there when, one, he wants to make, like, a funny bit, or when he wants to justify something in the narrative. So, for example, the thing that Sybil's just said about, like, a dog stealing her phone, that is, like, a way for Toby to take away Toriel from the story for a particular amount of time. In Deltarune Chapter 2, there will be, like, cones that like pink, like, traffic cones that magically appear when Susie grabs, like, Ralsei to go away from Chris. And, like, 3 magical pink cones will appear with the Annoying Dog's face on it.
Pulls up video to relax, his voice proceeds to talk more.
Sorry, I'm just very fucking autistic about this game. The Annoying Dog is both used as comedic relief and as a way for Toby to represent himself throughout the game. There will be many times that you'll see him as we play through the game. He appears, like, twice in Snowden. And... no, 3 times. Yeah, 3 times. He appears 3 times in Snowden. And whenever, like, you need a plot contrivance or, like, explain how a character ended up the way that they did, it's because of this motherfucker's fault. He is also shown to be a fucking game developer as well. Like, there is a bit in Deltarune Chapter 1 in which you can see a dog in the computer lab working on a video game. And that video game is very explicitly implied to be Deltarune Chapter 2, because in that same room, in Deltarune Chapter 2, is where the cyber world is created. Also, this also happens in Undertale itself. There is a room in Undertale that you can go into where the dog is, and you can find an item that the dog made that is a video game, and that video game has the cover art of Undertale, like really pixelized, like zoomed out in there. He is literally the creator of Undertale as a video game. Wait, I never connected that detail. Yeah, the dog is an annoying asshole. Toby presents himself as an annoying dog in his games, and it's super fucking cute.
Originally, in Genocide, the game was going to delete itself. However, Toby couldn't get it to work properly, and instead went for what the game does today.
Yes, Toby is a very, the annoying dog is kind of a shit programmer. He doesn't know how to delete the game. At the end of the Genocide route, the game was supposed to delete itself, and you can see in here, like, if you don't know how code works, I can essentially explain it to you. That the code here says, if global OS flavor equals 1, which is basically if you have completed the Genocide route, then if this file exists, which is undertale.exe, then delete undertale.exe. And that didn't work, so he did multiple versions of this, like one with like the exe is capitalized, one where like the first word is capitalized, one where like the entire name of the game is capitalized, and that never fucking worked. The reason for that, because like I've actually played around with the engine that Toby Fox used to make the game, Game Maker. The reason for why this doesn't happen is because the command file exists and file deletes only work for the file path that is the asset file path for Undertale. There is an exe, and then there is a folder that contains all the assets of the game, and the game is trying to look for undertale.exe inside of that folder. But undertale.exe is not in that folder. It's like in outside of that folder, so it can't actually find undertale.exe.
Game does today. We all know that this is what Kara looks like, but there is an unused version of Kara in the game's files that looks like this. YouTuber Matt.
Yes. Oh, MatPat and the Pope! Does everybody know about Undertale and the Pope? MatPat? Okay, Matt. So, funny thing about MatPat. MatPat made a theory about Undertale, and because like Undertale was super fucking popular back in like 2015, 2016, right? MatPat wanted to capitalize on the success of Undertale just like he did with Five Nights at Freddy's a year before. He made like either one or a few more theories about Undertale, one of which is Sans equals Ness. Because he wanted to do like a thing of like, ooh, Undertale is actually secretly connected to Earthbound, and like, turns out that one of the characters from Earthbound is actually like a character in Undertale that is like Ness. Ness from Earthbound is actually secretly Sans the Skeleton, because like they both kind of look the same, and also Papyrus's battle body has like the same design on the badge as like a Star Walker from like Earthbound, and like the human city on like the surface of Undertale at the end of the game kind of looks like one of the cities from Earthbound. Therefore, for some fucking reason, Sans equals Ness. It's not it, but hey, it's just a theory, a game theory, and everyone fucking went insane because it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? This game has so much lore and intrigue and cool shit. Why are you trying to do a fucking clickbait thumbnail saying that Undertale is secretly a fucking stealth sequel to Earthbound just because Toby Fox is like a super massive fan of Earthbound and that was one of the major inspirations for Undertale? It doesn't fucking mean that it's legitimately a fucking Earthbound fan game. what people don't know is that MatPat just does this for, like, the funny, right? Like, he doesn't actually believe that those theories are real. Like, theories are just theories. They're just there to have fun, right? But people took that super fucking seriously. And then, MatPat did the cringiest fucking thing ever. He was selected to, like, bring a game to the Pope. A game that would, like, essentially, like... I'm dying. Anyways, MatPat wanted to bring something to the Pope, to, like, show off how important gaming can be. And he chose Undertale. He chose to give Undertale to the Pope to signify how games are important and how, like, meaningful and important Undertale is as a game. And so, the Pope canonically has a copy of Undertale, and I'm not sure if he actually played it. But, after MatPat gave Pope a copy of Undertale, the Pope actually got to hear Megalovania in one of his fucking, like, Pope events, or whatever they're called. Hello. Pope listens to Megalovania. Megalovania being played in front of the Pope. Yes. So, there was this event. I don't know what the fuck context it is, because, like, I don't know shit about the Christian faith. But after MatPat gave the Pope a copy of Undertale, years after that, there was an event where, like, Megalovania, aka Sans' battle theme at the end of Genocide Route, was played in front of the Pope. Look at them go! Look at him! Look at that little fucker! Look at that little fucker! He's loving it! And they had, like, fucking dancers and, like, jugglers and shit. It was awesome. This cover slaps. You think anyone in there in the crowd knows? Like, I don't think any of these people are gamers, man. Why does bro have a fucking Final Fantasy boss behind him? That is Jesus Christ of Nazareth! It does actually look like a Final Fantasy boss, though.
E questo momento così...
You know the best part about that fucking thing? If we go through the timeline and we analyze this from the point that MatPat gave the Pope a copy of Undertale, and then we go to that moment where, like, the Pope is, like, seeing a bunch of jugglers and shit while he's listening to Megalovania, and he ordered that, it means that the Pope canonically went through the genocide route. It means that not only the Pope played through Undertale, but he got the pacifist route, and then went back and did the genocide route just to see what would happen in the game. And I'm not sure if he beat Sans or not. I'm not sure, honestly. It was probably just a coincidence, not that he played it. I don't care. I don't care if it was probably a coincidence. I choose to believe in my heart of hearts, in the lore of the real world, that the Pope canonically played through Undertale and then did the genocide route. Why are you saying canonically like the Pope is a fictional character? Because we're talking about Undertale lore. The Pope is canonically a part of the Undertale lore. I'm explaining it to you people. Anyways, let's continue. Let's continue watching Sibyl's video.
MatPat from Game Theory gave the Pope a copy of Undertale. Years later, Megalovania was played for him during a performance. It then proceeded to go viral on the internet. If you died to a Mega Flowey on the original PlayStation 4 version of the game, originally the game would crash like the PC version. However, it was changed in an update to simply reboot the game automatically because it scared console players. This version of the game, where it simply reboots, is now used for all console ports. Speaking of console versions of Undertale, every console version of Undertale has something unique to them underneath Papyrus's sink, and they are actually connected and tell somewhat of a story. And
That shit, we need to talk about Mad Mew Mew.
PlayStation 4 version, there's a dog shrine, which you can donate to with gold. The more gold you pay, the more decorated the room becomes. On the Nintendo Switch version of the game, the dog shrine is completely wrecked, and after you
I love Mad Mew Mew. Who is Mad Mew Mew? Don't worry, I will get to Mad Mew Mew once we get to Mad Dummy.
return to the room when you beat Mettaton, there's a unique battle with Mad Mew Mew, which is a battle that contains a special soul to demonstrate the power of the Nintendo Switch's Joy-Con controllers. Mad Mew Mew is actually Mad Dummy's ghost, as after you fight with Mad Dummy, they go on to possess the Mad Mew Mew doll. But
you know, Sibyl's explained it better than me, never mind.
finally, in the Xbox version of Undertale, the dog comes back, cleans up the room, and then allows you to gamble, which, funnily enough, raised the rating of Undertale to T in the ESRB, making the Xbox version of Undertale the only version of Undertale to have a T rating. After defeating Mettaton
Not
X in the Xbox
kid-friendly.
version of the game, Mad Mew Mew will end up taking the casino job. Speaking of Mad Mew Mew, the
Hold on, is that just a fucking JPEG of Seth? That's just a JPEG of Sans, like, stretched out, like, vertically.
the game, Mad Mew Mew will end up taking the casino job. Speaking of Mad Mew Mew, the Nintendo Switch version of Undertale is the only version of Undertale that contains the Ghost Fight leitmotif in the 4 main areas of the game: Nabsab Look in the Ruins, Mad Mew Mew in Snowdin, Mad Dummy in Waterfall, and Muffet in Hotland. And if you're wondering where
Interesting. Why does Muffet have the fucking leitmotif of the ghosts? It would make more sense if Mettaton did.
Mad Mew Mew is now, according to the Undertale alarm clock dialogue, they're now a virtual streamer. Speaking of the alarm clock, originally there was going to be an Undertale alarm clock app that would deliver dialogue from different characters of the game.
Okay, I need to ask questions for the people that are like more versed in Undertale lore than me. I need to ask questions because like this, Toby made a lot of promises for the Kickstarter of Undertale. And one of those was the Undertale alarm clock, which we did get dialogue from in an update. But let me see, Undertale Kickstarter. Okay, if we want to go back, if we go into the Undertale Kickstarter, yeah. This is the thing that started it all, by the way. This is like, these are the people. Oh, Toby Fox only got $50,000 to bring Undertale to life. I don't know, but that shit is pitiful money, by the way. I just want, like, okay, $50,000 may seem like a really huge amount to you people, and it is. It's a really huge amount of money. However, $50,000 to make a full-ass video game like Undertale is, like, almost fucking nothing. Like, it's crazy that he was able to make a full-ass RPG game from that little amount of money. Just to put that into context, Indigo Park Chapter 2 Kickstarter. Like, if we compare that to fucking Indigo Park, like, Indigo Park got, like, nearly $300,000 to be able to make Chapter 2. Keep in mind, he only asked for $5,000 initially. Oh my god! Well, let me do the math for this a little bit. Hold on. Let me do the math for this. 51,000 divided by 300,000. Okay, so Undertale got only 17% of the money that Indigo Park got to make a full-ass game compared to Chapter 2 of Indigo Park. That's like crazy! Why are we talking about Kickstarters? Don't worry about. Just let this stream guide you. Let the flow of the stream guide your consciousness. Okay. I'm fucked right now. I think I need more gamer subs because like I'm starting to like deteriorate mentally right now. Don't worry about it. We're just gonna be talking right now. Anyways. Ooh, I kind of want to see the original trailer for Undertale. Hold on a second. Oh, the logo looks so weird. This is the original art. Look at the logo. Ew. Why does it look like that? Let's watch the original Undertale trailer. Oh, look at that fucking logo. Oh, there's Toby Fox's logo. Ew, why does it look like that? Ew.
Hi, I'm Toby Fox,
Oh,
creator of Undertale. Undertale is a unique role-playing game with a sense of humor. If you haven't played it yet, I'd love it if you check out the demo below for Windows and Macintosh.
Oh, Toby. Rough.
You'll be sure to have a ball.
Oh.
Your contribution-
Was that Pepis? Beepus? Wait, is that Beepus? Hold on, wait a second. Was that Peepus? Hold on a second. Wait a second. Wait a minute. I think I found someone that no one has ever found before. That's Peepus! That's Peepus! The original ball for the Undertale Kickstarter, like, that's just, like, the circular version of Peepus. Oh my god! It's different shape. No, but it has the same color, though. It's the original Peepus. But it's, like, less round, and it's, like, more circular shaped instead of, like, an oval. The ball is more round, Peepus is oval. Yeah, but it's, like, the same color, though. It even has, like, the same outline, though. I think this is, like, Toby Fox's, like, default, like, MS Paint color for, like, a circle. In my heart of hearts, it is Peepus.
Your contributions will make the continued development of this project possible. Game development sure is tiring.
Dreams of you playing the game. Oh, this is so fucking humble. Aww. That's just footage from the demo, I think. Yes. Howdy, I'm Flowey, Flow the Flower. Undertale is a role-playing game. You control a lost child on an adventure through the world of monsters. Of course, you can fight all the monsters you run into, but in this game, there's also the option to spare them. After all, you wouldn't want to hurt someone like me, would ya? There's also humor, great characters, and original soundtrack. You might even break a few hearts along the way, sugar! Golly, after all the fun we had in the demo, I can't wait to see what we get up to next. Do not be afraid, my child. Oh, I've never seen that animation before! She just summons a fucking glass of water for you? I made some lemonade. Proper hydration is important. Otherwise, you might shrivel up like a thirsty snail. Oh yes, about Undertale. I think you might be too young to play that. How about a game of chess instead? I will set it up. I've never seen this video, by the way. My child! Do not let Asgore take your soul. Oh, the big bad Asgore man! That's a beta Asgore. Oh my god, the trident looks so fucking thin and, like, brittle in this version. Holy shit. Summer 2014. And the game was released on September 2015, so I don't know if you managed to get that date right. Why were we talking about this? Oh yeah. Okay. Okay, I wanted to ask the people that were, like, knowledgeable about, like, Undertale lore and trivia and stuff. So, the game managed to, like, break all of its stretch goals, right? Aerith says, this stream has been really fun so far. I fell off of Undertale after a sour recent experience with other fans, but this year's stream, it's comforting. Thank you. I'm just being autistic at this point, man. I don't know what the fuck the stream is anymore. Like, you see why, like, I didn't want to invite any other co-hosts, right? Because, like, this stream is a fucking mess. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing anymore. Anyways, so, like, all the stretch goals were completed for Undertale. And, like... Wait, Kickstarter exclusive Undertale remixes by Coda and Fleshy Goodness? I don't know. Are these real? Were those able to be delivered? I've never heard of those remixes. Huh? The Undertale alarm clock app, like, I know that was not able to be completed. Undertale concept art, I think that was released, like, a long time ago. And $45,000 gets you the Undertale Extra Comics. Did we ever get the Undertale Extra Comics? That's the art book. Okay, very good. Did we ever get the Undertale Extra Comics? We didn't get the comics! No, that's not the Undertale newsletter. Flashy Goodness made a version of the Asgore theme played in the game, also the same composer of Tower of Heaven. Ooh! Where's my fucking comics, Toby? It's fine. The game is so fucking good that, like, I don't think anyone really minds that these stretch goals were not completed. But yes, like, this is something that I actually wanted to find when, like, I initially, like, learned about Undertale, because, like, I wanted more extra story of the characters and stuff. Why, like, this was never, like, you know, done, and, like, I would have really liked some official Undertale comics. Because, like, I love these characters, and I would have loved to see them in, like, a drawn form that I can read and stuff, like, as, like, extra bonus material for the game, but I guess it was just never completed, right? Why does it say "and"? Question mark. I don't know! Like, oh my god! Tuyoki. Wait, this is Temmie! Oh my god, Temmie has a dog form! Isinam, Marigo, Gususuru, Frogget doesn't know what he's here. Aww. This is early Temmie. Aww. Alright, I think I've relaxed enough. We should probably go back into the game. Jesus Christ. Okay, that was a good... Was that good enough of a relaxation period for you guys? Time for more lore? Okay. Okay. Now that we're back into explaining the lore of the game, does anybody here have, like, a suggestion for what we should do next? We were only at Snowdin? Yes. Anybody here have a suggestion? I didn't want to finish the video, but sure. Oh shit, right? We needed to finish the video. We're less than halfway through the Symbols video.
Game. However, development of the Alarm Clock app has stopped due to a variety of different situations, including the development of Deltarune. So instead, Toby Fox posted parts of the dialogue on the Undertale website. Funnily enough, there's dialogue from Undyne stating that Sans did a finger point
Autism ADHD, the stream. I'm sorry.
the arm crossing dance, implying that Sans has canonically done the default dance from Fortnite. Speaking of weird things,
What?
the default dance from Fortnite, stating that Sans did a finger-pointy arm-crossy dance, implying that Sans has canonically done the default dance from Fortnite. Speaking of weird things Sans has done, Sans won the Ultimate Tumblr Sexy Man after beating several characters, and
Oh, I remember that. That was like 2 years ago. Like, he fought Reagan from, like, Mob Psycho.
enough, Toby Fox wrote a fan fiction about the event?
Oh shit, I need to read this. Okay, everybody shut the fuck up. Time for me to read. This is important to the lore. I need to read this. I have never read this before. This is important canon lore for Undertale. Dramatic reading. Having cheated his way to the last round of the competition, Reagan finds himself face to face with Sans, who got there by doing literally nothing. Although Reagan has an early lead, he decides if he wants to cinch this, he's going to have to collude with his competition. He's surprised when Sans, who was entered in the contest unwillingly by his brother, he didn't know what the competition was for, is glad to help him win free of charge. They both run a series of debates where Reagan dismantles Sans by proving how utterly unattractive he is. As the debates continue, Reagan puts on boy band style makeup and works out to become extra attractive. However, mysteriously, Sans' vote only seems to be increasing despite this. Sans mentions that Reagan forgot that being unattractive is one of the key tenets of becoming a popular guy on Tumblr. Yeah, actually. Kind of. You also need to be really tall for some reason. Emotionally crushed that he possibly ever wasn't actually attractive at all, Reagan considers falling out of the competition. However, he's cheered up by Mob, who says that Reagan should remember what he taught him. He should have confidence regardless of what anyone thinks of him. On the final day of the campaign, Reagan shows up with rings under his eyes, a 5 o'clock shadow, and a dad bod. Without saying anything, he takes out a sandwich on stage and stuffs it into his mouth. He follows up with his special attack, putting his fingers in his mouth like that one picture of Peter from Spider-Verse. The audience cheers, and Reagan's polling makes a massive comeback. In the end, the results are revealed. Sans won by a single vote. Reagan can't believe it. 1 vote? How could he lose by 1 vote? Even that stupid skeleton voted for him. Mob shows up and says offhand that since Tumblr sexy men are unattractive, he wanted Reagan to have self-confidence, not to rely on what other people think of him. Therefore, he voted for Sans. Reagan doesn't know how to feel about this. Oh my god! What the fuck did I miss? When did this happen? It's canon.
A very old livestream of an old build of Undertale was played on Fangamer's Twitch and is still viewable today. There's even a stat included called EN, which is unused for the final game. In all media regarding Sans, he is always depicted as wearing pink shoes, such as in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. However, nowhere in either Undertale or Deltarune does he actually wear pink shoes. Additionally, in Smash
That looks so fucking weird. Can you believe that an indie game like Undertale managed to get into fucking Smash Brothers? That's fucking weird, right? That's really fucking weird. I love it.
Ultimate's unused textures, there exists a texture for Sans' blue eye in the game. And if you're wondering how Sans actually got into Smash, it was because he beat the creator of Smash, Masahiro Sakurai, in a match allowing him to put Sans in the game.
Fuck yeah.
Speaking of Megalovania,
Oh, by the way,
Sakurai in a match allowing him to put Sans in the game.
so I don't know where I got this from, but I think this is like an official canon thing. Okay, I think that this was like part of the Undertale Deltarune newsletter Q&As. It was either that or the alarm clock. Like, someone asked a question about Sans being in Smash Brothers, and Sans actually replied in character that he wasn't actually in the competition. He got the letter, the invitation letter to be in Smash, but instead of actually being in Smash, he just got someone else to dress up as him, like in canon, because Sans is way too lazy to actually fight anyone for real, seriously. So he just told a random me in the Smash tournament, hey, just like, here's a costume on myself, you can just go ahead and fight for me. Nobody could tell. Hey kid, wanna make $5? It was actually in the first Papyrus Q&A. Oh, it wasn't the Papyrus Q&A, but it was Papyrus who said that. Yes!
Speaking of Megalovania,
Because, you know, Sans is a lazy bone, so he wouldn't ever actually be a fighter in Smash.
Megalovania had originated from an Earthbound ROM hack created by Toby, so the song getting into Smash was a pretty big deal because of said origins due to Nintendo's history of disapproving of people modifying their games. Smash's remix version of Megalovania contains light motifs from Asgore, Toriel's, and Papyrus's theme, meaning that Toby was able to sneak in a small chunk of the Undertale soundtrack in this one song.
Hey Jack the Slayer,
How
thank you
are
for the
you
3
today,
months.
Phil?
I'm doing great. I'm talking about my fucking hyperfixation. It's been 4 hours and I feel great.
Have a listen. Toby took a lot of stuff from SpongeBob to make this game, as in Flowey's theme you can hear the SpongeBob Fun song.
F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you.
I don't want to get copyrighted. It's for you and me.
Considering Flowey's theme appears in numerous locations in the game, you can hear the fun song in a lot of parts of the soundtrack, including Hopes and Dreams, which is pretty hilarious, and once you hear it, you can never unhear it. Additionally, Sans' voice is literally just Patrick.
No, I would never use anything from SpongeBob.
At the end of
It's kind of disgusting the amount of, like, stuff that Toby took, like sound fonts that Toby took from other places to make Undertale. Like, Toby put like random McDonald's commercial voice lines from Ronald McDonald and used them for Flowey in the game. He took like various like sounds from like SpongeBob. He used like leitmotifs of like other games and like sound from like other games, from like fucking Mario Paint, from Mario World, from like games that he likes. But because you can legally do that if you don't actually use the music from those games, just the sound fonts.
Indra predicted me Gunner as Sans in Smash because I would make Undertale Mies in Smash 4 and used me Gunner for him. Papyrus was Sword Fighter.
Yeah, that's lovely.
Undertale True Pacifist, if you go
Thank you,
all the
Hayden
way
Sam.
back to the very first room, you can meet Asriel there where he says someone has to watch over these flowers.
Spoilers!
This also happens if you go all the way back to the first room after beating Toriel for the first time, where she'll also appear there and say, someone has to watch over these flowers.
Spoilers!
If you actually buy the Spider Donut or Spider Cider in Hotland for 9,999G, Muffet will actually detect it, and a different cutscene will play where Muffet doesn't even initiate her battle. A task also revealed that if you buy 500 Spider Ciders in the ruins, Muffet will act as if you bought the 9,999G Spider Donut or Spider Cider in Hotland. Flowey's voice in Undertale Genocide is actually taken from an old McDonald's commercial.
That's a wonderful idea.
The jukebox in Undertale is broken, and the one in Deltarune is also broken. There's even dialogue that states that you may never find a working one in Deltarune.
That is also another connection that the Red Soul has from Undertale into Deltarune. That is like a small little joke, like a running joke between the two games, but it continues to prove that the Undertale soul is you because you initially played Undertale and now you're playing Deltarune, and your knowledge of Undertale carries over into Deltarune. The jukebox is also a dimension traveler. No, but the player is.
This is the real Undertale lore we should be worrying about. The Undertale Fangamer merch store lists all figurines as little buddies. However, Papyrus is labeled as an action figure, and Sans is listed as an in-action figure.
Aww.
Some of the pixels on the conveniently shaped lamp are different colors. You'll never unsee this, you're welcome. Minecraft Story Mode includes...
That is right, and also... there's a bunch of sprites in the game that are, like, weirdly fucking colored. For example, one that I do know by heart is that if you go into Hotland and you go into the front of the laboratory in Hotland, the front of the laboratory, the ground in front of the laboratory, is slightly a different brown color than the rest of the pixels of the sprites of the ground in the rest of Hotland. It's like the rest of Hotland is like slightly more reddish tinted orange, and the ground in front of the lab is like brownish.
There's a lot of Undertale quotes, which is weird but also pretty cool. If you use the sink multiple times in the true lab in Undertale after beating Memory Head, there will be text that says you really like to wash your hands. The ground in front of the lab is a different color orange than the rest of the ground.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see it. It's like slightly brown on this side, and it's slightly oranger, lighter on the left side. Hopefully the YouTube compression doesn't fuck this up.
I bet you are now questioning your entire existence.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
If you check Mettaton
I wonder if that's in Undertale Yellow, actually.
3 times during his battle, the narrator will get extremely annoyed with you every time you check him. The screenshots on the Steam version of Undertale are ridiculously outdated for some reason. I guess Toby just never bothered to update them. We all know that Undertale is an anagram for Deltarune, but it's also an anagram for Nut Dealer. Finally, the third game. Some item names are abbreviated in battle, such as the...
Why is this image, like, super smoothed out? Oh, that's weird.
Butterscotch Pie, which is abbreviated to the Butts Pie. However, there are times in battle when a serious mode is activated, so item name abbreviations change, such as when you fight Sans, the abbreviation for Butterscotch Pie is abbreviated to just Pie. If you name yourself MTT in Undertale, Mettaton says, "Oh, are you promoting my brand?"
I didn't know that!
The game actually allows you to play with this name. It is impossible for Asgore to age in Undertale due to him being a boss monster. This is because boss monsters do not age until their child matches their own age. Since Asgore's son is dead, Asgore is likely to never grow older than he is now. If you name the fallen human Papyru, you'll get a text from Papyrus stating that I'll allow it. This is due to the character limit during the naming process and doesn't actually replace Papyrus's name. Speaking of character naming, if you name yourself Alphys during the naming process, it isn't allowed. However, if you name yourself Alfie, you'll get text saying, okay, and the name is allowed to be used. If Undyne jumps after Monster Kid after he trips and falls off the bridge in Waterfall, in the following battle with her, her HP will be lowered. Toby actually stated that he wanted her armor to be cracked as well for a more visual effect, but he forgot to add it. That's cool, but have you ever wondered what would happen if Deltarune had hide and seek?
That would be nice. Oh, shit. Okay, bye-bye, Sibbles. Thank you, Sibbles, again. I'll put the link to the YouTube video in the description after the stream is over. Alright, we managed to finish watching the video after, like, 2 fucking hours. Oh my god, this stream is a fucking mess. Anyways, let's continue talking about Undertale lore. Okay, I am so fucking lost by this point. Can anyone just, like, ask me a question on, ask me a Snowden-related question on chat, and I will just go off from that. Part 2 when? I will finish this in a single stream, I promise. Okay, but this is the best kind of mess. Yes. Is there snow in Snowden? Yes. There's even a monster that is made of snow that gives you a snowball that you can take to the outside of the human world. Why does Papyrus suck at making a jail? Papyrus sucks at making puzzles in general. The thing with Papyrus is that he is actually really incredibly fucking strong, but he is, like, a bit too dumb with puzzles. So, like, every kind of puzzle just, like, kind of blows up in his face, or, like, makes, like, a dumb joke about it. What about the flags and their meanings? We had a whole section about that, Acertud, before on the stream. Anyways, okay, one little detail that I can't tell you about, this, is that this is Mettaton. You get introduced to Mettaton, like, early on in Snowden before you meet them in Hotland. This is actually Mettaton's body. This machine isn't working. If, after you meet Mettaton in Hotland, this machine will actually vanish from this point. Which means that, in reality, this is not only just a random machine that looks like Mettaton, but it's actually just Mettaton's body being used for the sequence. It's super fucking cool. Also, this is Lesser Dog. This dog is staring blankly into the snow, waiting for it to turn into art. We could have battled Lesser Dog back at the start of Snowden, and if we had battled Lesser Dog and petted him over and over and over and over and over again, his neck would go so fucking long and shoot out into the sky because he would just be so excited to be petted by you that it would just go off the fucking screen, and then when you got into this room, there would be, like, massive statues of, like, dogs with, like, giant necks. It's that attention to detail that makes me love this game. Did we talk about the gold amount the flags give you that imply that the order that the humans fell in the underground, and also imply 2 fell together even? I didn't know that! Wait, what? That's a thing? 2 humans were in the underground together? I didn't know that. Hold on a second. Wait. That's actually a really cool detail that I've never noticed before. Let's go through these Snowden puzzles. Okay, so this is the ball game puzzle screen. Like this is the description for the ball game flags. You were awarded 4G, 2G, 1G. Oh my god, yeah, they are in sequence. Yeah, they're in sequence. Okay, so if this is true... If this is true, then that means that the first soul to fall after the death of the first human was the green soul, and then it was purple, and then it was yellow, and then it was patience, and then it was orange. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7. And then you would be the last one. Now yellow can't be canon. Oh no! Yeah, because, like, Undertale Yellow implies that the penultimate soul to fall into the underground before, like, before the events of Undertale, it was implied in Undertale Yellow that, Clover was the one that fell before Frisk. But no, this would make Yellow the third soul that fell down. Oh no! I didn't know that! Oh shit! It ain't confirmed though, so I'm just gonna gaslight myself. It could also be a coincidence. I mean, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, no, that's pretty good, man. Oh, shit. Wait a second. Wait a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Where's 4? Wait, hold on a second. 4, 5. Where's 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where's 6? 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's 2 2s? Oh shit! Wait. Yeah, okay. It's purple. Purple and blue fell down together. That's interesting. Milliard says, do you think the person calling you in the wrong number fun event is Spamton, or is it someone else related to Gaster that we haven't seen yet? I think we have to talk about the fun events. Oh shit. Okay, let's go into the fun events. Undertale fun events. Fun values. All right. So, how can I explain this? Mysterious place? Yeah, this song works actually. Okay, so in Undertale, there is this system called the fun values. With this system, every time you start up a new version of Undertale, you will, in your save file, you will get a fun value. This is a number between 1 and 100 that determine a bunch of random events. Essentially, the game throws, like, for example, like, have like 100-sided dice, right? Hey, Thiago. Some people say integrity and perseverance are similar as criticism. Well, of course they are. They were in there together, it seems. That's also really cool. Anyways, when it throws that die, depending on the number that it lands on, it has a probability to, like, perform these events. So, for example, the wrong number song. If you have a number between 2 and 39, at the start of Snowdin, you will get a call in your cell phone. That is the wrong number song. And this is someone that calls you up on the phone and asks if they can speak to G. Who is G? I'll explain later. You can also get a call from Sans or a call from Alphys. The thing about the fun value is that it doesn't really affect much of the game. It all has to do with Gaster. Most of it, at least, has to do with Gaster. Including Sans and Alphys' call. Gaster is a very mysterious figure in Undertale because he's supposed to represent game Easter eggs and, like, caught or hidden content. Gaster is the former royal scientist of the Underground. The royal scientist is supposed to be the person in charge of both expanding the technology of monsters inside of the Underground and also find a way to free them from the Underground. Before Alphys was Gaster. This person was a brilliant man, a brilliant scientist. I'm not sure if he was supposed to be a skeleton originally, but he is not, like, not much is known about what he did, aside from the fact that he created the core, which is something that we will see later in our playthrough of the game, and also he created something that he fell into. He fell onto his creation. It seems to me, in my personal opinion, this is my headcanon, in that as a way to escape from the Underground, Gaster tried to invent a machine that would help monsters escape into another world. Like a world created by darkness. He has made experiments in the past about negative photons, you know? Like photo readings negative. He made like a entry in his lab, like entry 17, I think it was called. I think it was entry number 17, yes. In that entry, he was talking about negative photon readings. I genuinely believe that Gaster was playing around with darkness as a way to liberate monsters from the underground, and accidentally, through there, fell into his creation. Entry number 17, thank you. When he fell into his creation, as told by the Gaster followers, he was shattered across time and space. You know? When he was shattered across time and space, he basically fell into the code of Undertale. He fell into the code, the fabric of reality. In my personal opinion, I think that he tried to create a dark world inside of a dark world. He went deeper than anyone would ever do in a dark world and tried to, like, dig down and down and down and down until he fell out of the world. He became this thing that is only known through random events and random chance. Stuff that people could see out of the corner of their eye. Small little apparitions of like reused sprites that are meant to represent his followers, made in black and white. Glitched code, glitched audio, glitched textures, glitched NPCs. You know? Gaster is so fucking cool because he is both a man with history and meaning and a relationship with the characters of the world, but he's also meant to represent the entire concept of Easter eggs and secrets. I, myself, as a kid, I was obsessed with Easter eggs and secrets in my game. One of my favorite games of all time in the PS2 era was GTA San Andreas. Because that game, I went onto forums in like the early internet and scoured the internet for like GTA San Andreas, myths and legends. If you go into like the woods of like San Fierro, you will be able to find Bigfoot in like this shape, mountain shape, like a foot, right? Or like if you go into this building and wait for like X amount of seconds, like a bunch of like aliens will appear on the horizon, stuff like that, you know? That kind of stuff I was obsessed with when I was a kid. So Gaster took off most of my interest when I first played Undertale, even though I never actually originally met Gaster in my playthrough of the game. Like Mew being under the truck, exactly Flight of Icarus. Like, Gaster fell into his creation and became this manifestation of hidden or caught content in the game. Many of the Gaster followers that you can find in the fun values, 61, 62, 63, talk about his backstory as being a previous royal scientist, and the biggest event of them, 91 to 100, is Goner Kid. Goner Kid doesn't talk directly about Gaster, but talks about the concept of like, hey, wouldn't it be sad if like one day you vanished and nobody comes looking for you and you can just watch the world go by without your influence? Everyone that you knew never speaks your name ever again. They just pretend like you never existed and they continue their lives without you. That's essentially what happened to Gaster. Once he fell into his creation, the world rewrote itself to pretend like Gaster never existed. It's like a perception filter, like a Doctor Who perception filter. Like, his actions remained in the world, his creations still exist in Undertale, the core still exists, but nobody really knows what happened to him and nobody really thinks about him. That's why when Alphys was put as the new royal scientist, she talked about having like all these blueprints and like weird things in this lab that the previous royal scientist made, but he never acknowledges Gaster's existence, you know? The work that Gaster did for the monster kind is never really attributed to him because of this weird perception filter that the monsters have that no one can really acknowledge Gaster's existence, you know? Oh, is that why Sans and Papyrus suddenly appeared? Yes, Reeser. The whole idea with Gaster is that his experiments caused a memory hole where, like, well, Sans and Papyrus existed because they came from Deltarune, but, like, the history that Gaster had in this world never became acknowledged by anyone else, you know? That's how academic research works. Pretend the whole idea was yours. There's a machine in the lab area of Undertale that is called the Determination Extractor, and that machine is shaped like a tool called the Gaster Blaster that Sans uses throughout his fight in the Genocide route. And that machine also looks like Flowey, aka like Omega Flowey, aka the final boss of the neutral route, who is the one that has like the most amount of determination and is using the souls to like extract their determination to power himself. Like, Gaster knew about all of this shit behind the scenes before the game even started, and all of these people use like Gaster's like influence and Gaster's knowledge without them even thinking about it, you know? Nova says Papyrus also likely had the ability to use the Gaster Blaster. Yes, Sans talks about watch out for Papyrus's special attack, and then throughout Papyrus's fight with him in Snowdin, he hypes himself up as like, ooh, I'm gonna use my special attack, ooh, watch out for my special attack. And then it's like really powerful and shit, and then the annoying dog specifically takes the special attack away from Papyrus, implying that Toby did not want Papyrus to use the Gaster Blaster, you know? Because, like, Toby Fox is, like, an extension of... and the annoying dog is an extension of Toby Fox, you know? Also, Clam Girl. Clam Girl, 80 to 89, that's also a Gaster event. Before the release of Deltarune, Clam Girl was just a random NPC that you found in Waterfall. But after the update that teased Deltarune, Clam Girl was changed to reveal herself to be an actual Gaster follower, and she talks about Susie from Deltarune, and saying that you will meet Susie very soon. It is implied through Clam Girl and all of these different fun values that Gaster is monitoring you. He's watching you from the shadows. He's seeing you. He sees that connection that you, the Red Soul, have to this world and thinks, wait, I can use this. I can use this wild anomaly that came into this world to my advantage. I can make a connection with it, and I can grab it, and I can use it for my own experiment. That is the Deltarune world, you know? Scamelian says, but wasn't Susie written as Susie without a Y? Is it the same character? Yes, it is the same character. Honestly, probably. Originally, Toby wanted her to be called, like, Susie with a Y, but probably changed his mind halfway through. Like Toby is not, like, 100%, like, it's a small, like, discrepancy in names, but it's still definitely intended to be the same character, you know? Ram says, and it's very much implied that he is the one that hijacks your naming and personalization screen. Yes! Nova says, the final secret boss in Deltarune might be Gaster. Well, here's the thing. A lot of people get this wrong about Gaster. Let me actually bring this boy up. Like, Gaster Sprite. Let me bring this boy up. Hello there, mystery man. Right, so we're never gonna be able to get Gaster in our playthrough, so I might as well just bring it up in the MS Paint fucking Room of Death or something like that. Anyways, one of the biggest, most important fun values occurs in Fun Value 66. In Fun Value 66, in a random room in Waterfall, you can find this room with a gray door, and behind the gray door is this figure of what's called the Mystery Man. If you go up to this Mystery Man sprite, it will just make a weird sound and then disappear. You know? Many people think, okay, maybe this is not Gaster, this is someone called Mystery Man. Like, it's never outright stated to be Gaster, but like, come on, guys. You find a random gray door. The NPCs that are called Gaster followers are gray. He makes a weird sound that, like, can only be heard in certain areas that are associated with Gaster. Like, it's not directly implied to be Gaster, but it's definitely fucking Gaster. Come on. Oh, Phil, don't forget about the scrap tarot card. Yes, I love that shit as well. It's maybe the 6-6 thing other than the looks. Oh yeah, also 6-6. The number 6 is associated with Gaster a lot. When Deltarune was first released, the version number in Chapter 1 was version 66666. The fun value when you meet Mystery Man in this room is 66. There is an unused enemy in the game that is ID 666, and the attack is 666, and the defense is 666. Like, the number of the beast, I guess, is Gaster. It's also, by the way, 6 is a mirrored upside-down version of the number 9. Which is also still important. Don't worry. I will get to number 9 at the end of the stream. Don't worry. But yes, the Mystery Man, aka Gaster, is associated with the number 6 because the number 6 is a mirrored version of the number 9, just like Undertale and Deltarune are mirrors of each other. Get it? You get it? You get it? Because the Gaster tarot card has him as fuck. As 9, as 1x, aka 9. Yeah, it's also a mirrored version of 6. Fuck. A number 9 with extra dip. Random user says, so Gaster is an Easter egg that you can get by chance. That explains why I haven't heard about them. Gaster came from the Undertale world, but is actually most important in Deltarune. A lot of people get this wrong about Gaster. I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut off the music because, like, I need to actually concentrate for this. Gaster's not a bad guy. I know that he looks kind of evil, guys. Like, oh my god, look at this, like, creepypasta characters. Like, oh, he's so spooky. Oh, he's gonna have, like, glowing eyes, and he's gonna be like, fucking jump scare, and he's gonna kill you, and he's gonna reach out through the game and kill you, the player. It's like, no. He may be a sad figure, he may be, like, a monster, like, he may be outside of the game's context, like, be, like, very mysterious and, like, very, like, spooky. He's very clearly inspired by Uboa from Yume Nikki as well. But he just wants to experiment. He just wants to gain knowledge. Gaster is doing what he's doing in Deltarune as a way to get information about the Red Soul.
Getting ripped apart by the universe does that.
Yes, Drew H. Because Gaster, alongside Kara, is one of the few characters in Undertale that truly knows that everything is a game. He cannot interact with the world of Undertale or Deltarune, but he can influence things around it. He is not like, oh, a brilliant mastermind that is going to conquer the world by, like, taking advantage of your soul and he's going to become all powerful and shit. No, he's just doing an experiment. He's seeing the anomaly that is you, the player, and he's trying to test you. He's trying to prod at you. He's trying to take advantage of your natural curiosity and see how far you will go to meet him. And this is a perfect metaphor for why Deltarune is a thing. The reason for why Deltarune exists is because people wanted more to learn more about Gaster. Just like he said on Twitter. Just like he said, just like when like Toby Fox was role-playing as Gaster on Twitter. He said, "You've been looking for me for a long time. I've also been looking for you for a long time. I'm so glad that we get to meet each other again." He saw that players were obsessed with finding him in Undertale, and he realized, oh wait, I can test this thing. This person that injected themselves into this world. If you have enough determination to be able to open up a connection to this world that I can't go back to anymore, maybe I can use your soul as a way to affect this other reality that I can actually control. You know? The reality of Deltarune. Obviously, because he is an extra-dimensional being, he doesn't really care about the characters living inside of the world. Maybe he like cares about them in like, oh, they're cool characters, but he doesn't actually think of them as real people anymore because he sees behind the veil. He sees through the Matrix. He realizes that all of these characters are just lines of code. And so he has an attachment to them as just pieces of fiction. But just like between Kara and Flowey, you and Gaster have this relationship of like, you two are having fun together, are experimenting together, and are having fun with the lives of these fictional characters in this world, you know? Ah, Jesus Christ. So yeah, that's what the fun values mean in this game. The fun values are a randomized element of like of Easter eggs that can be found throughout the game, and they're also your only window into the mind and history of this like otherworldly being that can barely be seen on the other side of the screen, of this like being trapped inside of the code of the game, where like his entire existence was forgotten and everyone in this world lives on without him. And he's not even sad about it, because emotionally he's like closed off, emotionally he's distant. He just sees this as the game that it really was from the very start, and the only thing he wants to do anymore is just test you. Try to see how you will react, what you can create with your own determination. It's all about you at the end of the day. I don't think Gaster is truly forgotten. Well, his influence is still here, but the characters never mention him directly, sadly. Actually, no, I'm wrong. The only character that actually references Gaster directly is River Person! I don't think I even have time to go into River Person. But yes. Will you fight Glide and the Abomination So Sorry? Probably not. Beware of the man who speaks in hands. Oh, also Gaster. The reason for why Gaster is like usually the fandom thinks that he's a skeleton is because he has the same naming convention as Sans and Papyrus. Sans is, like I said before, Comic Sans. Papyrus is the font Papyrus, and Gaster is named after the font Windings and Aster. W.D. Gaster is his full name. W.D. is Windings, and Gaster is like the font Aster. Wayne Gaster, the royal scientist. Speaking of royal scientists, by the way, this is one of the most perfect ways of showing off Sans's weird powers. What's up? So you can see Sans is here, right? In this, like, location. Oh. Let me escape from here. If you go to the left side, he's there again. Say, are you following me? You sure you sure do like to exercise? Are you lost? You sure do like to exercise. So this shows that Sans is both, you know, way more powerful than he lets himself, that he lets other people know, and also he's using his powers to screw with you. Whatever happened that brought Sans into the Undertale world from Deltarune also allowed him to have powers to mess with time and space. It seems that he was helping out Alphys. Why does Gifttrot look like Omega Flowey, I swear? I actually don't know. That's a good question. Like, there seems to be a parallel between Gifttrot and Omega Flowey, but like, there's no real any connection aside from like the visual similarity. But yes, Sans has powers of teleportation, powers that lets him like influence the world to make himself way more powerful than he should be. In reality, in his like real stats, he has like one attack and 1 defense, but he's still the hardest fight in the game because he just fucking cheats. He also has like a quantum physics book in his house that you can check, and that physics book has a joke book inside of it, and inside of that joke book it has another physics book. This also is like a reference to how Sans has a lot more power than he lets on, but he uses that power just to joke around and do dumb, like, bits. Does anybody know how to open this fucking door? I forgot how to open this fucking door. Yes. Nope. No hit the credits. You have to no-hit the credits. Okay, I am not gonna do that. Behind this door, you can find Toby Fox and, like, a copy of Undertale. Also, if you stay here for long enough, you will find Glide, which is like an optional boss enemy type of thing. But yes, it seems that Sans has a connection with Gaster because during his fight, he uses the special attack called Gaster Blasters, and also he can just do this. Teleport himself around the map, make shortcuts, take people out of time and space and plant them somewhere else. The boy is weird, but he uses that power not for good, but just to screw around with people because he genuinely doesn't feel like he is actually worth a damn. Let's see. Oh, I guess we can talk about the dogs now, because, like, we've been fighting dogs for, like, a good while. Greater Dog! You sure we can do this in one stream? I'm sure. I mean, like, after Snowdin, like, we get to Alphys and Mettaton, and those, like, don't have nearly the amount of shit to talk about as, like, Sans and Papyrus. I forgot how to do this. You call the Greater Dog. It bounds towards you, flecking slobber into your face. But yes, something about the Royal Guard. These dogs are like a family. They're super fucking cute together. When you go into Snowdin Town, you get to go into Grillby's bar and they're all playing like poker together. It's super fucking cute. They're all a family. So it's really sad when you choose to fight one of them and they get killed. They get removed from the poker table and they don't know what happened to them, and it's super fucking sad. Greater Dog inches closer. Ow, I don't know how to defend myself against him. You skipped Undyne. Oh yeah, right, we're gonna go into Waterfall. Oh shit. Greater Dog is not excited enough to play with. Oh shit. Aren't the couple dogs related to each other? Yeah, but that's like a normal thing. Like, all dog monsters are related to each other, but that's like... Don't worry about it! The Sans fight literally has him breaking an the established rules of the game, he attacks first, he has dot effects, he puts hitboxes in your menu. Yes. A lot of people say that he has 1 HP, but that's not really like... pet. But that's not really like... true. He has 1 defense and 1 attack. He's so excited. Which, I guess, it still makes him the weakest monster, but that doesn't mean that he will die to 1 hit. He obviously still dies to 1 hit in the genocide route, but that's just because you're so fucking powerful that you immediately 99999 him. Like, once you actually manage to get a hit in, you know? Sans survives 99999 type damage for a little while. That's one of the things... Okay, now this is something that I actually want to speculate with you guys, because I'm not actually quite sure. So, for monsters in the underground, they don't bleed, right? Monsters in the underground are made of magic. They eat food that is made of magic as well. Like, the food that you find throughout the game, it will replenish your health, but it won't actually feed you. However, there is one exception to this. Sans Undertale, once you actually get a hit on him, actually bleeds and manages to survive your 99999 attack. A lot of people, okay, on the chat are saying that it's ketchup, and you know what? I could agree with you. There is a GIF right above my screen, like right here, of Sans literally drinking ketchup. But then you go into Deltarune and remember that Sans came from the Deltarune world, and you think, oh wait, like the monsters in Deltarune do know what blood is. Like, it is not confirmed if the monsters of the Deltarune world are actually made of magic or not, because magic is not a thing in Deltarune, right? Deltarune monsters bleed. Like, do monsters bleed in Deltarune? They know what blood is, though. Like, when you go into Chapter 1 and you talk to Lancer, Lancer talks about blood, and Susie, like, does not get weirded out by it, you know? Thiago says, before you imply Sans is from Deltarune because he bleeds, explain the one door in Deltarune that asks, how does it feel to me to be made of blood? Please do. I thought that was an Undertale, right? Susie says everybody bleeds as well. Nope, that's Deltarune. Huh. Tonberry says, he chugs a lot of ketchup and he doesn't really have a way to get it out of him. Susie human race theory. Papyrus doesn't bleed. That's true. It's probably ketchup in that case. It could be an elemental monster. I don't know what that is, dude. Emerald Sword says, well, everybody bleeds is just a common phrase. Yeah, I think it might be just a way to, like, show, like, the terrible thing that you did by harming Sans at the end of the Undertale genocide fight. Regardless, just because, you know, Sans doesn't bleed, it doesn't mean that he's not from Deltarune world. There's a whole list of reasons and arguments as to why he's from Deltarune. Like, that monster specifically could be made of fire. Oh yeah, like Grillby. It'd be really funny if it was just an oversight. Oh yeah, this is the last that you get to hear from Sans if you kill Papyrus. So, we have gone through the Snowdin chapter. We're finally getting to fight Papyrus. If you kill Papyrus, this is the last time that you see Sans in the game before you get to the Judgment Hall. Sans is a fun-loving guy, he loves to make bits, he loves to make jokes. But if you kill his brother, he does not fucking forgive you. He immediately disconnects from the entire story. If you don't kill Papyrus and spare him, he will continue appearing throughout Waterfall and, like, Hotland. But this is the moment that he dips out of the story if you don't. He says, I don't know what my brother's going to do now. If I were you, I would make sure I understand blue attacks. Wait, I thought that... There's supposed to be dialogue here where he talks about, like, hey, you're about to fight my brother, and he just says, maybe don't. I think that's, like, Genocide Route exclusive, right? Yeah, if you're in a Genocide Route, and you pass this point, you can talk to Sans, and Sans will say, like, hey, you're about to fight my brother. Just a suggestion, don't. Otherwise, you're gonna have a bad time. And then he gives you, like, creepy, soulless eyes, and then he just disappears off the screen. Even while you're doing a Genocide Route, both Sans and Papyrus are trying to show you a good time. Also, considering how long we've taken to get to Snowdin by this point, I think I'm just gonna do the neutral route and then just continue talking as I'm playing the game, because, like, I think that I might have overexerted myself on the stream. But look at the little dogs playing the poker! Look at them! I'm thinking of getting a spite collar to show off my personality. It makes a statement like, attach a leash to me and take me for a walk, please? It's playing poker against itself. It appears to be losing. We're sentries, but we never get any respect. I wish those skeletons would throw us a bone. We love bones. I love this, man. Like, the towns in this game and the places where you just get to talk to characters are like so fucking full of life, and they're amazing and cute and great. Imagine the quote, Scott doesn't do jokes, but it's Toby Fox instead. Toby doesn't do oversights. Toby does so many oversights. Come on. Anyways, just like someone else... Oh yeah, if... One little detail about Snowdin, there is this... The library, like this was just like a typo in the game. The library is actually like just an error that Toby made when he was making the sprite, but then he gave that actual meaning in the story, where like the characters in Snowdin mistyped the word library for their sign, and they just like decided to keep it for fun. It's library in Deltarune too. It's so fucking cute. Let's read some actual lore. This is where you get most of the lore for like monster kind and such. Time to read this. It's a school report about monster funerals. Monster funerals, technically speaking, are cool as heck. When monsters get old and kick the bucket, they turn into dust. At funerals, we take that dust and spread it on that person's favorite thing. Then their essence will live on in that thing. Am I at the page minimum yet? I'm kinda sick of writing this. This is foreshadowing. This is foreshadowing for something else. Shit. While monsters are mostly made of magic, human beings are mostly made of water. Humans, with their physical forms, are far stronger than us. But they will never know the joy of expressing themselves through magic. They'll never get a bullet pattern birthday card. Here I am, writing this book. A person comes in and picks up the book. They start reading it. Oh, sorry, I'm still writing that one, says the dinosaur-looking lady at the table. Because they are made of magic, monsters' bodies are attuned to their soul. If a monster doesn't want to fight, its defense will weaken. And the crueler their intentions of our enemies, the more their attacks will hurt us. Therefore, if a being with a powerful soul struck with the desire to kill, well, let's end the chapter here. Monster History Part 4. Fearing the humans no longer, we moved out of our city, home. We braved harsh cold, damp swampland, and searing heat. Those are Snowdin, Waterfall, and Hotland specifically. Those are the areas that we play through in the game after we leave the ruins. Until we reach what we now know as our capital. Hey Delad, thank you for the super chat.
If Sans bleeds, wouldn't it be from the bone marrow? Otherwise, it has to be ketchup.
Bone marrow is like gray. It's not red. Is it? Hold on. What is the color of bone marrow? Oh shit, it's red and yellow. Red bone marrow contains blood stem cells that can become red blood cells. Ooh, I didn't know that. That's neat. Thiago says, by the way, that book also implies that you can havel a Glock. If you don't want to really shoot, it will hurt less than a stick with desire to kill. Cool as fuck. Yes! This is really important for the game itself because, like, you are like a 12-year-old child. However, if your desire to kill is strong enough, you can kill the King of Monsters. Because the King of Monsters is a pussy and doesn't actually want to kill you. Because, again, you're a 12-year-old child. It kind of makes, like, because, like, otherwise, the story of Undertale would be, like, kind of goofy, right? You're just, like, a random child that drops in and somehow managed to kill, like, the entirety of monster kind. But, like, it makes sense within the mechanics of the story. Because the mechanics of the story specifically allow a being like us, an anomaly, that is able to, like, force this child to have killing intent, to give them the power to overtake and destroy monster kind. Until we reached what we now know as our capital. New Home. Again, our king is really bad at names. Love, hope, compassion. This is what people say monster souls are made out of. But the absolute nature of soul is unknown. After all, humans have proven that their souls don't need these things to exist. Asgore probably named some of the Undertale soundtrack. I mean, definitely not his main theme, that's for sure. Why is Grelbees in Deltarune if Deltarune is before Undertale? Because Grelby also exists in the world of Deltarune. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, Grelbees as a bar was probably still open in Deltarune until he decided to sell it to someone else, and then Sans just came in and bought the place. His theme literally means Mountain King. Yeah, but in German, which is cool. Asgore's main theme is literally called Asgore. Oh yeah, is this thing still, like, available now? It's locked! Time to talk about Sans' laboratory! Sans basement lab. You should do the thing later. I don't think we're gonna have enough time. Copy image, paste it here. There we go. Alright, so there is a point in this game where you can talk to Sans in the final corridor of, like, the Judgment Hall. And if you were a pacifist all throughout that adventure, and then you talk to Sans multiple times in the Judgment Hall, you would be able to get a key. You would be able to get a password from him, and if you tell that password to him after you reload the save, you would be able to get a key to his room. If you go to his room, you'll get pranked across time and space, and it's really fucking funny. But in there, you can actually find another key, and this key is for this area. This is Sans' lab that exists behind this door that is locked. This lab contains this machine, and this is what I believe is where Gaster fell into. I think that this machine was designed to create Dark Worlds, And Sans has it so that he is able to either bring back Gaster or, maybe more specifically, be able to rip a hole in time and space and get back to Deltarune's world. You know? There are many things here that are related to Deltarune. First of all, the blueprints that are like made with like weird symbols that is implied to be the handwriting of Gaster that people can't read. Why can't they read Gaster's handwriting? Because Gaster is split across time and space, and all his like memories and recollections are jumbled up or glitched up, so people can't recognize what he is saying. And if you search one of these cabinets, you can also find a badge that is a nondescript badge that, like, it doesn't say what it is. It's just like a weird badge. And you can also find a photo that is of 3 people smiling with the words, "Don't forget." If you know Deltarune, or you have finished Deltarune Chapter 1... you may recognize the words "Don't forget" by this track.
When the light is running low and the shadows start to grow and the places that you know seem like fantasy, there's a light inside your soul that's still shining in the cold, with the truth, the promise in our hearts. Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark.
Fun fact, that song is sung by Laura Shigihara, aka the singer of the song "There Are Zombies on My Lawn" from Plants vs. Zombies. If you know that song. That's the same lady. But yes, Don't Forget is kind of like... Thiago says, "Thing though, is the third person Noelle or Ralsei?" Thiago? Okay, I guess we're gonna have to go into Deltarune territory for this. Don't Forget, and the song Don't Forget, is not for a specific character. It's a theme of Deltarune. Don't Forget is a promise about multiple characters. It can work in so many different levels. You can interpret it as one character talking to so many other different characters. For example, "Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark," said from Gaster to Sans, for example. Like, I am still waiting for you in the dark. Please don't forget about me. Please don't forget about the people in Deltarune. It can be about Des and Noelle. About how Des is stuck in the code of Deltarune and is waiting for her sister in the dark, and Noelle is trying to find Des somewhere in hometown. It could also be about Chris and the player in Deltarune. The light inside your soul that's still shining in the cold with the truth, the promise in our hearts. Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark. It's about the player and Chris, and about how the player is controlling Chris and how they are holding Chris's hand, and they're going to get through the story. They're going to get through the adventure together. You know? Like, this song, Don't Forget, and the message of Don't Forget can be interpreted for multiple characters, because that's one of the main themes of Deltarune. Deltarune is also about escapism, about how, like, we use fiction to escape our reality. It can mean you as a human being interacting with fiction in order to escape your shitty lives and shitty situations. So the game itself is with you in the dark. You are connecting to these games, to this fiction, to be able to have an escape from reality. So the game is with you in the dark. I am with you in the dark. I am here. I'm here to provide you with comfort. I am here waiting for you whenever you need me. You know? Device theory real? Oh yeah, if you couldn't tell already, I'm 100% of the belief that Molly Star's device theory is real. Please go check out Molly Star's device theory of Deltarune. I think that is just literally what the game is about. About fiction and the way how we attach ourselves to fictional characters and we are invested in them as like, and we believe them to be real through the power of our own like, what's the thing that she said? Through the power of suspension of disbelief. Coster says, Toby Fox is gonna come knocking on Phil's door if any of this is true. Dude, I predicted Chapter 2! Back when Deltarune Chapter 1 first released, everyone was going crazy about like, oh my god, like Chris is being possessed by Kara, oh my god, Kara is back, Kara's gonna kill everyone in Deltarune world, oh my god, we have to stop Kara. And I was like one of the only motherfuckers that was like, dude, that's not Kara, that's just Chris. Kara is not possessing Chris's body. It's like, Toriel talked about the pie at the end of Chapter 1, so obviously, all that Chris wanted to do, because Chris is being controlled by us, the player, they wanted to just rip out the soul and take the knife and get themselves some pie. Chris was just hungry. And that ended up being 100% fucking true, and it was one of the first things that showed up in Deltarune Chapter 2. Because Chris is the Deltarune equivalent of Kara. And I fucking nailed that prediction. Because I know the type of shit that Toby is into. He loves to, like, subvert the expectations of players, and he loves to play around with fan theories and stuff like that. So I 100% knew that there's no way that murderous Kara was gonna kill everyone at the fucking start of the game in Chapter 2 out of 7, right? So I immediately knew that it was gonna be a misdirection. Are we force-feeding Chris Moss against their will? No, Chris is just weird as fuck. Chris just loves Moss, alongside Susie. Octojoker says, I also believe Chris went to the library that same night to create the Chapter 2 Dark World. That is also true, Octojoker. Okay, I need to stop, because, like, this is supposed to be about Undertale. But yes, that I also agree with that. Anyway, don't forget it's also relevant to the story of Undertale, because that is something that Sans failed to do. Remember when Sans is fighting you at the end of the genocide route and says, sorry lady, this is why I don't make promises? Sans failed to keep don't forget. There's a reason for why this lab is like abandoned. Why Sans locked it away from everyone. Why he only lets you see it after you've done your whole time and space fuckery. Because this lab is not something that Sans is actively working on during the game. This is a regret, a deep regret of Sans. That no matter how smart he is, no matter how powerful he is, no matter how many times he, like, contacted Alphys and tried to, like, get back to his original world, he failed. He can't get back. He has to live with the fact that he can never go back to the place that he was once from. He can never see the people that he knew back from that world. He has to live with the fact that what happened in Deltarune happened, and him and Papyrus are the only things left from that world, now living in a weird, mirrored, alternate reality of Deltarune, which is the Undertale world. A lot of people are spamming this on the chat, and yeah, you are right. As his lost soul says, just give up. I did. You'll never see them again. Sans, even though he promised to not forget, to not forget the friendships that he made in Deltarune, to not forget the events of Deltarune, to not forget and be able to bring back the things that he lost, he failed and gave up. That's why Sans is so depressed. That's why Sans is so apathetic. That's why Sans doesn't really give a shit about this world. Because he knows this is not really his world. And also, like, an entity like you, the player, being able to save and reload and change things all over means that his life ultimately doesn't matter. And the only solace that he can find in this world, the only thing that keeps him even alive, is the fact that he can bring a little bit of joy into his brother's life. It's so fucking sad. It's such a big brother moment of like, I know everything, I regret everything, I literally can't do anything to make things better. The only thing I can do is give my brother a little peace of mind. Let him play around in this, like, meaningless world. Have fun with his reactions, like, be jokey, make a little, joke around, like, smile through the pain, essentially. Erdem says, you'll never see them again. He says something along the lines of that during Asriel's fight, yes. Sans is such a sad and fascinating character. Yes, and he's also incredibly relatable. Because let's be honest here, all of, like, our lives are kind of shit right now. The reason for why Sans Undertale, even though he's such a memester, is also such a revered character in online culture, is because most of us are fucking losers, let's be honest here. Like, if you're a fan of Undertale, if you're in this right now, in this channel, if you're watching this and you're listening to the sound of my voice, you're probably a fucking loser. Because I'm a fucking loser, you know? We all retreated to the internet as a way to cope with how shitty our current life is. Like, we know that the world is fucked, right? Like, most people that are leading the world right now are like billionaire assholes that only want to feel good about themselves. You know? Like, most billionaires and politicians just, like, want to keep the world as shitty as it is right now because it benefits them. And, like, we know that climate change is gonna ravage our planet. We know that, like, we can't really affect or change the world for the better because everything is just, like, way too out of our control. So instead of, like, trying, instead of, like, standing up and making, and trying to make a difference, most of us just want to just take a break, man. We're too tired. We're sad. We're tired. We're, like, sick of it all. And so, instead of being serious about the state of our world, we just kind of joke around. We make bits, we make art, we make silly little doodles of our favorite characters. We just try to have fun in the small little spaces of, like, our little corners of the internet that gives us a little bit of meaning in our lives. Because that's really all we can do for ourselves. That's why Sans is such a beloved character, because it represents all those people that had given up to make a difference in the world, and we just want to have fun, and we just want to joke around, and, you know, have fun before everything goes to shit and we die and fucking everything goes horrible.
I hate reading about the state of the world and how much people bicker about it. Just live life and have fun, man.
Exactly. That's why Sans is such a amazing character and why people love him nowadays. Pink Blue Sapphire says, so in summary, Sans is popular because he's just like me for real? Yep. I mean, look at the state of his fucking room, right? It's, like, pathetic. Like, Sans doesn't take care of himself at all. Because, like, why the fuck would he? Like, he doesn't fucking care. The only thing that we care about are the people closest to us. For Sans, it's his brother. For you, it could be, like, your internet bestie, or, like, your girlfriend, or, like, your family. Most people that have given up on their life, that are depressed and have no meaning, if they're not dead, they at least have someone else that they care about, and they will not die because they want to make sure that this other person is at least okay. They want to keep company with this other person. They want to continue being with this other person because it's what keeps them going. And that is what Papyrus is to Sans. An anchor to reality, exactly. Foxen says, Phil, this got too dense! Go back to the funny skeleton, please! Yeah, anyway, right. Anyway, so Sans is like a very funny bones character. He's like a very silly guy. He loves to make jokes about bones, and like, I love his joke when he says like, how many skeletons would it take to like screw in a light bulb? A skeleton! Hey! Anyways, now we get to fight Papyrus. Human. Allow me to tell you about some complex feelings. Feelings like the joy of finding another pasta lover, the admiration for another's puzzle-solving skills, the desire to have a cool, smart person think you're cool. These feelings, they must be what you're feeling right now. I can hardly imagine what it must be like to feel this way. After all, I am very great. I don't ever wonder what having lots of friends is like. I pity you, lonely human. I worry not. You shall be lonely no longer. I, the great Papyrus, will be your... No! No! This is all wrong! I can't be your friend. You're a human. I must capture you. Then, I can fulfill my lifelong dream. Powerful, popular, prestigious. That's Papyrus, the newest member of the Royal Guard. Alright, so let's talk about Papyrus. Now that we got Sans out of the way, this little skeleton boy is the sunshine of everyone's life. Papyrus represents the younger brother, the innocent, like, little boy in, like, all of our hearts. Papyrus is very, like, Papyrus is very powerful. He's very smart, but he also is just, like, has this childlike wonder that Sans doesn't have. A lot of people adore Papyrus because of the way that he is. He is, like, lonely and wants to have friends by, like, you know, being an anime character and being, like, a cool, heroic boy. He built himself a battle body for, like, Halloween, and he has been wearing it for, like, I don't know how many fucking years by now. Papyrus is the sweetest goober, yes. Fun fact, Papyrus is literally the only character that literally actually cannot fucking kill you. Like, no matter how hard you try to run into his bullets, he will never actually kill you.
Imagine he and Pap got forced back to his OG universe, after post-pacifist that never got reset, and he finally became happy with his life and moved on.
I don't know, man. I think that Sans regains a little bit more hope after the true pacifist route, when he gets to enjoy himself around in the human world. The tragedy of these characters is that they can never return to their original worlds, but that's okay, as long as you have people that you care about. Your home can be any place, you know? The beauty of Sans and Papyrus is that even though they may be from other worlds, everywhere can be home as long as you have people that you love. Anyways, with Papyrus here, you can see the game basically spells out the contradiction of his character. The world is trying to force Papyrus to be, like, angry and tries to make him to be a villain. He wants desperately to be a Royal Guard member because he sees those people as heroes. And in the narrative of the game, he has to fight you because he needs to get into the Royal Guard. But if the Royal Guard wasn't a thing, Papyrus would just want to be your friend because he admires people that are more powerful than him and he wants to surpass them. He's basically just an anime fucking protagonist, like I said. He's so fucking cheerful and nice. And there's like a fucking Undertale, like underground, like internet social media that you can join in the Hotland chapter, and Papyrus makes like a bio in there, and his bio is called Cool Skeleton 95, and it's just like a fucking selfie of himself, like taking a picture of himself in the mirror, and he has photoshops like giant muscles on his like mirror self. It's so fucking cute. Don't diss Papyrus like that, and anime protagonists are annoying. Well, I meant it would really suck, like monkey paw shit. Ah, fuck. That's cruel, Cosmic Candy. Also, hopefully I don't die to him. Papyrus is actually the only, like, huge first blockade fight. Because, like, if you get to 1 health in his fight, he actually captures you and puts you in the capture zone. He, like, doesn't let you die, he just brings you over here. And you can try again immediately after. Like, once again. Thiago says, weird theory. What if Sans didn't just go from A to B? What if Sanses from each universe swapped places? Because Deltarune has Sans and Undertale has buildings and stuff? That would be less tragic, I guess. I don't know, it all depends on how Deltarune shakes out. The magic of Deltarune that makes people theorize about it so much is that it is not complete. So a lot of people have like questions about Deltarune that I literally can't answer because we'll see what Toby Fox comes up with, like, in the end, you know? I saw that shed so many times for his fight because I was struggling for some reason. Well, Papyrus is like genuinely tough, like compared to any other fights. You actually have to pay attention to his attacks. Oh, also, for Sans and Papyrus, they are the only 2 monsters that are able to manipulate your soul directly like this. Like, that's another weird thing about them, right? Like, both Sans and Papyrus have this blue attack that, like, turns your soul blue. Sans can actually, like, adjust gravity and, like, flip you around across the, like, battle box. But, like, they're the only ones that are able to use this blue gravity power thing, and it's super fucking cool. Oh my god! If we want to be, like... If we want to, like, read super into the powers, because, like, you get to do this again, but in other, like, areas. You get to have, like, a green power with Undyne. You get to have a yellow power with Alphys. And you get to have a purple power with Muffet. And it is kind of implied that what the monsters are doing is they are using magic in order to lock your soul into a certain soul type. Remember what we talked about the soul types in the ball game? Technically, this is the gameplay of the Integrity Soul. Integrity has, like, a power of just, like, being pulled into, like, the ground, you know? Has, like, a fucking gravity platformer kind of, like, gameplay style. Justice, because, you know, cowboys and guns and shit, they have the ability to shoot out projectiles out of their soul. Purple is all about, like, following lines, because the purple soul is like a bookworm, so, like, they're like, literally reading the lines of, like, a book. Kindness is, immobile, because they don't want to fight, they don't want to avoid, they just want to be kind and embrace, whatever comes ahead of them. So you have to protect yourself with a shield when you're using the green soul, you know? It's like these tiny little, like, gameplay ideas that like actually fit perfectly with the concepts of those different soul types, you know? Also, technically, in the Undyne fight, when you turn your soul green, technically that's like Undyne giving you the spear to protect yourself, but the soul themselves has a shield in the battle box, you know? What about patience and bravery? I mean, they're not shown in the game, but it is implied that they also have different gameplay modifications. I've seen some fan games that actually use patience and bravery in like really cool context. Like, I played Outer Tale before this stream. Like the other Undertale stream that I've done besides this one is playing Outer Tale, and that one had the patience soul being able to teleport around on the map, on the battle box. Like, the soul stays like stationary until you're able to like sneak attack and teleport into a different place by using the action button. And there was also the bravery soul, which I think exploded? I'm pretty sure that one exploded, which like makes sense for like the fiery personality of the bravery soul. Do you have any healing items? Yes, I'm using them right now. I feel like patience is used in Mad Mew Mew's fight, since your soul during the fight is half red, half light blue. That could be it, actually. But that's more like a non-canon, like, Switch soul type of dealio. I guess I could talk about Mad Mew Mew as well, because, like, that is a fight that's only exclusive to the Switch version of the game. I guess I will wait until, like, Mad Dummy appears in our playthrough. Delta Traveler had a parry with the Patience Color Soul. I fucking adore the fan games, man. They're so fucking, like, inventive and cool. I've seen Patience being done like a Cuphead parry because you need to wait for your chance to parry. That's fucking genius! I think one of my only complaints about Undertale is that you never get, like, a proper explanation of the previously fallen humans, but there is so much here that, like, fan artists were able to, like, extend it by themselves, so, like, it's not really that big of a deal. I remember seeing concepts for what a human with a Nintendo soul would theoretically look like. Oh, they're just cosplaying as Mario or some shit like that. By the way, the bone attacks Papyrus uses looks different than Sans' bone attacks. Oh yeah! I think that you can see this here. Papyrus is getting ready for a regular attack. Yes, the bones of Papyrus are, like, much more... Ooh! They have, like, shorter, like, bony ends. Meanwhile, Sans' are, like, more round. I'm pretty sure, right? Cool! Dude! He's so fucking cool. Oh! Hey! Oh! 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 Hey! Well, it's clear you can't defeat me. Yeah, I can see you shaking in your boots. Therefore I, the Great Papyrus, elect to grant you pity. I will spare you, human. Now's your chance to accept my mercy. Wouldn't it be really fucked up if, like, we attacked Papyrus right now? Yeah, it would be really fucked up. Don't do that. Oh well. What else can I say that I haven't said already? Hey, chat, do you have anything else that I should talk about for, like, the Snowdin portion of the stream? Because once we finish with Snowdin, we're gonna go into Waterfall, and we're gonna talk about Undyne. Ice Wolf? Undyne. Why does Papyrus make a Hamlet reference when you kill him? Not quite sure, that's probably just a bit. Is Spamton the wrong number guy? He doesn't talk like Spamton. River person. Yeah, okay, the game has a fast travel system where, like, you go down and follow a river across the underground, and you can meet a person called the river person. And that character is implied to have knowledge of the Deltarune world because they talk about shit like Gaster and the man that came from another world and the man that speaks in hands and stuff like that. And I have no idea why they know those things. I guess you can talk about how you can flirt with Papyrus. Okay. So, like, Papyrus would probably get cancelled if this game came out in, like, after 2020, right? Because, like, you can date characters in this game. You can actually go on a date with Papyrus and, like, be romantic with Papyrus, even though he's, like, a man-child, and you're, like, literally, like, a 12-year-old, like, child. But it's like, nothing actually romantic actually happens. You're just having fun hanging out with your friends, you know? Even at the end of, like, your hangout with Papyrus, like, they make it clear that they don't see you as a romantic partner. Papyrus may actually be Aeroace now that I think about it. Because he's just like a little dumb boy. He doesn't know about romance or anything. They literally had to pull out a dating guide. I don't really see those dates as dates, just friendship dates. Yeah, you're just hanging out with your little guys. But I think I would find it hilarious. There's like, imagine like a Twitter post in like 2020 going like, actually, like, Undertale is like a problematic, actually, because like, you're like a 12-year-old child and you can date this like fully grown adult skeleton. Like, I could just imagine the fucking Twitter post, right? Think he might be gay with how he talks about Mettaton. A lot of people ship Mettaton with Papyrus, and I actually don't know much about that. In what parts of the game that, like, Papyrus talk about Mettaton? Date doesn't need to be something romantic or sexual. I mean, it often is. Most of the time it is. The Mettaton ending? He just enjoyed the show. Papyrus calls Mettaton a sexy rectangle. I mean, yeah, but like... Okay. Guys, I don't know if this is just me, but like, I can call someone sexy without wanting to like actually fuck him, you know? I ship Mettaton with a mirror. You can call him before a sequence with MTT. Like, I can probably say, like, oh, this person is, like, genuinely attractive from, like, a physical description, even though I don't actually feel the need to want, like, to, like, have, like, sexual attraction to them, right? Yeah, but Leon, though. Yeah, but Leon, I genuinely did have a crush on Leon when I was a kid. Like, that, like, no, like, I actually had a crush on Leon. Like, Leon is my type of guy. Hey, Welklord. I remember seeing some people making a big deal about it, even though it really does feel like a friend date kind of way. Yeah, it's definitely a friend date. At the end of the date, Papyrus literally tells you, hey man, I literally don't see you this way. I've just been, like, stringing you along, trying to, like, slowly, like, reject you without, like, hurting your feelings. I'm very sorry that it got to this point. And it's like, oh no, Papyrus, no! You're such a dumb boy! Oh no! I thought Frisk was a girl for so long due to the majority of fanart showing them as a girl. Oh dude, can we talk about that? Can we talk about how the fandom had like a period of time during like 2015 to like 2018 where like Frisk was purely drawn as a fucking big-titted like anime girl? Yes! 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 Like, it still happens even to this day of like, for some reason, like the fandom had this obsession of like making Frisk, either Kara or Frisk, out to be like these sexy like anime women. And I'm like, first of all, dude, that's a child. Second of all, I know that you made them into, like, sexy women and all that, but it's like... What? My favorite version of Frisk and Kara are just like these little fucking potato beans, you know? Strider says, I've only ever seen Frisk drawn as a normally proportioned girl. Oh yeah, I have to like do this. Yes, okay. Says a lot about those people. Thiago says, and now we have overly muscled Chris instead. Pain. No! Most of the Chris fanart that I've seen has them be like a really lanky, edgy kid, which is like, yeah, that's pretty much Chris, alright? Chris is very edgy in fanart because of like the knives and the tendency to like hide their eyes and like be mysterious and cool, you know? Sam Cat says, I mean, gender doesn't really matter when it comes to Frisk. You can make Frisk a girl or guy or neither or and the same with Kara. Okay, can I actually talk about that? Because I'm not sure myself. For the people that are like on the Undertale/Deltarune fandom, has Toby ever acknowledged that? Because like I thought that Kara and Frisk were like their own specific characters and they were non-binary. Are they meant to be like, you can think of them in any way you like? Or are they just they, them? You know? Chris is just brooding teen. He was asked but chose to skip those questions. Toby never said anything about that, no. They are gender ambiguous. Okay, but that's the thing, right? You can make them gender ambiguous, but... Okay, let me talk about my character. You know Fi? The toxic slime at the bottom right that you're watching right now on stream? Like, Fi is not me. It's not my Sona. I don't look like Fi in real life. I'm just using Fi as my mascot to represent myself online, but they're kind of like their own separate character, right? And as a toxic slime, they're inherently gender ambiguous, but they are not hardline they, them. They can go by he or she or they or whatever, right? And a lot of people like are kind of weirded out when like I talk about Fi in like a female context. But I specifically, like, when I work with artists in the Toxic Cesspit, I specifically tell them, you can just do whatever you want with Fi. You know? You can make them look female, you can make them look super male, you can make them look ambiguous and not have any gender specifications, you know? And that's like, people can refer to Fi however they want. She, he, make them like a big tittied slime girl, make them like a big muscular slime guy. But, you know, that's up to you as an artist. You can fulfill whatever sick fantasies you want with the character. Is that the same for Frisk and Kara? Or are they specifically meant to be they, them? Sam Cat says, not to my knowledge, they seem to go by they, them and is referred to as a child, so you could see them as female or male, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are male or female presenting. Yeah. Fi be like, my pronouns are fuck/you. Flight of Icarus says, I'm pretty sure that it's just whoever you interpret them as. Ace's Art Gallery says, I think a lot of people specifically chose to assign female to Frisk and Kara because of the tutu that's found in Waterfall was assumed to belong to Kara at some point. First of all, that's wrong. I mean, people probably thought about that, but first of all, that's wrong. There are many characters in Undertale that are like referred to as he, that are very feminine looking, like Mettaton, for example. So I think that Chris putting on a tutu does not immediately like confirm that they are like a girl, you know? Ikoski says, Toby only confirmed Chris as non-binary, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, well, we were talking about this. Frisk and Papyrus had a whole fucking date, by the way. It was very fucking crazy. This confirms what I said about Papyrus, like, not actually wanting to date a child. Human, it's clear now. You're completely obsessed with me. Everything you do, everything you say, it's all been for my sake. Human, I want you to be happy too. It's time for me to express my feelings. It's time that I told you. I, Papyrus. Well, I'm flattered you care so much, but maybe cool it a little bit? You're a very nice person. I'm glad we're friends. But I think you can reach your max potential if you live more for your own sake rather than just for mine. Can you fucking understand the implications? Do you understand what Papyrus is doing right now? Do you understand who he's projecting onto Frisk? I know that this is a bit. I know that he's just, like, friend-zoning Frisk. But do you understand who he's really talking about, though? Do you understand who he's really talking about? Himself? No, he's talking about Sans. He's saying, hey, Sans, I think that you should cool it off a bit with babying me. I think that you should stop working so much for me. You should reach your own potential. You should live more for your own sake rather than just mine. Do you understand? So I left for a bit. Are we still in Snowdin? Yes. I have a lot to say about these fucking bony bros. I never thought about that, right? It's so fucking cool. Because like I told you before, Papyrus is not dumb. He sees how much Sans does not live for himself and only does stuff for Papyrus. And he wants Sans to be happy. He wants Sans to have a life for himself. It's so fucking... He's emotionally intelligent. Exactly, Korak. Hey, I know the solution. You should hang out with my boss, Undyne. I think if you spread your friend energy out more, you'll have a healthy lifestyle. Yeah, let's be friends with Undyne. Oh, and if you ever need to reach me, here's my phone number. You can call me at any time. Platonically. Well, gotta go. Sans is the brains, Papyrus is the heart. Yeah, they are such a fucking dynamic duo. By the way, another reason for why I say that Sans is from Deltarune's world. You see this shit? You see this weird fucking, like, fire shit that's coming through his door? Like, right here, right now, look at that shit, look at that shit, look at that shit. That weird fire thing, that is the same fire animation that you can find of the Dark World doors in Deltarune. Please wrap it up. We're literally only in the middle of the stream, Nick. So why is it there? Because Sans's powers come from Deltarune. It will be explained better once, like, the Deltarune chapters are released. Those are the fast travel doors, my boy. We got 6 hours left. What about the Papyrus true strength theory? I mean, yeah, Papyrus is objectively fucking powerful, but he, just like most characters, doesn't go all out. Even, like, this is not a theory, by the way. Like, Papyrus is canonically fucking strong as shit. Undyne says so. Undyne does not want to let Papyrus into the Royal Guard, not because Papyrus is weak, but because he is too strong and innocent and doesn't want him to get hurt. With proper training, Papyrus would absolutely be stronger than Undyne. Wait, you're going to go the entire 12 hours? Fuck yeah, Glitch Crown! Like, I'm sorry. Like, if you guys want to step out for a little bit and, like, collect your thoughts, that's completely okay. Because, like, this stream is for me. I am letting my autism out on this stream. You have to understand. We're not even halfway fucking done with this shit. I left for 3 hours. Welcome back. I'm just making pancakes. Oh, time to talk about one of the most cool fucking sequences in the game. We're gonna talk about the hangout with Sans. What? Haven't you seen a guy with 2 jobs before? Fortunately, 2 jobs means twice as many legally required breaks. I'm going to Grillby's. Wanna come? I think everyone knows about this cool trick, but like, if you say yes, you will follow Sans and you will go to the right side. Over here, I know a shortcut. And then you fucking teleport into Grillby's. Ace's Art Gallery says, hell yeah, 12-hour stream, let's go! Hell yeah. Fast shortcut, huh? Hey everyone. So this establishes that Sans is like a super liked person in this town. He has like a presence, he has history. Everyone fucking likes him, which is kind of sad because Papyrus doesn't. Nobody like really talks about Papyrus much. Papyrus desperately wants friendship, desperately wants friends. And Sans is like, yeah, Sans is just cool, and he just plays it off like super casually, and like everyone loves him around town. On my first playthrough, I was convinced he just teleported us. Random user, you're right. He did. His whole thing is that he uses the metagame and mechanics of the story to like teleport around like seamlessly. Sans just doesn't care. That's one of the things that is like the juxtaposition between Sans and Papyrus. Papyrus desperately wants friendship, desperately wants people to like him, so he trains and tries to be cool and tries to be like the coolest cat around in town. But like he doesn't actually have any friendships. Sans has the most friendships out of everyone in the cast. He has friends with Toriel, he has friends with Alphys, he loves his baby brother. I'm pretty sure he's talked to the king at least once. Everyone around Snowdin knows about him and loves him, you know? But he just doesn't care. He's just casual about it. And you know what? That's actually like a really cool, like a really good, like, life advice, I guess. Hey Diamonds, thank you for the 13 months.
I am right there with you, man. UT is my favorite game.
Yeah!
And these guys make me ill. Watching this has just fueled my own autism and I'm living for it.
Thank you, I'm so fucking happy, because, like, this stream is so self-indulgent from me, honestly. But I'm glad that other people are also having fun with me. And also, this is genuine life advice for you. If you are someone like Papyrus, if you are someone that is desperately trying to get people to like you, not in like a selfish way, just like genuinely like you feel lonely and want to have friends that you can take care of and like help out and like just, you know, be friends with, you have to realize that the desperation to do so, the loneliness, the introversion, is the thing holding you back. Sans has a shit ton of friends and everyone loves him, but that's just because he is himself. He is unapologetically himself. He tries to help out, by the way, a lot. Sans has multiple jobs. He is everywhere. Sans has like jobs as a sentry in Snowdin. He sells hot dogs in Hotland. He goes out and talks to multiple people. He's usually seen just hanging out, having fun, making sculptures. Like, it's not like if you desperately want friends, if you desperately want connections, just, you know, go out, be yourself, help others. There's no science to this. You just acting casual and being yourself will eventually attract people that are interested in you as a person, you know? Sans is a living example of when you less search, it is more that you find. Something like that, Hags. Like, he is not desperate. He is not trying to improve himself to, like, be the best version of himself so that people can like him. Papyrus spends so much time alone improving himself, becoming better, becoming stronger for Undyne. He tunnel visions himself and doesn't realize that people can just love him the way that he is, you know? Thiago says, friendship math. You plus genuine equals friendship. Yeah. Like, are you an artist currently? Are you an artist that are trying to improve in your craft? And you're like a perfectionist that doesn't show their drawings to anyone because you're too afraid that your drawings are shit and people are gonna make fun of you and people are not gonna care about you because your art is not like the best it could possibly be, you know? Like, that's nonsense, man. Most people are not gonna care about that. They're not gonna care about how awesome your art is. If your art, like, can reach out to people, can, like, if like, they connect with your art on a deeper level, like, they are not gonna care how detailed the shading and the line art is going to be. Same about your personality. Sure, you may have your issues or, like, your problems, or, like, you may be a little bit annoying at times, but, like, as long as you keep in mind other people's feelings and just try to keep, like, a chill mood and a chill atmosphere, people are just naturally gonna be drawn to you. If you take everything super fucking seriously, then people are not gonna feel safe around you because you're gonna look so desperate and like not chill, and like it's gonna feel weird to be around you because it's gonna feel like, oh, you're trying to find that thing with that person. If you're just chill and just casually help out people along the way, people see that, people like take that way better than if you like try to force yourself into their life, you know? Hayden Sand says, what if I don't love myself the way that I am? In that case, you can improve yourself, but not for others, but just for yourself. Always make sure to improve yourself just to, you know, make your own life more pleasant, not to make others like you more. If you feel like you don't like yourself, you need to work on that. You need to find things that you like about yourself or improve things until your own perception of yourself improves. Kipley says, for me, it's what I draw. I've been made fun of for drawing a bunch of characters. They also call my art style anime, even though it's not. Castro says, Phil, have you ever thought about being a motivational speaker? No, because most of the shit that I say is just word salad that comes out of my brain. I spent literally hours talking about random tangents online, and barely anyone is gonna have, like, the mental capacity to, like, understand all of what I'm saying. It's just, like, nonsense that's coming out of my brain right now. Anyways, going back to Undertale, Sense is just a cool guy, just a chill guy, you know? Okay, for the artists that are like, for the artists that are struggling to, with art. You know, one of the biggest art accounts on Twitter is called fucking Fallen Chungus, right? Fallen Chungus is a Twitter account of, like, MS Paint drawings, like black and white MS Paint drawings of, like, shitty memes. And it is one of the most popular art accounts that has made, like, a bunch of, like, super popular memes nowadays. And people give Fallen Chungus, like, a lot of followers and likes and stuff on Twitter because the art is just funny and chill, you know? Like, you don't have to have, like, hyper detailed drawings to get attention for your art. Sometimes forcing your art to be as detailed as possible and putting a ton of effort and time and, like, love into every single drawing can be detrimental. Sometimes just having fun and drawing whatever the fuck you feel like really quickly, and being loose with your art will make you improve way more than if you put 100% of all of your effort into your artwork, you know? Anyways. Phil, can I really say in-depth... Can say a really in-depth, heartwarming story, then immediately say, like, 12 swear words because he died to Freddy Fazbear? Something like that, Mac. Anyways, about this conversation that Sans has with you in the bar. This is Sans' moment where he sizes you up. Now that you have spared Papyrus, he is trying to communicate with the anomaly here. He's not trying to communicate with Frisk. He is trying to communicate with the thing that's controlling Frisk, the thing that's like your heart, the anomaly that he knows you are. He's like, first of all, thinking about Papyrus, obviously, but there's a moment in this specific cutscene where he tries to warn you about a flower. Here comes the grub. Want some ketchup? More for me. Glug 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 glug. Scratching his ass. Anyway, cool or not, you have to agree Papyrus tries really hard. Like how he keeps trying to be part of the Royal Guard. One day he went to the house of the head of the Royal Guard and begged her to let him be in it. Of course, she shut down the door on him because it was midnight. But the next day, she woke up and saw him, still waiting there. Seeing his dedication, she decided to give him warrior training. It's still a work in progress. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you something. Here it comes. Have you ever heard of a talking flower? Now, pay attention to what's going on in the background here. Of course, most of the characters are just sprite work, so like, they don't really move unless you interact with them. But look at the bartender here, Grillby's. Even though Grillby's is like a sprite, he also has an idle animation of his flame moving on his head. But when Sans does this little moment where like he focuses the view on you and him sitting in the bar, Grillby's head stops moving. It's implied that he froze time in order to have this conversation with you. Because once again, Sans has these powers to manipulate reality, and he just uses them casually in order to get where he wants or get people to like talk to people one-to-one. Ari Thorne says, I don't think Sans can stop time. I feel like this is just so you can add intensity to the scene, because why wouldn't he use this in Geno? I mean, because he can't do anything to you, either. Like, you're just talking. You can't fight in this scenario, you know? Anyways. Also, really cheeky storytelling bit here. Sans is talking about a talking flower with yellow text. But when you say yes, so you know all about it, and you think you're going to talk about Flowey, but then he changes the conversation to the Echo Flower with blue text. And the Echo Flower is a flower that you can find in Waterfall. They're all over the marsh. Say something to them, and they'll repeat it over and over. What about it? Well, Papyrus told me something interesting the other day. Sometimes, when no one else is around, a flower appears and whispers things to him. Flattery, advice, encouragement, predictions. Weird, huh? Someone must be using an Echo Flower to play a trick on him. I love this line, I love this conversation, because this is Undertale showing its hand. It's telling you, we can take this as a cool little RPG, we can take Sans as a goofster guy, and we can just pretend that nothing weird is happening. You can take this as a little adventure between you and the game, and you can just have this little fun moment between characters. Or you can read more deeply into it and realize that he is actually still talking about Flowey in code. He is referring to Flowey being an outside influence and a character that has a history in this world and is trying to manipulate Papyrus. He knows that Flowey has been talking to Papyrus. And at the end of the game, you can see, like, at the end of the game where, like, the trap is sprung, you can see that Flowey talked to Papyrus to set everything up in the true pacifist routes. And Sans is just telling you, the player, hey, keep an eye out on this fucking flower. He is important. Don't let him out of your sight. He is trying to fuck with my brother, and I'm going to do my best to, like, stop it and, like, make Papyrus, like, protect Papyrus from him. But you also keep an eye out on this fucking flower. I don't know what it is. It's not a monster. It's something else. Keep an eye out on Flowey. Keep an eye out, okay? Thanks. Well, that was a long break. I can't believe I let ya pull me from work that long. Oh, by the way, I'm flat broke. Can you foot the bill? It's just... it's just 10,000 G. Just kidding. Grilby, put it on my tab! Oh, he's so fucking cool! I wonder if that's because it's the only way Sans is able to transmit that to the player. Well, it's more like Sans doesn't know how deep your knowledge of the game goes. You could either be a normal human, or you could be the anomaly that they've been trying to deal with for the longest time, you know? Alright, everybody. It's been around 6 hours, and we need to start talking about Waterfall. And also Undyne, and also just that entire chapter of the game. Artie Airithorn says, Sans knows Flowey is probably watching and doesn't want him to know that he knows. Yes. Specifically because of how much of a pain in the ass Sans gave Flowey, like, all those timelines ago. Will this get a two-parter? No, boy! This is a single stream! This track is such a banger. Yeah, I love it. So, in Waterfall, I love that the transition between the snowy, icy world and the hot, bright, warm, like, volcano of Hotland is sandwiched in between these two areas is this really, like, cool, watery swamp area, you know? It's like a perfect transition. You're going from the cold-ass place down into the hot, like, volcano area of the underground. And this place is so beautiful. It contains, like, a lot of nature and plants and, like, tons of, like, mushrooms and glowing rocks and crystals. It is actually the most beautiful part of the game, even though it is, like, the least plot important of it. You just get to meet Undyne and have to, like, survive Undyne. It has, like, the most calming music, the most beautiful moments with, like, Monster Kid looking out into, like, New Home and Asgore's castle, and, like, has my favorite palette in the game as well. In my opinion, Hotland is kind of a mess visually. Hotland is like this ugly, orange, red, like, volcano, Bowser's castle fucking area. I don't really fuck with it at all. My favorite areas in this game are Waterfall and the core. The core is also super fucking cool. Diamond says, Waterfall is my favorite area. The music, the characters, the lore drops, the implications, the dread. It's so good. Also, meet Monster Kid, by the way. Monster Kid is... he doesn't have much going for him, really. He is just a little monster kid that, like, runs around and, like, thinks that you're cool because, like, you're both kids and, like, follows you. And, like, he is basically there for Undyne to protect. Monster Kid looks up to Undyne, thinks that she's cool, and, like, Monster Kid is just, like, a plot device to, like, you know, kind of, like, give Frisk a way to escape Undyne in, like, those few moments. He probably has other lore tidbits, but overall he's pretty useless to the story, in my opinion. He ain't got no arms. Oh yeah, also that. He tends to fall on his fucking face a lot because his weird fucking gigantic head is too big, and his tiny little legs just like makes him trip around. He just falls a lot and like eats shit a lot of the time. Haha, no arms. Oh, another cool Papyrus moment in this, by the way. Papyrus calls you in this moment and asks you what you're wearing, so that you can then, so that he can then say the opposite thing to Undyne, but he ends up, like, saying the right thing anyway. So you're wearing a gross bandage. Got it. Wink wink. He thinks that you are trying to lie, and he will give false information to Undyne, but in reality you are actually wearing a gross bandage. Diamond says, their main role comes in the Geno run, yeah. In Pacifist, they just make a nice contrast to the dread TM of Waterfall. Yeah. If you change, he will say whatever you're wearing. It's really fucking stupid, I love that bit. But look at how beautiful Waterfall is. Like, it's implied... Like, these are not stars, by the way, because we are still underground. It is implied that these are just like shiny crystals and rocks that are like lining up the ceiling of this cave, and it's just like this beautiful little light show of like a permanent night sky. Also, shit. Let's actually read some lore that the game gives you. Alright. Let me put on my reader voice. Ancient writing covers the walls. You can just make out the words. The war of humans and monsters. This is the moment in the game where it actually gives more context to the intro legend at the beginning of every playthrough of Undertale. Why did the humans attack? Indeed, it seemed that they had nothing to fear. Humans are unbelievably strong. It would take the soul of nearly every monster to just equal the power of a single human soul. But humans have one weakness. Ironically, it is the strength of their soul. Its power allows it to persist outside the human body, even after death. If a monster defeats a human, they can take its soul. A monster with a human soul, a horrible beast with unfathomable power. By the way, in the beta of in like COD content for Undertale, this specific note had a in the beta, like I think it was like in the art book, there was originally going to be a artwork of Omega Flowey here. The beast of unfathomable power was originally, like, I don't know, set to look like Omega Flowey. And it was cut out because, one, they didn't want to ruin the shock of Omega Flowey. And at the end of like the neutral route, and also it kind of really didn't make sense because the reason for why Omega Flowey looks the way that he is because he is like a monstrous like version of a flower. But it was kind of like, you know, a cool detail of like, oh, originally you were supposed to get a glimpse of Omega Flowey like in this like legend like scribble, you know? It's an illustration of a strange creature. Yeah, this one was supposed to be like Omega Flowey here. There's something very unsettling about this drawing. It didn't really make sense for the story, so they just like cut it out and just replaced it with a generic like text box, you know? Photoshop / Omega Flowey is just Asriel's monster that he made using random JPEGs. Super fucking cool. I never knew about that. Yeah, it's in the Undertale art book. What about the abandoned quiche? I think I skipped that. Sorry about that. I'm really skipping a lot of the healing items and stuff for this game. I hope that that doesn't bite me in the ass later. Usually in my playthroughs of this game, I get stuck on the fight with, like, Undyne. Because guess what, motherfuckers? Undyne is actually a monster that is trying to kill you. She genuinely wants to kill you and take your soul. She doesn't give a shit that she's fighting a child. And she's not doing it because she's cruel or evil. She's doing it because she thinks that that will save monster kind. Let's actually talk about Undyne now. Undyne is a fish. Undyne is so fucking cool. She is the most determined monster in the underground. When she met Alphys, Alphys showed her a bunch of, like, anime, like, movies and, like, shows from, like, the human world, and she became obsessed with anime, and she basically lives by the code of being, like, a true anime hero, you know? The reason for why she's so determined to, like, free monster kind and, like, make Asgore's plan come true is because she literally was watching, like, trigger animes where, like, the hero saves, like, their race by, like, being really cool and, like, having speeches on top of mountains and, like, crossing their arms and, like, fighting with a true warrior spirits. A warrior of justice! Exactly. I love that fucking fish. She has the hope for Asgore's plan that he himself is unable to muster, which makes her one of the most difficult fights in the game. The thing with Undyne is that she's kind of like a skill check for people that are playing the game and not taking it seriously. If you go through the game and... because, you know, like, Papyrus was, like, slightly difficult, but, like, he never actually outright killed you. Undyne will fucking kill you if she gets her hands on you. Low-key glad they cut it instead of waiting for a prophetic monster. We see this horrible amalgamation of unpredictable experiments who is clearly not supposed to be well put together. Exactly, Tisov. Mello says, and being as determined as they are, if she does end up dying, we get an early glimpse into what DT does to dead monsters. Oh yeah, in the genocide route, if you fight Undyne, she will transform into... what was she called? Not Advanced Undyne, but it was like something else. But she actually ends up transforming herself into, like, a true hero of legend. Because monsters can't just do that. The power to take their souls. This is the power that humans feared. Undyne the Undying! Yeah, it's so fucking cool. The true warrior. Also, fucking meet Onion-san, I guess.
Hey. Hey there. Noticed you were here. I'm Onion-san. Onion-san, you here? You're visiting Waterfall, huh? It's great here, huh? You love it, huh? Yeah, me too. It's my big favorite. Even though the water's getting so shallow here, I have to sit down all the time, but... Hey, that's okay. It beats moving to the city and living in a crowded aquarium, like all my friends did. And the aquarium's full anyway, so like, even if I wanted to, that's okay though, you hear? Undyne's gonna fix everything, you hear? I'm gonna get out of here and live in the ocean, you hear? Hey there, that's the end of this room. I'll see you around, have a good time. In Waterfall!
Anyway, that was just there to show off how, like, all of the monsters' hopes reside within, like, Undyne. Oh shit! Shyren, So, this is technically two monsters. You see two bodies here, but Chiron is actually the thing above this body. Chiron is just the fish, like, above this other monster body at the bottom. We're gonna start humming. So, there is this little super cool sequence that you can partake in this fight, where, like, you get to see that not only is Gaster following you, not only is Flowey following you, but also Sans is, like, following you and watching you in the dark, making sure that your path is clear, because he's gonna judge you at the end of the Judgment Hall. You hum some more, monsters are drawn to it. Suddenly, it's a concert. If you, like, go through this fight, Sans is selling tickets made out of toilet paper to, like, the monsters in the concert. If you had killed Papyrus before in Snowdin, and you got to this point, and you were singing along with Chiron, this would not be Sans is selling tickets made of toilet paper. This would be a hooded figure is watching in the distance. Because even though you killed his brother, Sans is still there watching you, and he's just waiting for you at the end of the Judgment Hall. You know? It's such an ominous detail. Anyway, sorry, Chiron. We'll have to spare you. The northern room hides a great treasure. Oh, we're gonna do that weird sequence. This power has no counter. Indeed, a human cannot take a monster's soul. When a monster dies, its soul disappears, and an incredible power would be needed to take the soul of a living monster. There is only one exception. The soul of a special species of monster called a boss monster. A boss monster's soul is strong enough to persist after death, if only for a few moments. That's why when we killed Toriel, you could see that her heart was still there, even after her body crumbled into ash. You could still see the upside-down white monster hearts. And then, after like a few seconds, it just like poofs, cracks into nothingness. A human could absorb this soul, but this has never happened. And now, it never will. Will you do the piano puzzle? Yes, because this is one of my favorite sequences in the game. Hag says, knowing all of this, it would have been really cool if in this section any symbol had been shown related to the beast, and in the end Omega Flowey has that symbol. Yeah, it would have been cool. The previous lore tablet that we read in the previous room does kind of make me think, hey, wait a second! If Toriel wanted to protect you, and wanted to ensure that you got through the barrier, why didn't she give up her soul to you to both guide you through the game and also let you go through the barrier? That's kind of like a plot hole, isn't it? Because like the whole idea with this is that once you get to the end of the game and you get to Asgore's throne room, Asgore explains to you that the only way to get past through the barrier is by having the power of a human soul and a monster soul combined. And the only way to get past through Asgore is to kill him, take his soul, and move through the barrier. Like, that's what happens at the end of the neutral route. Right? She wants you to kill Asgore. She is an old lady with dementia. Maybe she didn't know, because Alphys holds the information about needing a boss monster soul and a human soul from mostly everyone. I guess that's true. I guess maybe Toriel just never, like, involved herself with, like, the mechanics of, like, how to break the barrier. you know? Maybe she just didn't think of it. Yeah, but she realizes this at the end of the True Pacifist route. Oh yeah, right! At the end of the True Pacifist route, Toriel straight up, like, said to Asgore, Asgore, you dumb motherfucker! Instead of waiting here for thousands of years, waiting for humans to arrive down here, you could have killed one human, taken his soul, gone through the barrier, killed 6 more, and then liberated our people. And this fucking hypocrite does not offer up her soul to get the one human out of the underground without killing anyone else. I mean, I'm not saying fuck Toriel, but I'm saying that a lot of people that are giving Asgore shit are not really, like, criticizing Toriel much for her actions, you know? I'm not saying that I'm an Asgore apologist, I'm just saying that Toriel also has her own faults and issues, you know? Again, she wanted you to kill him and take his soul. That's a bit too extreme, right? That's kind of fucked up in its own right? That's like saying, hey, my child, I know that you're literally 12 years old, but why don't you kill my ex-husband and get out of here? It's like, whoa, lady! Christ, you couldn't have told the child that ahead of time? You fucking asshole! Anyways, this is supposed to represent, Toriel and Asgore's, dead kid. It's a statue. The structures at its feet seem dry. You can take a little umbrella from here and give the little monster with horns the umbrella. You place the umbrella atop the statue. Inside the statue, a music box begins to play. I guess I haven't talked about it during the stream, so I guess I'll talk about it now. Asgore and Toriel had a child named Asriel. The funniest part is that you can tell that Asgore was the one that named Asriel, because Asriel's name is literally just Asgore's name plus Toriel. Asgore, Toriel, Asriel. He's so fucking bad at naming things. Thiago says, if a child passes the barrier, more would fall later if she's dead. So who is to help those new children? If she dies for one, she kills many more. True, Thiago, but when you were fighting Toriel at the start of the game, Toriel basically wanted you to kill her to prove that you were strong enough to pass through the door. And then you see her die. So why wouldn't she give up her soul in those last moments to allow Frisk a chance to pass through the barrier without killing anyone else? Anyways, dot up right, dot down right. Let's go solve that puzzle. Listen, she's stupid. Everyone forgives Toriel because she's a hot goat mommy. There's a piano here. Play it? Yes. So, for some reason, the melody that the statue gives you allows you to enter this weird-ass room. And if you enter this weird-ass room, you get to have, like, a little ball. It's a legendary artifact. Will you take it? You're carrying too many dogs. Wait, what? The fuck you mean by that? Annoying dog. Annoying dog. A little white dog. It's fast asleep. You put the dog on the ground. The dog absorbs the artifacts. It's just this stupid shit that I love about this game, man. Like, I have been literally talking about it for like 6+ hours, but like, even though I've talked about it for 6+ hours, like, at the end of the day, this game just makes me smile, you know? It's just dumb shit like that that is beautiful and stupid that, like, I'm in love with. Damn you, Toby. But yes, this statue is meant to represent Toriel and Asgore's dead son. This statue, from what I know, is supposed to be the statue that originally was in MTT Apartments. Or at least that's what I got. Apparently Undertale Yellow didn't invent that. This statue was taken out of the apartments in Hotland and just thrown out alongside all the other trash that you find in Waterfall. Yeah, Mettaton trashed that statue. And I can imagine that Asgore would be pretty fucking pissed about that. Because that statue is meant to represent the future of monsterkind. Like, Asriel was meant to be the future of monsterkind. He literally says that Asriel and Kara were meant to be the future of their race. But Mettaton doesn't give a shit. He just trashed the statue because he didn't understand the symbolic nature of that statue. So he just threw it in Waterfall. And Asgore's too much of a pussy to, like, call him out on it. Wait, Mettaton did that? Friendship over with him? That's one thing about Mettaton that, like, never gets really brought up, in the game. Mettaton is kind of an asshole and, like, abusive towards his employees. More specifically, Burger Pants. Like, I don't really like Mettaton. Like, he is, like, way too... Like, he is full of himself to the point that he steps over others to get what he wants. Which is something that Papyrus, like, doesn't do. Papyrus specifically tries to make everyone happy. But, like, Mettaton will absolutely take advantage of you and of, like, his creator, of everyone, to get what he wants. Oh, this is beautiful. It's such a simple moment, you know? Like, this is literally just a silhouette of reused sprites, a couple of colors at the bottom, a simple drawing of a castle, and, like, some reused sprites of, like, shiny stars in the ceiling. But it just gives you a mood, you know? Ari Thorne says, this scene inspired like 1,000 fan art pieces at least. It's such a quiet moment, you know? The simple moments, when used well, are the most powerful. Habone... Oh, hey, Thiago. Fun fact, in the files, this is the Disney room? Oh, yeah, because of the Disney World Castle. Aw, that's kind of cute, actually. I like that. Flight of Icarus says, do we actually ever get to visit this castle? A lot of people theorized about that. I mean, yeah, that's New Home. That's where Asgore resides. That's the end of the game. You're halfway through the game. By the way, congratulations everybody that's been here since the start. You're in the middle of the stream. We're in the middle point of the stream. Hope you realize that. Yeah, that's Asgore's place. Bone the Cat says, Fisnum, so this also implies that the war started because of speculation, because a monster had never taken a soul before back then. Yes, the truth about the monster and human war is that humans are bastards. And that they sealed away the monsters in the underground, not because they actually did anything bad, but because they were just scared of them. Like, I like this idea of like monsters being called that, and then in the human society, monsters are like seen as like these boogeymen, you know, like, oh, watch out for the monster under your bed, he's going to eat you. Woo! The main reason for why monsters are here is because humans retaliated before the monsters could actually do anything. You know how in today's society, we live in a society, but like, you know, in today's world, how like everyone is kind of mean and angry at each other because we're all paranoid that the other person has like ulterior motives. Like, people tend to like be angry and critical and judgmental of others, not because they themselves did anything wrong, but because they've heard these stories of like these kinds of people doing horrible shit, so you have to judge them for who, like, for what kind of race they are. It's like, you know, in reality, everyone is just a normal human person, and just because these people are like of a certain race, it doesn't mean that they are like out to get you or anything. Just because like you're part of the LGBT, it doesn't mean that you want to convert other people into like, ooh, your gay ways, ooh. It's just because of fear. Because people fear the unknown, feel the other, fear the stranger, the other one from the other tribe. And in this scenario, Undertale uses that as a metaphor of like, oh, these literal monsters are actually just as kind as any normal human being, but because of the way that they are and because they're so large and imposing and weird and strange, they were marginalized and then eventually driven out of society into a fucking cave on the ground, and they were forgotten about. Racism! Undertale is about racism! That's about a whole different other things, you know? Diamond says, us versus them is a powerful tool when it comes to instilling fear and thus power over people, unfortunately. Undertale is woke? Okay, I've seen generic name on the chat, so I know that's a joke. But like, imagine being like, I know that generic name like knows about Undertale and stuff, but like, imagine being a random person that has gotten to this point on the stream and like genuinely thinking, wait a second, is this game woke? Really? What tipped it off? Like, oh, like, what? Like the multiple trans characters, both like main characters and side characters? The focus about individuality and being true to yourself? The message about kindness and not like spreading fear and hatred? About not using others as like tools or like pawns for your own entertainment? Like, oh, this game is woke? Oh my god, it's such a fucking revelation. Oh, you mean to tell me the game whose only two human characters are not explicitly non-binary? This game is woke? Oh yeah, right, the lesbian fish, by the way. The main romantic couple in the game are two gay ass, like the fish and the dinosaur lady. Yeah, no, this game is totally not woke, man. Random user says there is literally a lesbian relationship required to get the true pacifist ending. Accelerator says, Phil, try calling Papyrus. He will give dialogue depending on which room he is in. Yeah, there's way too much dialogue with Papyrus. But like, let's call him up right now and see what he thinks of this area. That's the king's castle. Thank you. Thank you, Pappy. Yeah, that you're truing. You're very much truing about that, my boy. I genuinely think that Papyrus is Arrow Ace. Maybe I'm just projecting my, like, ideas upon him, but, like, Papyrus seems to be, like, not focused at all on romance. Like, for a character that desperately wants people to like him, you'd imagine that he would have some crushes here and there, right? But, like, romance seems to be a completely alien subject to Papyrus. And we know for sure this is not, like, a monster thing, because, like, there's multiple monster relationships in the game. And, like, Sans very clearly wants to fuck that goat lady. Dav says, homosexuality and gender ideology is okay. But I draw the line at racial equality? Cancel woke tail? Look, I can excuse LGBT, but I draw the line at not being racist. This is why it fucking, like, makes me giggle so much when I see, like, an Undertale fan that is, like, transphobic, you know? Or, like, an Undertale fan that is, like, Islamophobic, or, like, just, like, in general is acting like a fucking, like, inconscientious, like, fucking asshole to someone else just because of the way that they were born or the place that they were born. It's like, do you know the game that you're fucking, like, playing, you know? Do you know the game that you're even taking part of in the fandom for, you fucking idiot? Like, I've seen people say, like, oh, why are they putting politics in my Undertale / Deltarune? When, like, Chapter 2 specifically has an allegory about people like them. Like, in Chapter 2 of Deltarune, in the cyber world, there are, like, 2 citizens of the cyber world. No, 1 citizen of the cyber world that says, like, oh, yeah, this tyrannical ruler is taking over our cyber world, but, like, I don't think it's really gonna affect me. So, like, I don't really have an opinion on politics. And then, in the next room over, you can see the exact same citizen wearing the exact same hat that he was wearing, but now he's taken over by the plug mind control device. You know? Diamond says, consider Arrow Papyrus and A Sans, the Aspect Bros. That's kind of cool, actually. That's kind of cute. Anyway, we should probably move on from this. Your one and only says, they bring up some shit about how Frisk and Kara's gender are up to interpretation, or how you don't have to agree with art to enjoy, which is bullshit. Yeah. Enough wokeness for one day. Oh, God. Hayden Sen says, I'm not gonna lie, I used to be transphobic and a fan of this. I've grown up since then. We shouldn't shun people who have changed because this game shows people overcoming their prejudices. Hey, if you know about Flowey's story, you kind of know that this game is all about, like, yeah, even the worst people can change if you give them a chance. Hey, Nick Creator, thank you for the $2. Literally just got my hoodie, and wow, you're truing. Thank you. Also, is there more lore here? The humans, afraid of our power, declared war on us. They attacked suddenly and without mercy. In the end, it could hardly be called a war. United, the humans were too powerful, and us monsters too weak. Not a single soul was taken, and countless monsters were turned to dust. But Flowey stays a little shit. I guess we will have to talk about Flowey whenever we get to, like, the neutral ending of this game. Fiago says, in Chapter 2, we have a character being surprised by having his face plugged when not caring about all the... all faces get plugged party. Yeah, like the leopards eating faces party. By the way, we're currently being chased by Undyne. If you are actually a gamer god and you manage to, like, avoid Undyne throughout most of this section, which I'm not a gamer god. But if I was a gamer god, you can actually frustrate Undyne a shitload. She will continuously get faster in her attacks until, like, you actually get hurt. And it like, continues to grow and grow into like a stupid amount of like attacks. It's so fucking funny because she is visibly getting upset at you being a little shit and evading every single one of her attacks. It's really fucking funny. Alright, chat, I need to lock in to make sure that I don't get destroyed by this fish woman. Okay, since we're talking about sexuality and gender again when it comes to Undertale, I want to, like, just check. Alphys is supposed to be bisexual, right? I know for sure that, like, at least Undyne is lesbian, but from what I understand, Alphys also has a crush on Asgore, right? Like, it's not just Undyne. Oh, shit. I don't want to die! No! Oh my god, so close. Yes, she has a crush on both Undyne and Asgore. Bisexual queen. Very nice. I think she calls Asgore hunky at one point. She does not have a crush on Frisk. No, absolutely not. You can choose between like who has a crush, like who Alphys has a crush on, and you can choose the human, Mettaton, and Asgore and Undyne, and like both Asgore and Undyne are like correct choices. The fanfic? Did she make a fucking fanfic about Asgore? She does have a thing for Asgore, according to Mettaton. She's also kind of attracted to Mettaton because she would get sweaty with working on his new body. I mean, you know. Oh, also, shit, I kind of missed this. This is a very important flashback. Shit, I missed this sequence, shit. Okay, so once Undyne gets you to the end of that chase sequence, she throws a spear and makes you fall down into the depths of the waterfall, and then Frisk conks out. And then, during your dream, you dream of someone helping you up from a large fall. And that person says, "Oh, your name is Kara, huh? That's a nice name." My name is... And it gets cut off. Ooh, we're gonna talk so fucking much about that person once we get to that section. Oh my god. Also, a bed of flowers cushions your fall once again. Piles of garbage. There are quite a few brands that you recognize. This is also important, by the way. Waterfall is the main lake and water area. It is implied that the water that is washing down on Waterfall right here, right now, is water that the humans are using for their sewage systems in, like, the surface. Which is why here you can see garbage that Frisk recognizes. Like, in that one little blurb, it says, there are many brands that you recognize. And that's because Frisk came from the modern human world, and there are modern human accommodations here. There are game consoles, there are TV screens, there are toys, there are figurines, manga, anime. All these things are things that Frisk knows from their childhood in the human world, and these are things that have washed up into the monster world, and Alphys, the royal scientist, has rescued from this trash heap because this is where she runs to hide whenever she wants to hide away from the world. This trash heap and all these items are things that Alphys scavenges and returns back to the lab with and analyzes and tries to make different, like, technology with, based on, like, old human tech. You're walking in poop water, yes. Even though it's really beautiful poop water. Frisk is a weeb too? Ha, fucking weeb. I mean, it really depends on you. Luca Sanguine says, damn, we're still going strong here. Remember to eat and drink something. I should probably pour myself a gamer sub, actually. You rest your hand on the rusted bike. Its horn wheezes a honk of despair. The reason that you get that memory from the flowers is because in a call from Papyrus and Undyne that hints that it's some kind of hive mind. Is it? I've never paid attention to those calls. It's a DVD case for an anime. Desperate claw marks cover the edges. Those are Alphys, by the way. Like, this is specifically the spot that Alphys runs to get the newest anime and shit that falls down into the underground. Also, time to meet one of the fandom's favorite characters. Oh! Ha! It's just like you to run away. I am a ghost that lives inside a dummy. My cousin used to live inside a dummy too, until you came along. When you talked to them, they thought they were in for a nice chat. But the things you said, horrible, shocking, unbelievable. It spooked them right out of their dummy. Human, I'll scare your soul out of your body. Mad Dummy blocks the way. So, Mad Dummy is a ghost, and they are the cousin of Napstablook. There's also one other cousin. Actually, there's 3 cousins now that I think about it. But yeah, they are a cousin of Napstablook. They are the ghost family. It's no wonder she is the way that she is. She's consuming anime people throw away. Exactly, Matrix. Anyway, so the thing with Mad Dummy is that they are very explicitly a trans allegory, but their journey of transition is exclusive to the Switch version of the game, which kinda pisses me off a little bit. The thing with Mad Dummy is that they very clearly have anger problems, like very big anger problems. Ghosts in the Undertale world are like... they are looking for a vessel. They are intangible. They're like ghosts in the real world, you know? They're trying to find a vessel that they can inhabit. The real world? But, so you have characters like Mad Dummy and like Mettaton that were originally ghosts that are now inhabiting physical forms. Mad Dummy initially uses this body, a dummy, and they seem to be very unhappy with it. They have very clearly a lot of anger issues. They take out their anger on you, the player. But if you bought Undertale for the Switch, you can actually go, after this fight is over, you can go back to Snowdin underneath the sink in Papyrus's and Sans' home, and you can find a secret room where you can find a doll of Mew Mew Kissy Cutie. Mew Mew Kissy Cutie is a cat girl anime that washed up in Waterfall that Alphys is obsessed with. It seems to be based off of Tokyo Mew Mew. Hold on a second. Tokyo Mew Mew. This is actually an anime that I watched as a kid. Yeah, this one. Gonna show this off to Chad. It seems that Mew Mew Kissy Cutie is inspired by Tokyo Mew Mew. I watched this when I was a kid, and the main character is a magical girl, cat girl fucking thing. In Tokyo Mew Mew, it's the different magical girls are different types of animals and shit. But the main character is a cute ass cat girl. So in Undertale, you have this, like, super, like, low-quality fucking anime show that Alphys is obsessed with, and while she was working on getting a body for Mettaton, she made this sculpture of Mew Mew Kissy Cutie, and, you know, I think she just gifted it to Papyrus at some point or something like that. Like, it's just sitting in, like, the basement of their home. I'm not quite sure why, but eventually, if you interact with this doll, you can find that actually Mad Dummy has managed to possess the Mew Mew Kissy Cutie doll, and she fights you once again in that optional boss fight in the Switch version, and all throughout the fight, she starts realizing, oh wait, this body is actually really fucking cool. I love this body. This powerful feminine body is, like, ideal for me. And she manages to actually properly fuse with this body permanently. You know? Axolotl Boy says, Mad Mew Mew possessed it and stole it from Alphys' lab. Oh, so it didn't remain in... It wasn't gifted to Papyrus, it was in the lab of Alphys, and then she escaped with the body. And is now hiding underneath Papyrus's fucking sink. Okay, yeah, okay. I like this story because, like, as you may see from the fight that we're currently doing right now, Mad Dummy is not, like, a gentle character, right? They're not, like, a very feminine character. They're very angry, and like the name implies, they're mad. They are fucking, like, they actively want to, like, kill you and get revenge on you. And, like, they're not, like, a typically female-presenting character, you know? So I kind of like this thing of, like, this trans character that is not simply just like, ooh, I was a girl all along, and I was, like, super girly when I was a boy, but then I found out that, on my journey that I'm, like, actually a girl and stuff like that. No, it's like they have an actual character beyond just the trans characteristics. The character that is produced from the transition of this ghost character into their vessel is called Mad Mew Mew, because it's not just the girly anime girl fucking kitty persona, it's still just Mad Dummy, but in a body that they are, like, more comfortable with. Like, she's more comfortable with. Oh shit, I might actually die here. Oh, fuck. Cameron Jensen says, Sans opens the sink cabinet one day, finds a life-sized anime doll, takes the Clorox, and walks away. Ari Thorne says, her character basically doesn't change, she's just happier now. Yes, that's what I fucking love. Like, in this fight, like, Mad Dummy is, like, kind of miserable. Like, she says, oh, like, I don't need friends, I don't need minions, I don't need anyone, I can do this myself, like, I just need violence, I just need anger. They're, like, so mad and, like, fighting the world, essentially. But once, like, she completes her transformation into Mad Mew Mew, like, they're still, like, rash and violent, but, like, they're happier. And that's, like, so fucking cute, you know? They still got anger issues to work through. Very obviously, look at that fucking thing. But the fact that they find themselves a body that they can actually feel happy with is so fucking cute. Hayden-san says, Mad Dummy is also had a crush on Undyne, but when they love someone, she accepts us and is supportive. Oh yeah, Mad Dummy is kind of like a masochist, actually, because, like, she is Undyne's training dummy. The dummy that is in this, like, is like the dummy that Undyne uses to fight, and she loves it. She loves to get beaten up by Undyne. In fact, during the Switch fight with Mad Mew Mew, like, when she is talking about her new body, she's basically like fantasizing. It's like, oh, I can't wait to show Undyne this new body and like have her fight me with this new like fragile body. It's like, ooh, this bitch is freaky. Damn, didn't know Mad Dummy was kinky like that. Oh, she freaky. Pickled Paint Palette says, I adore that she's the same as herself in this form, but happier. Transitioning doesn't change a person, it just helps people feel better in their own skin. I adore Mad Mew Mew. Yes! Which is why I'm kind of fucking mad that she is a Switch exclusive version, like, a Switch exclusive plot point in Undertale, you know? Like, I technically have a Switch, but like, why the hell would I buy the Switch version if I can just play it on Steam? Except for this one fucking change, you know? What? It's a living. That's Mad Mew Mew, by the way. You can recognize that that's Mad Mew Mew, that's Mad Dummy, because she has this, like, verbal tick where, like, they repeat things 3 times over in their dialogue. That's why people recognized, like, Mad Mew Mew, like, right away in the Switch version fights you can find in Papyrus's room. Asher says, God forbid a woman have hobbies. Does this mean that Undertale is even more woke on the Switch? Dude, it's so fucking woke. I mean, a trans character already existed in, like, Undertale. It was the lion. Like, the lion was like a side character that was like a male lion that looked up to Mettaton, and then once Mettaton made like his debut with like a dress, he was so impressed with like Mettaton's ability to like express a wider or like range of gender than just like male presenting. And so at the end of the epilogue in the pacifist route, in the epilogue like backtrack sequence, you can see that same lion wearing that same dress that Mettaton wore to that episode of a show, and like the lion is so much more happier in that dress. And then when you go into Deltarune, you can see that same lion is now a waitress wearing a dress in Deltarune in like hometown. It's so fucking cute. I'm just glad that, you know, one of actual characters that you can fight in the game is also trans. Oh, by the way, I know that I've repeated it before, but like, a Mettaton is a ghost. Here, this is Mettaton's original home, and this is Napstablook's house. It is kind of implied that Mettaton ran away from Waterfall, ran away from Blookie, and ran away into Hotland to become a star. Mettaton was a ghost that wanted to find more purpose in life than just being stuck in Waterfall with, like, his cousin, you know? He wanted to be a star. He went to Alphys and begged her to make him a new body for himself, a new vessel that he could be comfortable in. Oh, also, let's just hang out with Blookie, because, like, they're cool. Oh, you really came? Sorry, I wasn't expecting that. It's not much, but make yourself at home. Oh, do you want to listen to some tunes? Or something? The computer's internet browser is open to a music sharing forum. I love Blookie so much. Do you want to, like, listen to some tunes or something? How do you, lay down on the floor? I forgot how to lay down on the floor with Blookie. AVGN if he wasn't assertive. Aww. Blookie was my favorite character as a kid. Oh, are you hungry? I can get you something to eat. Because, like, they're so introverted, but they still have a personality with, like, they love music and sharing music and being a DJ and being part of a band. There's a ghost sandwich. Do you want to try it? Yes. You attempt to bite into the ghost sandwich. You phase right through it. Oh. Never mind. After a great meal, I like to lie on the ground and feel like garbage. They're just like me for real. It's a family tradition. Do you want to join me? Ari Thorne says, Napstablook just needs to work on their self-esteem and they'll be going places for sure. Yeah. The main flaw that Napstablook has is that they're actually genuinely cool and talented. Like, Napstablook can just make a fucking hat out of, like, their own tears. That's genuinely a cool trick. But, like, they kind of go away and, like, leave before they're even able to, like, get other people's opinions on it. Like, they genuinely think, oh, it's garbage, like, it's probably garbage, I'm sorry that I wasted your time, and they just, like, fucking run away. And it's so cool, because at the end of Mettaton's story, you receive a call from Blukey in the middle of the Mettaton fight, where Blukey is, like, trying to, like, hype himself up and try to, like, speak to Mettaton because it's the last time that they'll get to talk to Mettaton. And, like, right before he's able to, like, do the thing, he just says, oh, I'm sorry that I bothered to even call you, I'm sorry, goodbye, and just cuts off the call, and it's like, no, Blukey! Everyone loves you, please stay! It's like, oh, you're literally your own worst enemy, you know? Hey, Squeaky Squeak. Hey, Phil, I'm back, what did I miss? We've been talking about Undyne and Waterfall and, like, having a little bit more confidence in yourself, and also Mad Mew Mew as, like, a trans allegory being brilliant. Anyways, let's lay down on the floor like garbage. I will also take this time to go to the bathroom and get myself some more gamer subs. Because, like, I've been talking for 7 hours straight, and I need to finish this fucking stream. So, like, we will continue, but I need some time to, like, go get some gamer subs and get some, and go shit myself. Okay? So, like, chat. If you love to lay down on the ground and feel like garbage, go to gamersubs.gg/toxic to get 10% off of anything on the store, okay? Okay? Anyways, I will leave you lying down on the ground with Blukey. I'll see you guys later, right? See you in a bit. I'm back! Hello? Hold on a second. I'm shaking my game subs. Hello? Hello, hello? Hey there. What? What's going on? Hey, Ashers. I got my doctor paper to wake me up. Hell yeah, Ashers. How's it going, Azazel? Oh, hold on. Let me pull myself up. Hold on a second. Yeah. There you go. Hello. I'm back. Sorry about that. I was taking a little bit of a break. I went to the bathroom, and I got myself some Gamer Subs anime girl thigh flavor. Non-caffeine. By the way, caffeine-free version. Because I already drank an energy drink, and I don't need more today. So I just got the caffeine-free version Gamer Subs. Because it's genuinely tasty, and, like, it hydrates me. Without the caffeine, this is, like, really good for hydration. It may sound like a fucking genuinely disgusting name, but it actually tastes like orange slimesicle. So it's like really cool. Anyway, let's get up from the floor. Well, that was nice. Thank you. Aww, I love you, Blukey. Let's continue our journey through Hotland, okay? I mean, through Waterfall, okay? Okay, so chat, you got some reprieve from my fucking voice. I hope you enjoyed that, because I will be continuing to talk about this game for 5 fucking hours straight. Is there anything that you guys would like me to cover before we continue? This is probably pretty confusing then. Oh, once I start talking again about the story, like, it's gonna get real fucking confusing. The duck! The bird! Oh yeah, you can do a little thingy here if you guys want, like, a little extra break from my voice. You can go in here and get a ride from the ducky. This little bird wants to carry you across. Accept the bird's offer? This little bird wants to carry you across. Accept the bird's offer? Again! Uppies! Amazing. Anyways, yeah, what the hell were we talking about before? Honestly, would watch 10 out of 10. Seriously, what should we talk about next? Like, I'm kinda, like, lost at the moment. Oh yeah, Gerson! Right. I kind of skipped the first shop in the game. This is the second major shop in the game. This is Gerson Boom. Hey, Welklore, thank you for the $4. Matt Mew Mew is genuinely amazing trans representation, and I feel like there should be more trans rep like her. Trans people get attacked a lot these days, so it's nice to have such representation. Hell yeah! Okay, yeah, Gerson Boom. This guy, this old man, this turtle man, look at how fucking cool he is. He was a veteran of the human monster war. he was known as the Hammer of Justice. If you let him talk to you, he will talk to you all about the war. Should I talk about it, or should I let him just speak? Let's just let him speak. About yourself. I've been around a long time. Maybe too long. Studying history sure is easy when you've lived through so much yourself. Actually, yeah. We're talking about lore, so let's hear it from the experts. Huh? You don't know what that is? What are they teaching you kids in school nowadays? That's the Deltarune, the emblem of our kingdom. The kingdom of monsters. Great name, huh? It's as I always say. All King Fluffy Buns can name for beans. Emblem's meaning? That emblem actually predates written history. The original meaning has been lost to time. All we know is that the triangles symbolize us monsters below, and the winged circle above symbolizes... something else. Most people say that it's the angel from the prophecy. The prophecy, huh? Oh yeah, the prophecy. Legend has it an angel who has seen the surface will descend from above and bring us freedom. Lately, people have been taking a bleaker outlook, calling that winged circle the Angel of Death. A harbinger of destruction, waiting to free us from this mortal realm. In my opinion, when I see that little circle, I just think about how it looks neat. Let's fucking talk about that, shall we? That's the Deltarune. It has so many more implications in Deltarune itself. Shit. Fuck. Shit. Okay. It's interesting how he is the one that name drops Deltarune. Okay, I am going to be talking about the Deltarune exclusively in the context of Undertale, okay? So that we don't get lost. Thank you, Pickled Paint Palette, for the $5.
I make charms and pins out of shrinky dink plastic, and I'm gonna make some gonna make a Fi one and some Undertale ones. Any suggestions of characters?
Please, for the love of God, make a Mad Mew Mew one. I beg of you. Please. And also Queen from Deltarune. I would very much like that. Anyways, the Deltarune and the prophecy in the world of Undertale tells of an angel that will descend down upon monster kind, and within it will bring down freedom to all monster kind. The thing about the Deltarune is that it has its own meaning on Undertale, and then it's repurposed for Deltarune, the game. The symbol represents us. Like, we are the angel. A lot of people may be, disagreeing with me. People may say, no, Phil, Asriel is the final boss of the pacifist route is the angel. But no, I fully believe that once again, the angel is you. Because of the double meaning of the prophecy in Undertale. The angel can either free monster kind by being a pacifist, reaching the pacifist ending, and then freeing all of us by, breaking the barrier alongside Asriel, and the true form of Asriel, which is the angel of hyperdeath, or something like the god of hyperdeath. Or, you can become the monster of the genocide route, kill every single monster, and then destroy the world. And that technically also brings freedom to monster kind. You know? I see where you're going with this. Yeah, so... I'm gonna take a little bit of Deltarune to explain why my theory is correct. Do you guys know what the Angel's Heaven is? In the Deltarune version of this prophecy, it says that 3 heroes will descend on World's Edge and banish the Angel's Heaven. The Angel's Heaven, in my personal opinion, is the window that we're playing the game on. The reason for why I think that the angel represents the player is because we, as viewers of this world, are literally looking down onto everyone in the underground and everyone in Deltarune. We are using the window of the Angel's Heaven to look down upon the creatures of this world, influence them with our power, and bring down death or freedom to them as we so choose. The Angel of Freedom is pacifist, the Angel of Death is genocide. We have the power of an angel. We are, as gods, looking down upon this kingdom and doing whatever we want with them. That's why we are an angelic figure in both the story of Undertale and the story of Deltarune, you know? Paradox Pilot says, this especially applies to me since I have my monitor tilted upwards. Like, I love the fact that both Undertale and Deltarune use the actual perspective of the game that we are playing to tell part of its story, you know? We are literally the angel looking down from heaven, and Frisk, or Chris, in the case of Deltarune, are our vessels that we control. They're literally the heralds of the angel's will, you know? With no context of Deltarune, this lore sounds like fucking nonsense. I know, but it, like, the mechanics of both Undertale and Deltarune are different, but it still fucking works, you know? Like, even without the context of Deltarune, you can still theorize that the player is meant to be the angel, because in the end, they still bring about the end of monster kind in some way or another. They can either end the imprisonment of monsters by breaking the barrier, by going the true pacifist route, alongside Asriel, or they can bring down an end to monster kind in the genocide route by killing all of the monsters. Also, one little fucking thing that I love about Gerson Boom is that he is actually super experienced with fighting humans, right? He didn't manage to kill any humans, but he knows how they work. And after he retired from being a fighter, from being a warrior in the army of King Asgore, they set themselves up as a little explorer slash shop storeman in Waterfall. And yeah, he survived them. Exactly correct, the Mad. He survived the humans. So, if you're a human that is doing a genocide run in Undertale, and you get to this point in the genocide route, he will know what you are. And when you try to threaten him, he will not actually be scared of you, because he knows that metatextually you can't actually harm him in this room because he's a shopkeeper. I love the fact that Gerson doesn't know about the mechanics of the game, doesn't know that he's in a video game, but he's experienced humans to the point that he knows that acting like a shopkeeper will prevent them somehow, through some means, will prevent them from actually being able to harm him, you know? He doesn't know why this is a thing with humans, but in his brain is like, oh, this human is going to kill me, I'm going to act like a shopkeeper, and so with that, I will be able to survive them. I've been staying alive this long because I'm smart, you know? A26lol says, I love how the game mechanics are just fundamental rules of the world. Yes! And how the characters are aware of that and use those mechanics to their advantage to survive the player. Sorry, I'm just drinking so that I can stay hydrated. Speaking of Gerson, his son. Oh yeah, his son is like another thing that, you know, that's for like Deltarune, the Deltarune stream. I want to focus on Undertale. Sorry about that. Yell says, I like to imagine that he has a tactical deployable shop he can deploy, then quickly beat the shit out of any human. No, it's like a fucking Halo shield. Like, Gerson runs away from the fight, and then he sets up like a tiny little lemonade stand in front of like the humans in the fucking conflict war that he was in, and he's able to survive the humans by like essentially activating this like shop shield, you know? Shop of protection! Anyways, let's continue talking with Gerson. King Fluffy Buns? He's a friendly, happy-go-lucky kind of guy. If you keep walking around long enough, you'll probably meet him. He loves to walk around and talk to people. Eh? Why do I call Dreamer Fluffy Buns? Oh, that's a great story. I don't remember it. But if you come back much later, I'm sure I'll have remembered it by then. Does anybody remember the story of that? I think it was like an embarrassing story between like Asgore and Toriel, right? Because like, yeah, him and the king were friends. Sets up the lemonade stand, wags his eyebrows. Yeah, Toriel called Asgore King Fluffy Buns and like an official like royal address or something like that. About Undyne. Undyne? Yeah, she's a local hero around here. Through grit and determination alone, she fought her way to the top of the Royal Guard. Actually, she just came through here asking about someone who looked just like you. I'd watch your back, kid, and buy some items. It might just save your hide. Oh, I actually have enough money to do that, actually. Let me buy myself some healing items. Let me heal with some crab apples. There you go. Deploy the lemonade stand! Hurt, beaten, and fearful for our lives, we surrendered to the humans. 7 of their greatest magicians sealed us underground with a magic spell. I like to theorize that the 7 magicians had differently colored human souls. You know what I mean? I like to believe that it took all the human soul traits combined to be able to create the barrier, you know? There's like fan art of like the 7 wizards, 7 souls. That makes sense, you know? I like the idea that the red soul wizard was like also an anomaly, and that's why the barrier is so fucking powerful and why it needs 7 human souls to be able to break in. I don't think the monsters understand the difference between the human souls, you know? I think they just think that they're different colors because they're different colors. It just happens to be that the human children went down into the underground and they all had different soul traits. Anything can enter through the seal, but only beings with a powerful soul can leave. I like that, Chad loves the idea of, like, Gerson deploying a lemonade stand to be able to fight the humans. For some reason, Chad loves that idea a lot. There is only one way to reverse this spell. If a huge power, equivalent to 7 human souls, attacks the barrier, it will be destroyed. But this cursed place has no entrances or exits. There is no way a human could come here. we will remain trapped down here forever. That's what they want you to think. Turns out there's a giant fucking hole in the middle of the mountain of Mount Ebed. Oh shit, we should probably talk about Temmie Village. Does Temmie Village have any lore? Like, should we really talk about Temmie Village? Special enemy Temmie appears here to defeat you! Talk! You say hello to Temmie! Hoi, I'm Temmie! Hey Phil. Nah, you fucking asshole! Hey Phil, what's your favorite video game? Resident Evil 4 or Silent Hill 2? Yeah. Amazing. The Temmie lore is so rich. So to explain, for the people here that don't know what Temmie is, it's basically just the self-insert of Temmie Chang, the secondary main artist of Undertale. Like, she did a shit. Okay, think about it like this. Toby Fox is not a good sprite artist. He's a hell of a writer and like an acceptable programmer. But if you see anything in Undertale that is actually well drawn, it is being drawn by Temmie. In fact, when the art book for Undertale was released, there were a bunch of unused art for the game that was drawn by Temmie. And a lot of that art, Toby comments that, yeah, so like, this was really cool and all, and like, Temmie put a lot of effort into it, but like, I kind of wanted the game to look more like shit, so like, we didn't end up including it. It was scrapped for looking too good. And like, that sounds stupid, right? It's like, oh my god, why would Toby do that? Why would he actively hamper the visual style of Undertale? But in actuality, it's actually really smart. Think about this. When you're a game developer, you usually want the game to look the best it can be, right? You want the best game possible. But Toby is actually smart, because if he made a game that was visually perfect, it was visually like the most amazing pixel art it could possibly be, and one day Temmie falls ill and she can't draw anymore, how the fuck is he gonna continue the game, right? He's gonna need more outside help. He's gonna need to like hire more artists, and he was working on a shoestring budget for the game when the Kickstarter dropped, you know? Sometimes it's okay to have a game that looks like shit, as long as you yourself can continue developing it. A lot of developers tend to kneecap themselves by like relying on other artists to make like the best possible visuals, because they themselves can't draw. But Toby actually contributed a bunch of art into the game, like a bunch of like the basic sprite work for like the rooms and shit. Like, it all kind of blends together like pretty well. There's some moments when this game looks like absolute fucking shit garbage. Like, look at these signs. Like, these signs look like what the fuck? It's just like a square with some lines on it. Or like, look at the save icon. It's just like a weird fucking crooked star. Or like, what is this fucking chest even? Like, the perspective is all wrong. It's fucked up. It's weird. If you really look at Frisk, it's like, isn't this like the most unappealing character design ever? It's like this weird yellow child with no facial features and like mess of a hair. Has like a weird fucking baby jumpsuit. Look at how fucking fat they are. I'm just casually dissing Frisk. Look at how unkempt their hair is. They're stinky, they're poopy, they look ugly, they're a fat baby. One of their legs is like thicker than the other one, you know? What a sad, ugly looking, shitty baby. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. As long as the visual identity of this game is strong, it doesn't really matter that Frisk looks like a shitty-ass, fat, stupid baby. People will just accept the art direction as it is, you know? And that's okay. if this game wanted to look prettier, it would have taken so much longer to finish, you know? And at that point, people would have forgotten about Undertale. In fact, this is also why Deltarune is taking so fucking long. Because Toby doesn't want to cut corners like he did with Undertale. Toby's Deltarune is his passion project. The thing that he's been dreaming to make ever since he was a kid. Like, Deltarune's ending came to him in a fucking fever dream, and he hasn't been able to get the memory of the ending out of his head for years, you know? So, the reason for why Deltarune is taking so fucking long is, one, because Toby's hands and wrists are, like, kind of fucked up, like, he's actually kind of disabled, because his, like, the nerves on his wrists are, like, giving out, and he's had to go to, like, physical therapy to be able to, like, regain control of his arms, so that's kind of, like, really fucking shitty. But also because Deltarune he actually wants Deltarune to look good and pretty and amazing and have all these sequences and events that are like visually appealing and awesome. But if you are a new game developer that are just starting out your game development journey, just make your game ugly. It doesn't matter. If enough people like feel connected with it, they'll draw fan art, and it doesn't matter if it has, like, the prettiest graphics ever, you know? Do you know how much fan art I've seen of this fat, idiot child? This ugly-ass baby motherfucker. You know how many times I've seen this fat, ugly baby child being turned into, like, a giant, pretty anime woman? You know how much shit I've seen on the internet? Dav says, Frisk is just a child with severe jaundice. But yeah, like, don't worry about it too much. Don't be a perfectionist. Just get your idea out there. The asshole nugget. Ew. But yes, I guess we ended up talking more about the development of the game rather than the Temmies themselves. I mean, they're just like self-inserts, you know? They're just cute little jokes. The one lore-relevant thing that they have is that when you're doing a genocide run, you can actually buy, like, the Temmie armor in the Tem shop, and if you die enough times, like, the Temmie armor in that game, like, becomes cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and so you can get, like, a basic, like, a god-level armor for, like, the 2 hardest fights in the genocide run. But aside from that, like, Temmies are just quirky and weird and fun, you know? Random user says, is it worth mentioning that the shopkeeper Temmie somehow knows how many times you die? It's probably just a quirk of the game so that you're able to get the Tem armor for cheaper. Temmies are Temmies, and we love them for that. Yay! Asher says, "You don't know the things you don't know the things I've seen." Oh yeah, Undyne is trying to look cool again, by the way. Seven human souls. With the power of 7 human souls, our king, Asgore Dreamer, will become a god! With that power, Asgore can finally shatter the barrier. He will finally take the surface back from humanity, and give them back the suffering and pain we have endured. Understand, human? This is your only chance at redemption. Give up your soul, or I'll tear it from your body. 7 minutes. Undyne, I'll help you fight! Oh? Yo! You did it! Undyne is right in front of you! You got row front seats to her fight. Wait. Who's she fighting? Hey! You aren't gonna tell my parents about this, are you? So Monster Kid is the thing that, like, saves you from Undyne throughout most of the waterfall journey. He's just this bright-eyed little kid that represents the future of monsterkind, and, like, Undyne... It's kind of cute, because Undyne is supposedly doing all of this for, monsterkind's future, right? But the kid, Monster Kid, is actively trying to protect you from Undyne. So, throughout the story of, like, Waterfall, you have this, like, disconnect of, like, Undyne trying to do this for essentially Monster Kid so that Monster Kid can have a better future. But she doesn't want Monster Kid to see what she is going to do to you. Right? Because, like, even though Undyne hypes herself up as this cool hero of legend, of like, I will finally take your soul, and then we will all be free. I can feel the hearts of everyone beating in my chest. It's like, what she's essentially doing is just child murder, you know? She's trying to hype herself up as this hero, but she's actually just murdering an innocent child in the Pacifist run. So, in her mind, she doesn't want Monster Kid to see this. Because it's like, what are you actually doing? Like, she doesn't want to think about it, you know? However, there is a prophecy. The angel, the one who has seen the surface, they will return, and the underground will go empty. The Flowey Echo Flower, Phil! Oh yes, of course. You hear a passing conversation. Someday I'd like to climb this mountain we're all buried under. Standing under the sky, looking at the world all around. That's my wish. You hear a passing conversation. Of course, I won't laugh. You hear a passing conversation. If I say my wish, you promise you won't laugh at me? You have to go to the very end of the room to trigger it, of course. Should be like right there, right? You saw it! For a split second, right? You saw the yellow petals? You hear a passing conversation. Where is it? Where, oh, where could that child be? I've been looking all over for them. That's not true! She'll find another kid and instantly forget about you. You'll never see her again. He is projecting so fucking hard. Holy shit. He is projecting so fucking hard. I just got back, what the fuck? Oh yeah, that was Flowey. Flowey is still following you, by the way. I just find it hilarious, by the way. Just have this mental image, because, like, all throughout our journey, like, Frisk is walking around these, like, empty rooms, or, like, these towns, or, like, these, like, hallways around in the Monster Kingdom. And, like, behind Frisk, there are, like, 1, 2, 3, 4 people always constantly watching them. You have Flowey directly behind Frisk following them around. Then you have behind Flowey, you have Sans watching in the distance, trying to joke around, but like secretly still keeping an eye out and keeping tabs on the player and seeing like if they murder anyone for the Judgment Hall. Then you have Gaster across time and space watching the Red Soul, seeing our behaviors and taking notes, trying to see if, like, they'll be able to make contact with them, like, throughout the fun values. Then you have the player with the player window looking at Frisk from up above. This... Oh! I forgot as well, an Alphys! Alphys is also watching the human's journey throughout the underground as well. And then you have Mettaton that also does that shit. Fucking gangstalk. Weird. Frisk is legitimately one of the few video game examples of genuine gang stalking. Oh yeah, and Undyne is also following you now. Let's show off this scene while we're at it, shall we? Yo! Yo! I know I'm not supposed to be here, but I want to ask you something. Man, I've never had to ask anyone this before. Yo, you're human, right? Oh man, I knew it. Well, I know it now. I mean, Undyne told me to stay away from that human. So like, I guess that makes us enemies or something. But I kinda stink at that. So like, yo, say something mean so I can hate you. Oh, it's like, oh, the poor boy. He genuinely can't bring themselves to hate you. You know? It's like, oh, please, oh god, this would be so much more easier if you were just like a generic bad guy, you know? Please? No. Yo, what? So I have to do it? Here goes nothing. Yo, I hate your guts. Man, I'm such a turd. I'm gonna go home now. They're just a little mean. Yo, wait, help! I tripped! You can choose to help Monster Kid or not. I'm gonna choose to help them. Yo, dude! If you wanna hurt my friend, you're gonna have to get through me first! Oh! She's gone! Yo, you really saved my skin. Guess being enemies was just a nice thought, haha. We'll just have to be friends instead. Man, I should really go home. I bet my parents are worried sick about me. Later, dude! What a cute little plot line. How were they holding onto the edge? With their teeth, obviously. Very strong teeth. Anyways, so this is the point where we actually confront Undyne. I'm just gonna speed up the pace because I just realized that I only have 4 hours to finish the stream. So let's just like properly fight Undyne now, okay? How many times have you derailed from the story? I don't know. This stream is gonna be a pain in the ass to timestamp, honestly. You sure you can do a one part? Yes, that'll be fine, don't worry. I mean, we still need to, like, have, like, at least 1 hour bonus left for, like, true pacifists and stuff. Anyways, Undyne is fucking cool. She is powered by spite. She has the power of God and anime by her side. And she is a very interesting character because in the genocide route, you can actually learn that her determination is not, like, made up. Her determination is very similar to humans. She can actually stay alive for way, 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 way longer in the genocide route and transform into Undyne the Undying, the true hero of the story. And I really like this because it shows that monsters, even though they're made of love and compassion, they also have somewhat of a similar... They have somewhat similar stuff going on as humans, they just, like, have way less of it, because their bodies are made of magic instead of, like, meat, you know? . Phil, play Spear of Justice. Oh, yeah, right, hold on. There we go. There you go. Undyne is one of the harder fights in the game, especially if you try to, like, tempt her. I've died many times to Undyne. Hopefully I don't do badly on this stream. This is the introduction to the green soul ability. And the green soul ability is genuinely fucking annoying because you can't actually move around and you have to use the spear that Undyne gives you in order to protect yourself. You can loop her around everywhere. It's hilarious. Oh yeah, this teaches you that Undyne can't be spared, by the way. Undyne can't be reasoned with. She is what Flowey essentially foreshadows. She is essentially like a relentless killer. She will not give up in her quest for vengeance to, like, free monster kind. It's like, what will you do if you encounter a relentless killer? Well, in this scenario, you can't spare her, but you can't just simply run away to avoid the encounter. It took me so fucking long to understand what to do here when I first played this game. Like, when Baby Phil was playing through this, not watching any walkthroughs, I was just constantly, like, going through the acts, trying to spare her. Essentially, I just thought that she was just a harder Toriel, right? I didn't know that you could just fucking, like, escape from her grasp. Random user says, Undyne even hints at this when she says that as long as you're green, you can't escape. Yeah, but I was, like, dumb, you know? I thought, that is just, like, a thing that she's saying to hype, like, the battle up or something. But yeah, you just have to, like, flee, and then you have to, like, fight her just a couple of more times and then just get away from her. Baby 16-year-old, yeah, of course. Voidless Nick says, oh yeah, it took me ages to figure out the escape mechanics for this fight too. It's genuinely cool, though. And, like, it teaches you so much about, like, yeah, sometimes you can't really reason with people, but you can always just, like, remove yourself from the encounter. It's a really valuable lesson for, like, today's world. When someone is being fucking unreasonable with you, you can always just choose to walk away. You don't have to confront these people. You don't have to, like, stand your ground and, like, rebuke their arguments or something. You can just choose to be peaceful by simply not engaging with them. Just flee from the haters. Yeah, it's like, you don't really need to listen to your ego. You, like, yeah, sure, you believe in your own stance. So you don't really have to, like, engage if you genuinely feel like what you're doing is, like, the correct choice. You don't have to defend yourself. Just be happy and, like, get away from the people that are trying to harm you. Almost literally. Hey, Scribble Games, thank you for the 5 months.
Hey guys, I just saw some guy run from a fish woman.
You've escaped from me for the last time, eh? Let me just get a crab apple. If they are arguing for the sake of arguing, just walk away, yeah. Or, like, if they're literally not listening to you. Like, if they're literally just, like, talking over you and not, like, and just simply not listening, like, yeah, you have all the right in the world to just simply walk away. Also, the reverse spears fuck me over so hard. This fight is, like, genuinely challenging! Oh god. I should have probably recorded myself playing this game before we started the stream, huh? Because now I have to, like, wait a second to explain stuff just because, like, I actually have to, like, be a gamer. A26 says, even when you ran away, you did so with a smile on your face. Sans Undertale. Yeah, it's so cute. Okay, I need to lock in. Oh! I guess this also gives me a break from talking. I think if you, like, goad her into, like, a challenge, like, she just, like, goes all out on you. Oh shit, here we go. Oh my god, I've never been able to actually dodge all of those attacks. Fucking flee. Anyways, god damn, I left for 5 hours and he's only in Waterfall. Yeah, because I took a little while to, like, watch a, like, Civil's video and, like, talk about timelines and talk about Gaster and talk about the human souls and talk about fucking so fucking much. At least we're finally in Hotland, right? Tark says, I would say the Undying is just hard, but Sans is hard and a long fight. Fun fact, I actually believe that, Sans is actually kind of easier than, Undyne. Cause when I went into the Genocide road, like, I've gotten so used to fighting Sans that, like, Undyne is more unpredictable to me. You know? I struggled more with Undyne than with Sans, to be honest. Yeah, like, Sans is, like, more climatic of a boss fight, but honestly, he's just way easier. And now that I've gotten so used to, like, hard Undertale fan games, I can actually just do Sans in, like, one try. I've done it for, like, a fucking, like, relaxing stream, because, like, it's genuinely relaxing to fight Sans. And that's kind of fucked up if you think about it, right? Bro, I'm more than 1 year trying to beat Undyne the Undying. It legitimately took me longer to beat the Undying than Sans. If you guys want, we can do a little break where I just, like, boot up, like, Bad Time Simulator and just, like... and just, like, fight Sans for fun, and then we can continue. I won't really do that, though, because we legitimately have so much to get through. Let's go into... Not that one, not that one, not that one. I guess that's a track. Anyways, the gays. Sorry, Undyne, like, told us there was totally a human in the area. So, like, us Royal Guards are blocking off the elevators for now. Yeah, even if the elevators aren't working anyway, we'll do our best, Miss Undyne. And it's just like, fucking... What? These two are gay for each other. They're husbands. I love them. Let's talk about Alphys, I guess. Hey, Klaxonite, thank you for the 9 months.
Phil, it's been 8 hours. How complicated is the lore of Undertale?
Not really that complicated, honestly. It's not like FNAF lore where, like, it's just hidden on top of layers and layers and layers and layers and layers of, like, cryptic bullshit. The plot itself is actually pretty straightforward. It's just that all the characters are so layered and meaningful and awesome and great and have, like, all these tiny little interactions that I want to talk about that, like, I just literally can't stop myself from talking about them. You know? Hold on a second. Anyways, finally, once you get to the lab in Hotland, you discover that you've been being watched all this time by a fucking anime nerd. I think that's Pikachu. It's too dark to see near the walls. Welcome, Miss Alphys, the royal scientist. If you guys thought that, Sans was relatable, holy shit. Alphys is either make or break, because she is supposed to be a nerdy, introverted, gay-ass anime fan lover that struggles with social interaction is obsessed and hyperfixated on her favorite shows, and spends all her time cooped up in this lab making weird shit. She is parasocial as fuck, Chad. She's been watching you through her monitors in cameras, looking at your fights, looking at your friendships, looking at your cool-ass moments, and she wants to be a part of it. Fuck, not yet, Mettaton. Shut up. Alphys is so fucking relatable that some people hate her because of it. Because they see themselves in Alphys and think, oh shit, I'm not actually that pathetic of a nerd, am I? Oh shit, I don't like Alphys, I hate her. She makes me uncomfortable. And it's like, no, dude, it's like, Alphys is cool. Alphys is nice. She's so smart and, like, exaggerated and, like, full of energy. Hey, your one and only, thank you for the $5.
BTW Phil, the official UTDR account just accidentally tweeted out that chapters 1, 2, and 3 were updated, even though CH3 isn't out yet, Lamau.
What?
Thank you.
Hey, Jumbus, thank you for the $5.
I finished Remake and you're at fucking Alfie's lab?
To be honest, even if you say that, Jumbus, RE3 Remake is barely a full-ass game. It is not worth $60. That's more of a fault of, like, RE3 Remake being short than I am of being slow. What the fuck do you mean? Hold on a second. Let me take a little bit of a break here. What the fuck do you mean by that? Undertale... Wait, no. Deltarune Chapter 3 updated? I'm not saying... Where do you got that? UTDR. Which account are you talking about? Just the official Undertale accounts? They haven't... Oh, 12 minutes ago! Deltarune Chapter 1 plus 2 LTS version. Another patch has been uploaded to Steam and itch to fix more issues. Feel free to check it out if you want to. It's likely there won't be another version unless GameMaker updates again to change game change function. Oh, yeah, this is just an update for, like... It doesn't add new features. It's just to update the game. Yeah, that's fine. There's no new features here. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's the LTS version. It changed the engine. Well, no, it's still the same engine. It's just that it's differently structured inside of the game files. You know how Toby is, like, shit at coding? GameMaker had to step in and give him a new function just so that the game could be, like, structured properly. Anyways. We were talking about alphas, right? Tark says, I think the other reason for the hate is because of her constant message notifications during the entirety of Hotland, but I still find them enjoyable. Yeah, one of the reasons for why people hate alphas is because she's very self-indulgent, you know? Like, her entire storyline in Hotland is that she wants to insert herself into your journey. She doesn't want to kill you, she wants to be alongside you as a hero and be part of your story, help you out, be like that wise mentor that, like, gives the hero one last boost to be able to, like, get out of there and become, like, cool and, like, defeat the evil king. Even though she's, like, the royal scientist and is supposed to capture you, to, like, bring you to Asgore, you know? Neon the Cartoon says, that person that's more autistic than you. Yes. Alphys is literally that fucking meme of, like, autistic people hating other autistic people because other autistic people are, like, 1% more autistic than them. Also, in this chapter, we also get to meet everyone's favorite rectangle masterpiece. It's fucking Santa. It is Mettaton. For the longest time, I thought that the face of Mettaton was supposed to be like a yellow thing in front of like a red background, but it's not. It's just a giant M on the screens. The sexy rectangle. My favorite calculator. Also, one thing about Mettaton that, like, builds upon Alphys's character is that Alphys is, like... I'm gonna, like, come out and say it. Alphys is a fucking coward. And... a coward and a procrastinator. She feels really fucking bad about not being able to finish her experiments and projects and stuff. One of these things that she hasn't been able to finish yet is Mettaton's body. Oh shit. Mettaton's body, the current one that you're seeing right now, is just meant to be a temporary body for, like, the ghost of Mettaton to possess until Alphys is supposed to finish the body. But the thing is, Mettaton's final body is so fucking hot that Alphys can't finish it. Because the final body of Mettaton makes her, like, sweat and be, like, sweaty and nervous. It's so fucking cute. Volpin Berry says, a bag of dog food in the background is such a neat detail. Usually you're too focused on everything else to think about why does she even need that. No dogs in the lab. Then you go into the true lab. Yeah, I'll talk about that later when we get to the actual true lab. Random user says, is that why she says in her entries that she feels sweaty when working on it? Yeah, because... It like, she's nervous and, like, she has the hots for, like, Mettaton's final body. And so she keeps, like, delaying, she keeps delaying finishing the body. It's also, if you want to, like, stop joking around, it's also because Alphys fears that if she finishes Mettaton's body, Mettaton is not going to need her anymore, and then Mettaton will just leave her and forget about her. She straight up says that, by the way. I know that, like, I changed the tone of this, like, really harshly, but yeah, that's actually an actual relatable, like, real emotion, like, worry that she has. And let's be honest here, considering how much of an asshole Mettaton is, that might actually be true. If she actually manages to finish Mettaton's body completely, Mettaton might actually just forget about her. You know? Flight of Icarus says, given Mettaton's entire thing, yeah, I can see that happening. So... both of these characters have, like, this toxic relationship where, like, Mettaton is, like, wholly reliant on Alphys to be able to function as a robot, but Alphys will never give Mettaton the autonomy to be a real boy, like the real star that he wants to be, because if he gets what he wants, Alphys would probably, like he will probably just leave Alphys in the dust and be consumed by the glory and love of, like, his admirers, you know? Ari Thorn says, Mettaton misses Alphys in the neutral route where he takes over the underground, so not entirely. Yeah! But, like, out of all the monsters in the underground, like, Mettaton is, like, the most selfish, you know? He tries to kill you throughout the, like, Hotland chapter, and his reason for killing you is not really noble, you know? The reason for why he wants to kill the player is to take his soul and then be able to go out into, like, the human world and then become a star in the human world, you know? Hayden Sen says, remember that Alphys offs herself in the Mettaton ending. Ugh. Yeah, like... Alphys cares about Mettaton a lot. Like, this is what irks me about the relationship. Alphys cares about Mettaton a lot. Mettaton cares about Alphys only, like, a little, you know? 826 says, he cares about people, but he has to have an arc in Pacifist to not put himself first. Yes. I didn't know that. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that Alphys directly, like, ended herself and her life because Mettaton, like, died. I think that she did that because it was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back, you know? Because Alphys is kind of going through a lot herself. I just remember the thing that I purposely suppressed. Yeah, like, Alphys is supposed to be like this nerd character that's very relatable to people that are struggling with social anxiety, but the reason for why Alphys has social anxiety is actually like a very real fear. You initially think that Alphys is just like, you know, is going through like, I don't know, imposter syndrome, because like, it's kind of weird that the royal scientist, the head scientist of the kingdom, is this meek little socially anxious, shy dinosaur girl, right? It's like, why the fuck? Why the fuck are you so shy, Alphys? Why do you have this position in the kingdom that is supposedly given to, like, the smartest monster in the underground, but you're still this, like, kind of, like, messy character, right? And it's because Alphys has genuinely fucked up a lot. She made a terrible, huge fucking mistake, and is trying to make up for it. She's trying to bury it deep. Why is she the head scientist? Well, after Gaster vanished, like, Alphys was, like, the smartest person in the underground, and she actually had the capability of, like, building cool technology for Asgore. And then she was set to be able to, like, break the barrier by Asgore. And when she tried to do that, she fucked up so fucking hard that she became emotional and social recluse, you know? So Alphys is James Sunderland? Well, yeah, she is the one that is, like, burdened by the most guilt. Never mind what I just said, that is Asgore. Never fucking mind. Oh yeah, Asgore also offs himself in one of the endings. Monsters are not really, can't really deal with, mistakes. Monsters will kind of go into a crisis if they do a legitimately horrible act of murder. Or, like, if they have, like, hidden guilt. They usually can't deal with that shit very well. Which ending was that? The ending where, like, Asgore offs himself is when you... I think that was one of the... Oh yeah, it was after beating Omega Flowey. If you beat Omega Flowey and then you reload a save before you confront Asgore in the throne room, and if you beat Asgore, like, after beating Omega Flowey, you will get an ending in which Asgore can't continue and the guilt of his actions he can't bear to continue the guilt of his actions, so instead of Flowey, like, surprise killing him, he just offs himself right then and there. Ari Thorne says, Flowey decides to spare Asgore this time only for him to take his own life to let you leave. Yes, it is extremely fucking sad. Accelerator says, for those confused, if you go and fight Asgore again, Flowey won't kill him, and he will finish his speech showing that everything he said about a better life is not realistic, and then he will die. It's so fucking sad! Because he's like King Fluffy Buns. He is like the cutest little fucking, like, king ever. He's so cool and awesome to his subjects. He's doing all of what he's doing is for, like, his subjects, but it's like he can't bear the guilt of what he's done, you know? They keep traumatizing the kid. Oh yeah, this kid has gone through some shit. The cutest child murderer. Should we talk about, like, Asgore's body count right now? Because, like, honestly, like, I will probably talk more about Alphys, like, when we get to fight Mettaton. Okay, let's talk about King Asgore Dreamer. Ascaret says, Asgore is a character that lost so much, and since the loss he suffered, he didn't stop doing bad decisions. Everyone loves him, except the only person he really cares about. So, the thing about Asgore is that he has been the king of monsters for, like, fucking millennia, right? It is implied that he was there for the battle between, like, humans and monsters, right? He was, if you see the legend at the start of the game, you see a giant towering goat figure holding a trident. That is still implied to be Asgore. Asgore has been alive for literally, like thousands of years. So he has seen it all. He has seen heartbreak, he has seen death, he's seen all of his species being brought to like the edge of extinction. And even though he suffered so much loss, he still just wants to just be with his family. He just wants to be a family man. He wants to be happy in the underground, raising his son Asriel, you know? And then the fucking fallen child came along. The first fallen human in the underground was Kara. This human, this innocent, adorable child that Asriel found in the old home. Asriel found them and befriended them, and they basically became siblings, you know? Asgore saw that shit and immediately went, you know what? Let's just adopt the human child. Let's be friends. Let's be family. And then him, Toriel, Asriel, and Kara just became a happy family together. You know why in Deltarune, you have this family dynamic of like Toriel, Asgore, Chris, and Asriel? It parallels what's going on in Undertale as well with Kara. They are supposed to be like the core family dynamic. However, Kara's a bit of a prick. They concocted this plan with Asriel to like free free monster kind. They wanted justice for what was done to the monsters of the underground, and they did something that I will explain later in the True Lab that ended up with both of them fucking dying. After that happened, Asgore swore revenge on humanity. He was, like, stricken with anger and, like, guilt that they somehow let the future of Monsterkind die again. Because Asriel was supposed to be the future of Monsterkind, because they were the son of the two boss monsters left in the underground. As the Lord Tablets, like, said in Waterfall, boss monsters don't age unless they have offspring that they can then pass their magic into. So as Asriel grows up, Asgore continues to like grow old. But because Asriel died, he gets to be this immortal being watching over a like dying, despair-ridden kingdom. Vi says, the prince of the world's future. Exactly. So yeah, out of grief and anger, he basically announced to the entirety of Monsterkind, every single human that arrives in this kingdom will die, and we will collect their souls, and then we will break the barrier and have our revenge.
Fun fact, Frisk canonically can't count to 10.
Yes, every time that you count something in the game, Frisk will be able to count it up until 9. And then after that, the dialogue says, you did X amount of stuff, it was too much to count. It is adorable. But yes. Axolotl says, Asriel and Kara were supposed to be the future of humans and monsters as they showed that the two races could live in harmony. Yes, and then they fucking died. Frisk failed college? Dude, he's like 10! What do you mean? What do you mean Frisk failed college? They're literally a child. Dumbass kid. Dumb fucking fat baby. They failed baby college. Exactly. Anyways. So, like, once Asgore made that declaration to the rest of the monsters, that gave Monsterkind hope. Not hope of being able to befriend the humans, but hope for revenge, hope for freedom. And the moment that he did that, Asgore pretty much immediately fucking regretted it. But because he's a pussy, he is not able to like willingly face his subjects again and say, never mind, we're not going to like kill the humans, actually, we just like want to be friends with them. I regret my decision. Asgore can't actually do that. And so now everyone in the underground lives with the idea that eventually 7 human souls will fall down into basically their laps and they will be free. I mean, you can kind of understand the situation though, right? Imagine if you had the weight of an entire kingdom on your shoulders and you were responsible for like bringing hope to them. If bringing hope to them meant 7 children had to die, would you let that happen? Genuine fucking question. Like, would you sacrifice the lives of 7 children so that your entire race could be free? Yes, says Correct the Mad. Like, think about it, though. Yes. Oh, by the way, this is funny as fuck. You can do this minigame where, like, you have to reach, this ingredient, otherwise you will die in Mettaton's cooking show. But in reality, you can just, like, let the sequence play out, and you will always win, no matter what. Because, it's just like, for show, you know? Is it confirmed that they were all children, though, says Vi? I mean, I guess not, but it kind of feels like they all were children, because it's kind of how the whole game works. It's like a game for kids. It's like a game of exploring caves and like getting lost and then finding this like monster society. I think it makes sense that they were all children, you know? It's never explicitly confirmed, though. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. Fussy Goat says 7 versus like a billion is a fair trade. I would completely understand Asgore's position. But you know who can't? His fucking bitch of a wife! Toriel was absolutely fucking appalled by Asgore's decision to, like, take revenge upon humanity. Asgore's bitch wife, the moment that she heard that announcement, took the child's body and went into the ruins and locked herself up in the ruins. Essentially, she banished herself from the kingdom. And that is such a bitch-ass move from Toriel, by the way, because that means that in a single night, not only were the future of Monster Kind of humanity killed, but also the queen had disappeared. It's like, you're supposed to be like, you know, trying to reason with your husband. You're supposed to be like, you know, be there with him and like help him out and stuff. Like, you're supposed to be the queen. You also have responsibility on all these people. But no, she just said fuck it and abandoned everyone and just selfishly like secluded herself in like old home and tried to play pretend with a bunch of other children that she also let die. You know? Manga Mouse says, true, and I don't like the idea that Toriel thinks that he should have done either. It's like, what the fuck does Toriel actually expect from Asgore, you know? Asgore is a softie. Asgore is a pushover. Toriel said, hey, Dreamer, you could have, like, just killed one kid, gone outside, and gotten all the other souls, and it's like, dude, you really think that would work? Do you really think that that is the correct way of doing it? Because, like, what happens if Asgore gets killed out there? What happens if, like, this triggers a new war again that makes, like, all the monsters, like, enemies of humanity again? Random user says their child died by doing the exact same thing. It's like, I legitimately don't understand what Toriel wanted out of the whole situation. Firefly says, if Asgore was so blinded by rage, only someone like Toriel would have been able to calm him down, but she didn't. Plus, her plot of absorb one soul is literally what got Asriel killed. And then what happens then, you know? Oh, the king of monsters goes out to get revenge on humanity, and then he dies and never comes back? It's like, what the hell? The hell are the monsters supposed to do now that their king is gone? You know? Nunov's Business says, I just got here and the first thing I hear is Phil calling out Goat Mama. I'd subscribe again if I could. I feel like a lot of people give Toriel a pass because she's like a hot goat mommy and she treats you so well at the beginning of the game. But she's kind of an asshole, you know what I mean? Ultimately, though, I can still understand her as a mother, because obviously she doesn't want to see any children get hurt. And, you know, Asgore basically promising to become a fucking child killer is like, you wouldn't see your husband the same way again, right? The only reason for why Toriel was, like, into Asgore in the first place is because she was enamored by his jokey, soft side. But his jokey, soft side can't be also the king of monsters, you know? Hayden-san says, we even see how everyone copes with the king being gone. Yeah, the king being gone puts the fucking kingdom into even more despair. Everyone is much more miserable because Asgore is gone, because everyone fucking loves Asgore. People keep talking about how Asgore is like this gentle giant that wouldn't hurt a soul, and how like he keeps walking around the kingdom being nice to everyone. You really want him to be completely gone and be replaced by a fucking queen that doesn't give a shit about anyone except like small children? I'm hyping myself up right now, and I'm like being like, oh, holy shit, like fuck Toriel, right? Squeaky Squeak says, Fisnum, the growth spurt AU actually made Toriel more likable, with having her actually regret not being there to come and confront her husband, which is a reason why I love the growth spurt AU so much. That sounds nice. Also, I love the idea that, like, Toriel is just a bitch Karen in Deltarune. Like, obviously Asgore did something horrible in Deltarune as well to, like, for the divorce to happen, but I just like the idea that, like, Asgore and Toriel will be bitter exes in all timelines. There's not a single timeline where both of them made it work. Because in the end, Toriel is not about that. She ain't about that shit. She likes the skeleton dick too much. She likes the jokey, punny skeleton dick too much, though. Bitch, my bitch, I looked into every single timeline of me and my bitch wife, and we are always divorced. Their failed relationship is multiversal. Bitch. He checked literally every single universe. What did I just walk back in on? We're talking about Toriel being a bitch. I don't really resent Toriel though, like, come on, what else do you expect her to do as someone that is supposed to be like a teacher, a mentor, someone that like children can look up to, you know? Like, it's totally fucking understandable that she would take the actions that she did. Both characters are like completely like super layered and like complex, but also you couldn't just like, oh, it's like, if both of you just sat in a room together and talked things out, you would understand that you're not as bad as you think you are. Especially you, Toriel. You're such a petty bitch. You make up your mind about situations and don't understand and don't want to hear about anyone else's thoughts or opinions. Like, holy fucking shit, woman. Just like, listen just a little bit to what other people have to say. You see this poor little fucking Fluffy Buns. King Fluffy Buns just wants you to give him one more chance, man. If they just sat in a room together, the room would burn down. God damn it. The Undergun would have been better off if Asgore was gay. Oh, dude, if like fucking like if like Rudy and Asgore got together, like that would be objectively better for the mental health of the underground. Nunov's Business says, honestly, the situation is so fucked up that either way, they can't work it out. I mean, okay. If you were Asgore, what the fuck would you do? Because, like, if you say, oh, well, our children got killed because of the humans above ground again, I guess we're just gonna be bitches and, like, take it. Do you think that your kingdom would accept that? Probably not, right?
That's the point. They are both blinded by grief.
Yeah. Like, I'm not saying that's shit writing, by the way, Moonstone. Like, oh shit, the gays. Hold on a second. Much better. Royal Guard 01 looks bothered by something. Whisper. You tried to tell Royal Guard 1 to be honest with his feelings. Time for gay moment. Time for Undertale to become woke, everybody. Dude. I can't take this anymore. Not like this. Like, O2, I like you, bro. The way you fight. The way you talk. I love doing team attacks with you. I loved standing here with you, bouncing. And having our weapons in sync. O2, I like want to stay like this forever. I mean, psych, gotcha, bro. 01. Yeah, bro? Do you want to get some ice cream after this? Sure, dude! 01 and 02 are looking at each other happily. That's beautiful, man. I like that. Hi, Diamonds. Thank you for the $10.
It's one of those situations where, no matter what the monsters did, humans would hate them. Death was required to break the barrier, which was humanity's fault. They placed the barrier the first place.
Exactly. Gay, homosexual, gay. I can't believe that they put this woke shit in my video games. I can't believe that they're putting this fucking gay agenda in my RPG game about love and compassion. Can you believe it, folks? Can you believe that they're representing love that's not between a man and a woman? I can't believe this shit, folks. We're live from InfoWars to fucking, report on the new woke video game Undertale released in 2015. Can you believe, folks, that someone that is trying to spread love and positivity around on the internet also made a video game where different kinds of love are represented and like hardships and relationships are seen through a more fucking complex lens than just the love between a man and a woman? That is so fucking cringe, bro. I can't believe it. Can you imagine being so brain rotted and so brainwashed by the woke mob that like you have to like be like accepting of other people's like viewpoints? Can you imagine letting other people love each other? Oh my god, it's such a fucking it's so controversial. I hate it. Are you alright, Phil? I am slowly decaying mentally as the stream continues. Oh, there's fucking woke gay juice in the water that's turning the monsters gay, Morty. Waterfall got flooded with fucking anime and woke shit, so now all the monsters are gay for each other, Morty. The royal scientist watched some gay anime shit on Waterfall and now she's obsessed with being lesbian, Morty. You've been streaming for 8 hours, Phil. Hey folks, it's me, Fistum from InfoWars. I'm here to reveal the truth about Undertale, the video game. It's just a platform to be able. It's just a platform to like turn you into a gay frog, Morty. It's like putting weird thoughts into your children's brains, Morty. It's putting. This is literally just the woke detector website. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Yeah, right. Mettaton is doing some weird fucking shit about defusing bombs or whatever. Redeemer of Dark says, Toby Fox definitely did a good job making a game where the vast majority of characters are morally gay. I mean, morally gay? Morally gray. It's honestly impressive and not surprising that it did as well as it did. Yes. Yes. Yes, Undertale has very morally gay characters. Of course. Oh yeah, also the annoying dog is a bomb on this one. I don't know why. The wokes have taken over Fistum's mind. Can you believe it, Morty? Give me that shit. Give me that book, motherfucker. This is what I'm talking about, Morty. They're planting the idea of being gay in your head. I love being moral. Can you believe these gay bitches being morally gray? I mean, morally gay, Morty. As opposed to immorally gay? Shit. Hold on, let me diffuse the script or some shit like that. Half the fucking characters in the game are LGBTQ, so I don't know. Is there anyone in the game that's straight? Let me genuinely think about it. Hold on a second. Sans? Asgore? Actually, no, Asgore is bi because, like, they have, like, him and Rudy have, like, some weird shit going on. I genuinely believe that, like, Asgore got some weird shit going on with Rudy, by the way. Asgore, Toriel, Sans. Asgore doesn't count. Toriel and Sans fucking... Yeah. They fucking. Absolutely. What am I supposed to do? Oh, shit, right. We are in a TV show, game show. Mettaton is holding the MTT show in which he, like, is the protagonist and, like, tries to, like, fuck around with the human for some reason. Everyone is Schrodinger's bi, honestly, unless specified. Okay. This is gonna come across as so fucking psychotic after I did the Alex Jones bit, but like, folks, hey folks, you wanna hear my opinion that's too woke? You wanna hear my fucking opinion that is like gonna cancel me on Twitter because it's gonna be like, oh my god, Phil is like, Phil is like too, like he wants to corrupt you or some shit like that. I honestly believe that it would be way cooler if bisexual was the default. Honestly. Like, as a bisexual myself, like, I feel like it would be pretty cool if it was, like, normalized that you can just like whichever thing you like, you know? It would be, like, way easier in, like, everyone's mental health if it was like, oh yeah, hey, are you, like, straight or, like, gay? Because, like, it would be, like, a default thing of, like, do you like both or do you want do you like one specifically, you know? Either bi or ace, yeah. I think it would be way better on everyone's sanity if, like, bi was just the default sexuality. And I know that sounds very fucking weird coming out of a bi guy, but still. Also, that's the core, by the way. That's the thing that provides electricity to all of the underground. That's a very agreeable take. People should be free to choose. Yeah. Hayden-san says, I'm straight, but I can appreciate my fellow dudes and find them aesthetically pleasing. I'm gonna hold my tongue. Never mind. That's what I also said before I learned that I was bi, but whatever. I'm not saying that you're bi. Like, I don't want to convert people. I don't want to put the identity of like, oh no, you're secretly bisexual on you. I'm not trying to do that. I'm sorry. But it's like, I also said that before, though. Before I found out that I was bisexual, I was like, you know, this Leon S. Kennedy guy, like, I'm not attracted to him, but like, you know, I find him aesthetically pleasing. It's like yeah, you know, like, I love how brooding he is, and like he's very fucking cool and awesome, and does these like hot guy things, and like he acts like he doesn't care, but he's like secretly so caring and amazing, and like he has like this pretty blonde hair. It's not like fake blonde, it's like a real blonde hair, and he has like these giant muscles, and like he takes off his like jacket, and he has like a fucking shirt that's like he's showing off his like pectoral, like his fucking pecs, and like his like giant biceps, but like in a tasteful way. And he has like the hot ass strap in front of him that is like covering his nipples with like the gun. And I'm like, I find this man very aesthetically pleasing. Yes. Okay, Phil, chill. All right. Spider bake sale. All proceeds go to real spiders. Oh yeah, we should probably buy one of these shits. Welcome to our parlor, dearie. Interested in some spider pastries? All proceeds go to real spiders. Buy a spider donut for 9,999 G. I can't. I literally fucking can't. This is the room that I teased about when we were in, on the ruins, by the way. If you manage to get a spider donut from the bake sale back in ruins, you can take it all the way over here, eat it in front of Muffet, and then the fight is like 100% like finished, like right then and there. Jalapeno says, hey Phil, I have a theory, but it's kind of a reach. You might find that guy more than aesthetically pleasing. Oh, ya think? Thiago says, I love the idea of bi being the default, cause then more people would experience my high school, aka, I'm pansexual, I just only date men. Wait! Let me just loop through this. This is one of my favorite tracks, by the way. Even though we're talking about the lore, I also can't fucking stop saying how, like, Toby Fox is, like, such a genius fucking musician. The soundtrack of Undertale is legitimately fucking stuck in my brain forever. Every single track is either perfectly fitting for, like, the game, that it's the game's tone, or it's just, like, this goofy track that has, like, such a nice little melody down to it, or it's like the most emotionally moving fucking track ever made by a human being in their goddamn life. Hey, correct the math, thank you for the $5.
As my grandfather once said after he found out my mom's friend was gay and laughed, saying he just found out now. We've known for years.
Like, I feel like people are not... Like, some people just need to experiment just a little bit, if you know what I mean. Like... Okay, time to get political. Oh, you thought this was an Undertale lore stream? Turns out we're gonna be talking about politics, my dude. They're putting chemicals in the water to turn the toxic cesspit gay, motherfucker! So... I am not an American. I was not born in the US. I am not, like, from the English world. But one fun fact that I do know about the Conservative Party is that Grindr, the gay dating app, has a system where they can ping how many people are using the app at any one time, and apparently conservative events in, like, the US have like the highest amount of like gay hookups in there. Turns out that maybe, you know, some people that are like putting themselves as conservative are actually just secretly like extremely fucking gay but don't want to admit it to many people. There was this like figure of like, oh, only like 6 or 10% of the population is gay, but I think that that's just a lot of people that haven't really explored their own sexuality, you know? A lot of people are fearful that if they don't conform to the norm, that they will be shunned or made fun of, or like, in general, just like, they will lose opportunities with the people around them. And that may be true if your society is built in fucking anger and resentment, but let's be honest here, I think that everyone is a little bit gay. Just a little bit. If you're attracted to someone, I don't think that your brain is going to be like 100% straight every time. I think that you will at least be able to find like your own sex is like aesthetically pleasing in some capacity. Maybe not to the point that you're actually attracted to your own gender, but it's like, come on, have you never seen your own gender depicted in movies and gone like, you know, oh, this protagonist is kind of hot though? Hey, Redeemer, thank you for the $20.
Not sure if you saw this before, but just in case, I was trying to add to the conversation by mentioning I think it's implied Kara was suicidal/abused.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use a second super chat to continue that.
Alright. I'll be waiting for that super chat, Redeemer. Good way of, like, bringing the topic back to Undertale, I guess. Yale says, reportedly 80% of people say that they're straight. Take that as you will. I feel like if society just took, like, bisexual people as, like, the default, there would be way less of a stigma about coming out, you know? I'm just saying! I'm not trying to push an agenda here, I'm just talking words! I'm just a funny man talking words, you know? Just a little bit out of my funny little brain. I'm just saying! Come on! Redeemer of Dark says, I know it came late. Sorry if that came off as derailing the topic. Oh no, don't worry, we're just having fun. Like, my ADHD brain doesn't know what the fuck the topic is about half of the time. Oh well. Can I fucking do this, though? Can I fucking do this? Yeah, hell yeah, I can do this. Blinded Journeyman says, those that protest the loudest are often hiding something in the closet. Sometimes actually literally, though. Oh my god, a cool cactus! You stop to smell the flowers. Hey, Talks, thank you for the €5. I need to, like, calm down a little bit, you know, because, like, I'm just fucking word salading right now. Bro was a bisexual man myself, that's kinda gay. Phil, I accidentally lost control of the toe sucker. He is coming after you now. Bring him in! Anyway. Where am I supposed to go? Oh yeah, a fun fact about this room. This room has been featured in almost every single trailer for Undertale, even though it's just like a stupid-ass vent room. This is the iconic Undertale, like, vent room. It's so iconic, in fact, that multiple fan games have made allusions or references to this fucking vent room. It's literally just, you're just literally walking around with these tiles, like, jumping around all over the place. But somehow it turned iconic, because I guess Toby Fox likes venting or something. I guess Toby was super proud of it. Yeah, he fucking programmed the shit out of that room, I guess. Undertale Yellow trailer has this. Yeah, even though it's not actually in the video game. It's funny as hell. Hold on. How do I do this one? I'm not quite sure. Hold on, I think I got it. No, hold on. No, wait. Oh. Outer Tail trailer also has this. It's also not really there. Hey, Redeemer, thank you for the $10
It would
again.
explain things like the you laugh until it hurts. Wait, you didn't do that? In the bow description, you won't be hit as hard if you're pretty. Also, Kara's rougher but still nice personality.
Oh shit, should we talk about Narakara now? Do you guys know what Narakara is? Do you guys know about Narakara? Can we talk about Narakara now? Shit, yes? Yup, no. Yes, yes? I've heard of that theory. No? Kara is the narrator of the game, yes. There is this fucking Tumblr blog post about Undertale, and it's basically the character analysis, character narrator analysis Tumblr post, talking about how Kara is not only the narrator of some of Undertale's dialogue, but they're actually the narrator of all the dialogue in Undertale. Some people disagree with this theory, but I personally find it fucking awesome, because it means that the one character that you haven't gotten much time to meet in the game actually has been with you the whole time and has been, like, sprinkling in a little bit of their personality into, like, every single dialogue choice. Redeemer of Dark says they have to be, unless Frisk is schizophrenic and words things weirdly. I mean, I think that Frisk still has a personality, it's just that it's not very stated in the game itself because they're being controlled by, like, an entity, like the player entity. It's practically beat into your head as canon. Yeah, but, like, it's like an optional thing. Basically, the idea is, after the fallen child, the first one, Kara, was like, was killed, and Toriel snuck off the kingdom with their body, she buried Kara in a bed of flowers. Oh shit, I did it! Nice. They buried Kara in a bed of flowers at the back of the entire kingdom. And that bed of flowers is the one that Frisk falls into at the start of the game. So, in the theory of Narakara, it is implied that Frisk legitimately fell down into Mount Ebed, cracked his fucking neck in the pavement, and died. Not really. But, like, they died upon falling into the bed of flowers, and when they did that, Kara's spirit, like, attached themselves to their body. They're not controlling Frisk's body. You are controlling Frisk's body. But Kara is along for the ride, and they are the narrator of the game. You know? And, Twisted Myth says, it makes sense when you combine the narration towards the end of the normal and genocide routes. Yes. There are moments where Kara's personality shines in the narration, specifically when the narrator gives you, like, red text. I know if you're, like, a Yumineko fan, you think the red text means something different, but in the story of Undertale, red text usually means that the things are being said by Kara. The red text speaks about themselves in, like, first person and stuff like that. Meanwhile, when it's normal white text, it's like speaking to you as in Frisk. Redeemer of Dark says, I always heard that Frisk falls on the spot just above Kara's coffin, and their determination and the fall woke them up. And I think that Kara in Genocide even hints that. So, no, that's not really true. Because, like, it's not Frisk that woke up Kara. It was you, the player. The whole idea with Kara is that Kara is the demon that comes when their name is called. When you enter Undertale, the first thing that you do before you even see Frisk is call Kara's name at the start, when you're, like, are inputting the name of the fallen child. But you control Frisk, yes, but Kara is always alongside with you in your journey. Kind of dormant in the background, but as you continue throughout the journey, they start to wake up and they start watching you and they start watching your choices and learning from your decisions, you know? I was always under the impression that Frisk is a reincarnation of Kara. No, not really. Frisk is still their own human. They're still their own child. They have their own reasons for coming up the mountain, but it's never stated because they're kind of like a blank protagonist. You know, they have small little moments where like they laugh at jokes or like they recognize stuff from the human world back in the waterfall garbage pit. So like they're still their own character. But they're just like they just really don't have any control over the situation, you know? Hold on a second. There we go. Spider dance? Shit, no, that was wrong. I don't want this one. No, thank you. You know what? Let's just fucking walk into the let's just walk into the thing. Time to talk about Muffet. She is severely underutilized in this game, and in fact, I do genuinely believe that Muffet's character was way better explored in the fan game TS Underswap. But she's still a pretty cool character in this one. The reason for why Muffet is not really plot relevant in the game is because Muffet is actually one of the two Kickstarter backer monsters. Toby Fox doesn't technically own Muffet as a character. They are a monster that was put into the game by a fan from the Kickstarter campaign, you know? Hey, girly! I'm pretty sure that Zack would be a fan of this character. You think your taste is too refined for our pastries, don't you, dearie? I disagree with that notion. I think your taste is exactly what this batch needs. Oh yeah, like the fandom went crazy for like Muffet. I mean, she's just cool. She's basically here just to like add gameplay variety to Hotland. But even then, basically her story role in this is that she is a mercenary that is like hired by Mettaton to like hunt you down in Hotland. Can I just pay her off? I would submit. Of course you would, you fucking bottom. Anyways, I really like Muffet's fight. It is the only time that you get to use the purple soul mechanic, and I fucking really love the soul mechanic because it reminds me of like grid-based like movement games. It's really fucking cool. I thought initially when I first fought her that this was going to be like a musical section, like a rhythm section, which I was like, I'm really fucking horrible at rhythm games. I thought that I had to like move myself to the beat of the song, but no, it's just like you just move around like normal. Nova says, I still find it fucking funny that one of the backer monsters is a fucking hitman. Yes! And her whole deal is that you have to, like, pay her off to, like, leave you alone, you know? It's like a reference to the Kickstarter. It's like, oh yeah, it's like, she's, like, trying to raise funds for the Baker sale. Get it? She, a Kickstarter character, made by a fan... Oh... Hold on a second. I got a message. Aww. Alright, I just got a message from a family member. Hold on a second. I need to reply to them. Alright, and now I'm gonna close Telegram, because I don't want that notification sound to pop again. Anyways, personal family stuff, don't worry about that. Anyways, as I was saying, isn't it fucking funny that the character that came from a Kickstarter, aka a place where, like, Toby was able to fundraise support for Undertale to be made into a full game, is now a character that is trying to raise funds for spiders by doing a bake sale, and she also accepts money from Mettaton to, like, do a hit on you, you know? Lasagna says, Phil, did you know that Muffet has a whole alternate speech in the No Mercy route? Yes, I actually went through it on my own time when I was doing the genocide route. I hope they're okay. Oh, no, they're fine, don't worry about it. Accelerator says, did you know that the reason that the core was left open in Genocide was because Alphys left it open for her, but Muffet threatened her by insinuating she was going to eat her, dooming monster kind? Yeah, Muffet is kind of a prick. The only thing that Muffet cares about is spider kind. She doesn't care about overall, like, you know, monster kind. She just wants to raise money for, like, spiders. I'm not even sure if spiders themselves are monsters. I know that, like, Muffet herself is a monster spider, but I think that those are just regular-ass spiders that are following Muffet around. I'm not sure. Is it confirmed that they're spider monsters, or, like, are they just, like, normal spiders? But yes, technically, the only reason for why Genocide continues is because, Muffet wanted to, like, take you on, I guess. Coden says, hey, it's family business. You guys are out of your depth. Yeah. Spiders are seen as monstrous creatures. I don't know, I think they're cute. Have you guys ever seen a jumping spider? Jumping spiders are very cute. I like them. They have, like, furry little arms and furry little legs, and they have, like, little tiny little mittens. And, like, they jump around all cutely and have giant fucking puppy dog eyes. A lot of other spiders that are, like, venomous are, like, very lanky and weird and, like, they scare me. I'm not spider-phobic, but, you know, I'm just not a fan of the big daddy long leg spiders, but I think that tarantulas and jumping spiders are super fucking cool. Ah! Oh shit, I need to, like, heal myself. Blue Foxy says, I used to like spiders, but then I slowly started to fear them. I mean, they're just small little guys. Like, they're not gonna do anything bad to you, you know? Oh shit, I don't have any fucking food. Yo, Muffet, can I pay you? Muffet reduces her attack for this turn. Thank you, Muffet! I love you! Daddy Longlegs aren't actually spiders? Then what the fuck are they? What? If they're not spiders, what are they? Emerald Source says, you only really need to fear the Black Widow. She has a mean bite. Yeah, she'll fucking destroy your fucking hand if you leave that venom in there. You don't have to really worry about spiders unless you live in Australia. I'm more scared of roaches than I am of spiders, to be completely honest. Those things disgust me. Isn't it kind of awesome that as a species we learned to, like, hate roaches because they signified... Like, roaches and flies. We learned to fear them because they signify disease, because they're attracted to, like, filth. Oh shit, I might actually die here. Hold on, let me lock in for a second. Ah! God damn it. Askaret says, Chilla has the corner spider. That bitch is super common and can kill you. Oh shit! Now that we die, can we talk about the game overs? Hold on a second. Let me turn back the game over music. Now that I have actually died in the game, guess who is the person that is talking to you on the game over screen? You cannot give up just yet. Kara, stay determined. So, fucking turns out, I really need some healing items, actually. That is Asgore fucking Dreamer. That is the king of monsters. He is telling you to continue, keep fighting, to, like, keep on living. And turns out that those words are not actually meant for you. Those are meant for Kara, the first fallen child, the son, I mean the adopted kid of, like, fucking Toriel and Asgore. Those are the last words that Kara listened to as they were dying on the floor when both their parents, like, saw the dead body that came through from the barrier, you know? It is super fucking sad. And another reason for what... Yeah, exactly, Twisted Myth. Another reason that the narrator Kara makes sense. I need to fucking pay off this bitch to get off my ass. I actually have healing items, I'm just stupid. Anyway, Redeemer of Dark says, meaning Kara's influence must exist on some level, cause Frisk would never have heard that. I mean, yeah, I mean, this happens even if you don't actually die in the game. Cause like when Undyne like cuts you off and drops you off the bridge in Waterfall, you also get a flashback of like, Kara meeting, Asriel, you know? Random user says, I love that two things get revealed about this. One, that the voice was Asgore all along, and two, that this was actually Kara's final memories before dying. It's super fucking cool. Everything in this game has some sort of hidden meaning. Nothing is just what it seems. Everything has like a certain depth to it, a certain new layer to it that is undiscovered. Also, I just realized it's been like 9 hours since we started the game. We may actually have to end the stream at the end on like Omega Flowey. I don't think we're gonna be able to get to the true pacifist route. So sorry about that. Fuck. I guess we should just talk about like Asriel and like Flowey and like everything that has to do with them then, right? Because like we're probably not gonna get there by the end of the stream because we're not going to be able to do True Pacifist. Okay, so let's talk about Asriel and Kara. Time flies when you're having fun. Fuck yeah, motherfucker. Phil, please do a part 2. We're gonna do a part 2, but it's gonna just be the Undertale fandom in general. Because like I want to talk about the fan comics, and I want to talk about the AUs, and I want to talk about the fan games. This community has so many fucking cool fan works on it, and Toby embraces all of them. Like, you know that Toby had to step in to protect the Undertale Yellow devs from, like, being fucked over by, like, Materia Collective? Hey, Tony Sonic, thank you for the $5.
Speaking of Kara, here's a question that's totally not gonna make anyone angry. Did you see Kara as a boy or a girl? I personally see her as a girl.
Well, mentally, the reason for why I always struggled to, like, I personally have, like, in my brain, I always default to, like, male, right? Like, whenever I talk about, like, a gender-neutral character, I always kind of fuck up my pronunciation. I just say, like, he, him by default, because in my brain, when I'm tired, I just automatically, like, switch to, like, male pronouns for, like, every character. So I'm sorry about that. But yeah, like, I initially saw Frisk and Kara as, like, male. It's just, like, the default that I go to, you know? But yeah, both, like, Frisk and Kara are, like, non-binary. Speaking of Materia Collective, Phil, it's late, go to bed. Nuh-uh, fuck you! Oh, my god! Oh my god! Oh! I need to get better at this fight. Nyan the Cartoon says, I used to see them as a girl because of the blush. Oh, that's a really cute answer. Kara is confirmed NB because of Chris Deltarune. Chris is much more, like, gender ambiguous. You know the one thing that one tiny little detail that I love about Chris in, like, Chapter 2? When you fight, I think it was Viru-Kun in Chapter 2 of Deltarune, Chris turns into a, like, nurse, and Chris can turn into, like, a female-presenting nurse or a male-presenting nurse. Like, at random, there's, like, a 50-50 chance whether or not they have, like, a female nurse outfit or, like a male nurse outfit, you know? It's super fucking cool. De-Evolution says, I saw them as male because they felt like they were meant to be self-inserts of the player and I identify as male. That's also completely valid, I understand that. I never noticed that. Yeah, I never noticed that either. I just saw that in a fucking video and I thought, like, oh yeah, that was cool. Gender fluid! They're putting gender fluid in my water, Morty. Am I fucking rocking this fight or what? I used to think that they were a girl because of fandom interpretations, but now I obviously know. Imagine getting into Undertale through the fandom and then asking, hey, how come this character doesn't have huge anime titties, though? How come... I thought that this character was a woman, because, like, they have huge anime titties in, like, 90% of the artwork. What the fuck? Hold on a second. I need to get through this. I need to get through this. Rah! R! I'm, thank fucking God that, like, I've played. What do you mean? Oh, there we go. What? Thank God that, like, I've played this game so many fucking times that I have, like, the fucking fight patterns, like, almost fucking memorized. Because, like, otherwise, I would be struggling to shit on this fight because I'm so fucking tired right now. I should have really used, the caffeine gamer subs instead of the free caffeine-free gamer subs. Oh shit, I might actually die again. Oh fuck, oh shit. That was me, but specifically for Sans, yeah, I was deep in there. What? Diamond says, Chris being trans-masculine but still using they-them is so important to me, to be honest. Like, they're non-binary but don't feel the need to be ambiguous. I don't know how many people agree with that, but yeah. It's okay, man. Hold on. Phil started to fizzle out. I need to get my groove back together. Quick, somebody ask me something that will trigger my autism again. Hey, Redeemer, thank you for the $5.
Do you ever think about how much Kara had to suffer to die of buttercup poisoning? I've looked up the symptoms and they are horrifying.
Yeah, actually. How many buttercup flowers do you have to ingest before dying? Hold on a second. How many buttercup flowers do you have to eat to die? Hopefully that doesn't fucking flag me as suicidal or some shit. Morbid questions. How many buttercups will kill you? Got bored, did some numbers. Given a huge amount of variables. Lab rat studies showed that it takes 190 milligrams per kilogram to kill them. Ask the Undertale fandom. I'm sure someone wants to know how much Kara had to eat to induce death. What the fuck? How many buttercups will kill a person? I need to know! The feds are watching. I don't want this stream to get taken down. Phil, what's your favorite Undertale character? I hope this helps. Honestly, I'm a basic bitch and I just like Sans. I literally fucking love Sans. Like, that bitch is cool. You would probably have to eat at least 600 of them to do any damage. To kill someone, at least 2,000. How the fuck did 2 children gather, like, 5,000 buttercups and just shove them into the mouth of a child to induce instant death? Holy shit. Tony Sonic says, I'm a basic bitch too. Sans is the GOAT! I mean, he's going into some goats, if you know what I mean. Anyways, let's finish this fucking fight. I love Muffet still. I love Muffet because she's purple. It's a nice color. Oh yeah, right. She wants to, like, sell your soul or some shit. Muffet did nothing wrong, by the way. She just wants to be a cool mother. I think this is the last attack of the battle. All buttercups are considered poisonous. Taking notes. Hey, Azazel, how's it going? Royalty, I guess, got them access to so many buttercups. Okay, I guess I have to actually fucking talk about Asriel and Kara right now, before I end the stream. So basically, Asriel and Kara are like brothers, siblings, and like, they hatched a plan to be able to escape the underground, because as you may know from what we saw in Waterfall, a monster with a human soul would be— oh no! No! Would be able to pass through the barrier and then go outside and take their revenge on humanity, take 6 more souls with them, and then break the barrier and free the monsters! Holy fucking shit. I fucking did it! Eat my shit, Muffet! But yes, But the thing is, you know who was the one that actually wanted to kill humanity? It wasn't really Asriel. Kara was the one that hated humanity. The reason for why Kara fell down into the underground in the first place was not really a happy reason. And Asriel themselves admits that Kara wasn't really that big of like a good person, you know? What? Damn, you locked in there. Fuck yeah, I did. This song is like wearing me down. Let me like adjust this one. There we go. So yeah. So these two hatched a plan to be able to get out of there, and they did it by essentially poisoning Kara so that they would die, and then Asriel would take Kara's soul, and then they would leave the underground, kill humans in like a settlement close to the exit, and then they would free monster kind. However, when they were doing that, because Kara's soul is the soul of determination, they were still in there even after like dying. So, like Asriel didn't want to kill the humans, but Kara desperately fucking wanted to. They had like an internal battle of the soul in the middle of the fucking human settlement. And also for some reason, Asriel decided to take Kara's body out into like the surface once again. Why did they do that? Chat, can someone like clear up that question? Like I kind of forgot why Asriel took Kara's body out into like into the surface. Nobody says Kara wanted their body taken up there to trigger the humans, of course. It was Kara's request. Oh yeah, right. Kara's last wish was to be able to see the surface again, right? To like feel the green grass on like their skin or something like that. So like Asriel took Kara's body, like dead body, and like wanted to plop them in a field of like flowers on the surface, and then they found a bunch of humans on the surface and saw this fucking giant goat monster holding like the body of a child, you know? And they were like, holy shit, let's kill this fucking thing. And Asriel technically had the power to be able to kill them all, but they didn't, so they just took the blows and just went back into the cave with Kara's body and collapsed and fucking died. Remember, Kara was the one who took their own body in to see the sunset. It's like they have like a whole like pilot situation in that body. Like they both had control over the monster body, you know? Serpent Lord says, I feel like Kara knew the humans would kill Asriel once they saw him carrying their dead body. I don't think so, because what would be the point of that? The whole idea is that Kara, in their life, wanted the monsters to be free because they preferred monsters over humanity so much. So much so that even, like, their alternate self, Chris Deltarune, also kind of hates humanity as well. Like, Chris themselves also wants to be a monster and wants to grow horns just like their adoptive family. Remember, they were both children, and children are dumb. Yeah, Kara is very, very dumb. Kara's like an edgy bitch. Even though Kara is meant to represent us, the players, Kara is also just kind of crazy. They love chocolate, they love knives, they love to play pranks on people. They love to be mean and, like, just generally be kind of an asshole and pull pranks. Asriel, even, like, at the end of the game, basically says, like, yeah, no, even though, like, I love Kara, like, I would love my actual sibling, they were kind of an asshole, honestly. I was just kind of being parasocial. Also, welcome to the puzzle that Papyrus was trying to put you through in the beginning of Snowdin. This puzzle is the worst, but you can actually solve it if you are able to, like, read how to do it. Wait, can I do it? Oh my god, can I do it? Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. Oh, shit. Shit. Hey, Assy, I got a funny prank. You're gonna love it. First, we take my dead body to the humans. And then they kill you. I was actually putting like a bit of a resistance on that, actually. Children are also very short-sighted, yes. I've been ignoring Mettaton a lot, and I think that's because, like, I don't... Like, out of all the characters in this game, I kind of, like Mettaton the least, because they're so selfish, you know? Thoughts on the 99 poem in the newsletter? Oh boy! Can I talk about the newsletter? Oh boy! Okay. Time to talk about the number 9. Chat, do you want to talk about the number 9? I'm going to tell you about the number 9. One of the pieces of characterization that I absolutely adore about Kara Undertale is their obsession with the number 9. You want to know why the number 9 is so important? Because it represents the absolutes. There's this thing, like, whenever you count, what's the highest number? It's not like, 1 billion trillion or whatever. The highest number for a singular digit is 9. There is nothing above 9. It is the limit of, like, a human's number system. Kara, all throughout their life, has loved pushing boundaries to the point that they make other people uncomfortable. There's this funny thing that Toriel can recount in one of the newsletters. Oh, hey, Redeemer of Dark Thing for the $5.
I should go to bed before it gets later, but before I go I'll leave you with this. Annoying dog is you tease God and Mettaton turn them into a bomb. You, 3.
Why 3? Anyway, thank you, Redeemer of Dark. Yes, we also... oh my god, I'm 5 health. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Let's become Undertale Yellow! Except 7, because 7, because 7, 8, 9, but, like, yeah, Kara is obsessed with fucking, the number 9, and also pushing things to the extreme. So you guys know, there's this funny little thing that Kara did, that, like, everyone in the Dreamer family ended up taking as, like, a habit of, like, pouring juice or water into a glass and, like, trying to get it, like, at the very edge of the glass, like, just before it breaks surface tension. Kara tended to want to, like, fill up their glasses to, like, the maximum. And that carried over into, like, the spirit of Kara that possesses, like, Frisk's body. Kara is interested in absolutes so that when you get to the genocide route of the game, Kara is awoken by the number 9, because your level of violence becomes like 9999, and your attack becomes 9999, and damage becomes a 9999, all that. And whenever, like, Kara decides to end the world, they strike against the entire program itself and deal 999999 damage to the world itself. It seems to have been an obsession from Kara ever since that they were a kid, and it seems to be the thing that makes them an outcast. Again, they seem to love pushing people's buttons, and Kara was the one that hatched up the plan to, like, escape the boundaries of the world of Undertale, escape the boundaries of Monster Society to be able to escape out into the real world once again. Vi says, Kara represents the feeling of wanting to experience everything a game has to offer, and treat Undertale as a game and not as a world with actual persons in it. Thank you for explaining that, by the way, because I'm too currently mentally tired to be able to make that connection now. I would have been able to do that at the start of the stream, but at this point I'm kind of just rambling. Serpent Lord says, my OC is so powerful that they do 99 plus 0.99 damage. Yeah, it's kind of like that, because they're like a dumb kid. Oh shit. Hey, Sans. How's it going, buddy? Hey, Sans. Do you want to hang out a little bit and just talk? Hey, I heard you're going to the core. How about grabbing some dinner with me first? Yeah. Great! Thanks for treating me. Over here, I know a shortcut. Let me relax a little bit, okay? Let me drink some of my anime girl thigh from gamersubs.gg/toxic. I'm just imagining, like, Sans Undertale, like, grabbing, like, a tub of like gamer subs and like shaking it into like a glass full of cold water and just passing it over to Frisk across the table. It's like, hey buddy, you know about gamer subs? Have a taste of this anime girl thigh. It tastes like orange limesicle. It's real fucking good. And then he takes another glass and just puts the powder in and just eats the powder himself. Twisted Myth says, I feel like the fandom forgets that Kara was not only a child but also an edgy child, that edgy children aren't inherently evil. I think that Kara was a social outcast, that's why they arrived in the mountain in the beginning, you know? Tonberry says, literally returned to see that you weren't kidding about doing this all in one stream, and I just got here at one of the most iconic scenes in the game. Oh yes, we should probably talk about this scene. This is when Sans just lays it all out on the table for you, by the way. Let's hear him out. I'm kind of tired to, like, form thoughts right now, so let's just hear what Sans has to say about himself. I fucking love you, Sans. You're so cool. I love ya. Well, here we are. So, your journey's almost over, huh? You must really want to go home, huh? Hey, I know the feeling, buddo. He's referencing Deltarune. Though, maybe sometimes it's better to take what's given to you. Down here, you've already got food, drink, friends. That's what you have to do. Really worth it? Random user says, this scene finally made me like Sans unironically and saw him as less of a meme and as an actual character. Yes! Oh, forget it. I'm rooting for you, kid. Hey, let me tell you a story. So, I'm a sentry in Snowden Forest, right? I sit out there and watch for humans, it's kind of boring. Fortunately, deep in the forest, there's this huge locked door, and it's perfect for practicing knock-knock jokes. So one day, I'm knocking him out, like usual. I knock on the door and say, knock knock, and suddenly, from the other side, I hear a woman's voice. Who's there? So, naturally, I respond, dishes. Dishes who? This is a very bad joke. And then she just howls with laughter, like it's the best joke that she's heard in 100 years. So I keep him coming, and she keeps laughing. She's the best audience I've ever had. And then, after a dozen of them, she knocks and says, knock knock. And I say, who's there? Old lady. Old lady who? Oh, I did not know that you could yodel. Wow. Needless to say, this woman was extremely fucking hot to me. Like, oh my god, like, holy shit, dude. If I could bone her right now, if you catch my drift, I would do it in a fucking second, my dude. We kept telling each other jokes for hours. Eventually, I had to leave. Papyrus gets kinda cranky without his bedtime story. But she told me to come by again, and so I did. Then I did again, and again. It's kind of a thing now. Telling bad jokes through the door, it's rules. You don't understand, kid. I wanted to fuck the shit out of your mother. I mean, I know that she's not your actual mother, she's just kind of like your goat mommy, but like, it's the closest thing that you have to a mother in this world, so like, I wanted to fuck the shit out of your mother, you know what I mean, kid? One day, though, I noticed that she wasn't laughing very much. I asked her what was up, and then she told me something strange. If a human comes through this door, could you please promise something? Watch over them and protect them, will you not? Now, I hate making promises, you know what I mean? And this woman, I don't even know her name, but someone who sincerely likes bad jokes, that's an integrity you can't say no to. Do you get what I'm saying? The promise I made to her? You know what would have happened if she hadn't said anything? Buddy. You'd be dead where you stand. Keep in mind that this bitch said that to a 10-year-old. It's like, he said the thing, but it's like, dude, I know that you're dealing with a very powerful 10-year-old, but this is still a 10-year-old, man. Hey, lighten up, bucko. I'm just joking with ya. Besides, haven't I done a great job of protecting ya? I mean, look at yourself. You haven't even died a single time. Hey, what's that look supposed to mean? Am I wrong? Ooh. Huh. Well, that's all. Take care of yourself, kid. Because someone really cares about you. Absolute fucking cinema. God, I fucking love that entire encounter. You know what I mean? That's not the song that I wanted to play. Hold on. No, not that one. Not that one either. There we go. Can we talk about Sans again? Can we talk about my favorite character again? Can we talk about, like, how Sans has been looking out for you, but hasn't really done anything to stop you from dying, but still, like, tries to read your expression to see if you, like, were able to save and load? Like, that's Sans showing his hand, essentially. He's saying, hey, I know that you're an anomaly, I know that you're weird, I know that you can save and load the game. Just make sure to keep on your path, you know? Like, just continue being yourself, continue being kind to others. Also, this is a secret that I never learned about until, like, a few months ago. You see these doors? You can actually go past this guy, and there's, like, a secret here. Learning how to draw? Come to the art lessons on the 2nd floor, located in a similar place. What the fuck, right? That's really cool. I never knew about that until, like, a few months ago. You can just clip through the walls for no reason. Oh shit, burger pants. I don't even have time for you. I'm sorry, bucko. We need to get to the end of the game. Really well hidden, though. Also, you're being stalked by the banana guard, by the way. Huh? Who are they? Nobody else is supposed to be here. I'm learning more about Undertale than ever on this stream. Do you guys have any questions at this point? Like, my brain is mush right now, but, like, if you have any questions about the game, don't really mind answer them. At this point, like, I'm saying fuck it about spoilers, you know what I mean? I like how the joke there is probably that Toby was struggling to draw the other half of the room. Wait, Phil, you will not have time to talk about the True Lab stuff. Shit, that's right. God, this stream has been a fucking mess, hasn't it? What's Burger Pants' real name? I don't think that it's ever revealed. Does anybody know his real name? No Wingaster? Yes, I did talk about Wingaster in the middle of, Snowden, actually. Talk about Mettaton and Mad Dummy and the trans allegory of both of them. Well, like, I already talked about Mad Mew Mew, though. His name is Jerry, totally. His real name is Pansburger. Wait, can I actually escape from the... Oh, yeah, I can't escape from these guys. Shit. I thought we were getting a slideshow and we got gameplay instead. Hey, listen to me, man. I've been struggling to, like, fucking be able to, like, prepare everything for, like, this month. I have a charity stream going on next week. Like, woohoo, that's gonna be fucking amazing. His name is Cheese Shorts. Oh. That would be nice. What's Burger Pants called in Deltarune, actually? The autism was too strong. And the spicy food tier list, I wonder what you're going to review exactly. I am literally going to go to every single South American store and buy every single piece of, like, spicy food in there and just shove it into my mouth and, rate it. I love spicy food because I'm South American, I guess. Barely Grover donates 1 gift of membership. Thank you so much. Apparently he's called Pizza Pants and Deltarune. My god, Phil, you'll die! Nah, I'll be fine. I'm just having fun on stream. It's not like streaming is really that extraneous of a job, you know? Hey Phil, what's your opinion on the writing on the wall theory? What do you mean by that? What's the writing on the wall theory? His tongue will explode. I mean, next week I'm gonna be doing the Mascot Horror Slopathon, and that's gonna be fun. It's a theory video done by Suck Puppet. What's the theory about? What's your thoughts on Noel gets hit by a car theory? Opinion on Friend Inside Me? I genuinely think that there might be something going on with that theory. Not that actual Woody from Toy Story is going to appear on Deltarune Chapter 3 as a secret boss, but I do think that the cowboy, like the secret boss is going to be cowboy themed. I genuinely think that the cowboy segment that is cut from Deltarune is going to appear as the secret boss, like, territory in, like, Undertale. What's Friend Inside Me? It's a theory that people made about Deltarune Chapter 3 that involves Woody from Toy Story. Essentially, people found out that Toby was making remixes of You Got a Friend in Me, from the song You Got a Friend in Me from Toy Story. And they said, wait, why is Toby Fox so obsessed with fucking Toy Story? Is this like a secret Deltarune hint? And I thought that was fucking stupid. But then people revealed, wait, turns out actually Toby was talking about putting a cowboy segment in, like, Deltarune Chapter 3, but it got scrapped. And guess what? Like, the secret bosses of Chapter 1 and 2 of Deltarune are all about, like, either scrapped content or people that were left and abandoned and forgotten, like Spamton and Jevil. So that could totally mean that there's a
What's a theory/fan interpretation that you genuinely do not like?
Is it cheating if I say Sans being able to remember your resets? Is that cheating? The Sans' Nest theory? Yeah, but everybody hates that. Like, everyone is kind of, like, against that. I don't like Toriel being homophobic. What? What's a really fucking, like, super popular theory that I dislike? I mean, everyone knows that Kara is not genuinely evil anymore. Before in the original, like, fucking like the first few years of the Undertale fandom, Kara was seen as, like, this demon child, this, like, culmination of evil, because nobody could handle the fact that they were murdering their favorite character, so they pinned all the blame on Kara. So, like, I hate that. No shit. You can hate that theory because Sans just read your expressions instead of remembering your previous runs. Yeah, Sans does not remember your genocides, a human. Back in the Dark Ages when people didn't know what moral ambiguity is. Yes, exactly. What's a really popular theory? Fucking chess. Okay, yeah, chess theory. I fucking hate chess theory. Hey, Stress Demon, thank you for the 2 months.
Hey, so I'm actually about to go to bed, but I figured I'd pop in to say I got my hoodie. It's super comfy.
Hell
and
yeah,
it's
Stress
certified
Demon.
Rob comfy.
Aw, thank you. I'm getting a lot of positive reception about the hoodie. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you guys took a chance and trusted me on it. R.I. Nuke says, see, this is the moment that Sans noted that Frisk is the anomaly that he's been monitoring for so long. Exactly the moment where he asks if you've died and analyzes your expressions. Yes! Anyways, I fucking hate chess theory. Chess theory was created in the Undertale fandom back when we only had chapter 1 to go off of, you know? But traverse northern room and the end will open. Okay, I will go do that. Chapter 1 king, chapter 2 queen, and then there's the knight somewhere like the piece on chess. That's chess theory. You guys do know that kings and queens are like the rulers of each kingdom, right? The whole idea with chess theory is that people are obsessed with the whole king and queen idea, but it's that is literally just how fucking kingdoms work, man. You'll probably find another king or queen in the other Dark Worlds. Ah, shit, I died. I explained that to people who don't know that I don't actually like that theory. Okay, the thing with chess theory is that people think, oh, the game is going to be all about chess, all the characters are going to represent the different chess pieces, but it's no, dude, knights and queens and, kings are all, fantasy tropes, you know? East is the end? I never really heard of this theory. Oh, hold on, wait. I cannot fight, I cannot think. Oh, it's just like me for real. But with patience, I will make my way through. Oh yeah, you could just stand here, by the way, if you've been having trouble with going through the core. You can just literally stand here, and the way will open to you eventually. Thiago says, "Wanna bet how much that chapter 3 will have a major rook?" And then Phil will be like, "Whoopsie! Ya think? Okay, let's make a bet. Okay, you know what? Between me and the viewers right now, do you wanna bet if there will be a rook in chapter 3? What will I do? What will I do? Okay, let's bet. Okay, what will you do if there's a rook, if there's not a rook? And what will I do if there's a rook in Deltarune chapter 3? Membership? That's just kind of giving me money, you know? That's kind of oh yeah, I got through, hell yeah. Sing the Stan is Wrong song. That's really cute. That's actually really cute. We have to play a game for you, like Chad plays. Ooh, I really like that, actually. Don't pick on. We will be forced to draw fan art of Phil being right, and even if we suck at art. I like that. Okay, how about this? If there is a rook or some kind of chess piece character in Deltarune chapter 3, I will make a fucking karaoke cover of the Stan was wrong song. And if I am right and chess theory is disproven, then you motherfuckers have to, I don't know, just do whatever you feel like. And I'm way too fucking tired to be able to answer to you motherfuckers. It's not gonna happen. Chess theory is only there because chapter 1 was all about board games, and you guys thought ooh, board game, metaphor, ooh. The only reason for why chapter 1 is board games is because it's a form of entertainment and fiction that people can escape to. That is one of the main themes of Deltarune, you know? Rytoast recently had to do the Stan is Wrong song too. Fuck it, I'll do that cover, I don't give a shit. What about The genre theory, Phil. What is the genre theory? You mean that every single Dark World is based on some kind of genre of entertainment? Because I 100% believe on that. Here we go, the motherfucker that made me question reality itself. Hell yeah. Phil, what about the piss and shit theory? I don't like the piss and shit theory. I think that people that spout that shit are too obsessed with piss and shit. Every Dark World is personalized. The genre theory makes complete sense. In the case that every Dark World is based on escapism, what medium would you want Chapter 3 to be? What the fuck? Do you not see what happened at the end of Deltarune Chapter 2? Is very obviously gonna be a TV-themed Dark World. It's gonna be like a drama TV. It's gonna have like it's gonna be like game shows. It's gonna have like weather shows. Like it's very obviously gonna be TV themed, man. Question: does names like Rook E count as chess piece names, or how vague does it have to be? Yeah, no. If you can make a connection about chess theory in Chapter 3, be my fucking guest. I want to go to church and fight angels in Chapter 4. Didn't they release a fucking, Didn't they release a teaser image for Chapter 4 that took place in, like, the holiday household? Or at least not the holiday household, but maybe, like, a toy-themed Dark World, like a presents or gifts-themed Dark World? Would Chapter 4 be about books? I'm not quite sure. I was certain that it was going to be about religion and, like, the church, but it seems to be different. It seems that you're going to be visiting the holiday household in Chapter 4. Religion could be considered a form of escapism if Toby Fox decides to go with that route. Yes! Shit. The angel on top of the Christmas tree becoming sentient? I mean, once again, I do believe that, like, the player is the angel in Deltarune and Undertale. But maybe we'll fight, like, a fallen angel, or maybe some kind of false angel in the Dark World. That would be kind of cool, actually. It's 1 a.m. in Argentina. Well, it's also 1 a.m. in Chile, motherfucker. Oh. Well, I don't think chess is going to be a major theme. I think it's a bit more than just the king and the queen shit and the board games in Chapter 1. What else would it possibly fucking be? Where would every other fountain be, Fel? I think there's gonna be a fountain in the holiday household, or like some kind of garage, or like basement in the holiday household. I think that there's gonna be a Dark World in the festival. Like there's gonna be like an open to everyone, open to the surface Dark World in the middle of like the festival park area that you're not able to get to in the game just yet. I think that there's gonna be a Dark World in the fucking bunker because of course. And a fountain at Ices? Dude, that would be fucking nightmarish though. Can you imagine? Light and dark heavy themes, potential bishop and church, potential connection of Gaster and the player being chess masters of sorts. Not perfect, but it cracks though. I would love if there was a church-themed Dark World. I also think that the double doors in Asgore's place in the flower shop could also have potential for something. What else would be good? Actually, Jigsaw Joe talks to you as boss, but he talks about Chris in third person, not second. No idea what that means. What the fuck do we have to do now? Jesus is the secret final boss. God, I wish. Imagine you had to play chess and that's the whole secret boss. Ah, that would be lame. Have you seen the Device Theory videos? Yes, I am a huge fucking fanboy of Molly Stars' Device Theory videos. I think they're a bit overly long and like a bit flowery in their language, but overall, she seems to be completely fucking right when it comes to the themes and meaning of Undertale as like an like as like meta commentary on fiction and escapism. It's 5 a.m. in Poland. Where are my fellow cesspit Poles at? Hope I'm not alone. There's a lot of Polish people in the toxic cesspit, actually. Once I had an idea of a dark world in the lake you find onion sand is. There's a weird sort of like connection between dark worlds and water. And like drowning, and like being stuck drowning in like darkness. It's super fucking cool. You can tell Phil's brain is falling apart like melted ice cream. I don't even think I'm gonna be able to fight Mettaton! Is there a way to like, fucking fight Mettaton easily? How do you cheese Mettaton's boss fights? Wait, what? How Undertale speedrunners skip the Mettaton fight? Hold on a fucking second, is that real? I just typed that out as a meme. Wait, what?
Here's how Undertale speedrunners skip the Mettaton fight.
Thank you, Cine Do.
Altogether. Mettaton is one of the lengthiest bosses in all of Undertale, but luckily speedrunners have found a way to skip them entirely.
What?
You see, by opening and closing your punch card right before the fight begins, you'll be able to walk while Mettaton begins his opening speech. However, like the truly heartless monsters we are, we can just not listen and walk into the exit right behind him, allowing us to entirely skip the fight.
Wait a second. Do I have the punch card? Ah, shit, I don't have the punch card. God damn it, I guess I'm gonna have to do this fight straight. Speaking of straight, not me and not this guy. The amount that water comes up in Deltarune is super weird to me, because like I have absolutely zero idea what it could mean. It's just like a metaphor for darkness, you know what I mean? Shit. I don't even have any healing items. I might actually have to like eat the snow peas for this. You can skip so many cutscenes with that thing. I'm kind of impressed that Toby never like fixed the punch card glitch. I guess like he just wanted the speedrunners to have fun with the game. Ah, fuck me. Type legs for the essay. I'm gonna try to do that, yes. You still have the pie, though. I don't have any armors. I should probably go buy myself an armor. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go back to the hotel and go buy myself an armor. Try and get a dog salad from the dog residue. I don't know how to do that. Mettaton made me question my sexuality when I first played this game. Ooh. That's nice. Okay, you know what? Fuck it, we're gonna talk about hot people. Hey guys. Hey people in the chat right now. You're not hot. I'm just like gonna be saying this like right away. But which fucking fictional character made you question your sexuality? How dare! You know I'm right! Oh, I want to buy the cowboy hat. Fuck. Can I sell something? Oh yeah, right. You can't actually sell anything in Undertale, goddammit. Marshall from Adventure Time awakened me as bi. Ooh, that's a really good fucking, that's a really good, answer. Skyla from Pokemon. Miss Bellum from Powerpuff Girls. Phil talks about random shit the stream. This stream has gone off the deep end. I haven't eaten in, like, a day. Dredge from Dead by Daylight. I'm dead serious.
Dredge from Dead by Daylight. I'm dead serious.
Ugh! Really? Oh my god. I mean, if that's what you want, man, I don't know. Should I just skip this fucking fight and just get to the end of the game? I feel like I should just skip this fight and get to the end of the game. This stream has devolved. Show it! I don't wanna kink shame the random guy on chat, to be honest. I respect King Andreas from Amphibia. Oh, that guy has a sweet voice. Yeah, just skip the fight, lol. How can I edit my save file for this? Carl Heisenberg was mine. Undertale Save Editor. With Undertale Save Editor, you can easily modify your Undertale save files and learn more about what each save entry does. Oh, please give me that. Drum, Bunker Dragon, and bats from Buddy Fight definitely made me pansexual and a furry. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Fuck this. I am going to edit my save file and we're just gonna get to the end of the game because, like, my brain is dying and I need some sort of closure. How's everybody doing tonight? How you feeling? Are you okay? Are you doing all right? I'm doing great. This was basically my outlet before I get to go into the absolute nightmare that is the fucking mascot horror slopathon. Next week, I am gonna be starting a charity stream that is going to be like this. 12-hour streams every single day, me playing mascot horror games for like a week straight. I'm gonna suffer. I'm doing good. This stream has been very fun. I love this game to bits. I fucking adore Undertale and Deltarune, dude. I would not be able to do this with, like, literally any other game. Finally ordered the power supply. I need to get my PC in working order again. After all you have been going for 10 motherfucking hours, damn, I have eaten a Nutella and got a cut in all those hours. Also, I'm Chilean and impresses me really fast. Hell yeah. You know what? You know what? Undertale, home, new home, cutscene. Let's just watch someone else play the game because they're better at it than me. Thank you, How Low, for this. Let's just pretend that we got past Mettaton, okay? So, after you get past Mettaton, you get to New Home, and you actually get to learn about what happened to Asriel and the Fallen Human, and it is beautiful. It is absolutely fucking cinema. I adore it. It is one of the best pieces of emotional storytelling ever in a fucking video game. You arrive into New Home, you arrive into Asgore's home, and it's an exact fucking replica of the home that Toriel had at the beginning of the game, except this one is lifeless and, like, meaningless, representing Asgore's depression after the death of his children. He's trying to recreate everything as it once was, but it's not the same. It's not the fucking same. I've only been here for like 2 hours, so I'm energized. Fuck yeah. A long time ago, a human fell into the ruins. Injured by its fall, the human called out for help. Phil is so good that he beat Mettaton in a fucking nanosecond, yes. I can't wait to see what the emotional equivalent of this is gonna be in Deltarune. Fuck yeah! The Froggets can just talk now, by the way. Froggets were always able to talk, what do you mean? I mean, they said ribbit, but they still talked to you in the ruins. Asriel, the king's son, heard the humans' call. He brought the human back to the castle. They can talk, they just like to pretend to be frogs. Yeah, they're like Mimikyu. The real eyes of a Frogget are not the ones, like, above in the head. They're the ones, like, underneath the frog legs. It's really cute. It's like the main enemy of this game is basically a Mimikyu. Bro, I wonder how impactful the track named Deltarune is gonna be whenever that comes around. Boy. Hey, 8Illwolf, thank you for super chat. Damn, I got late, but I will watch the VOD tomorrow. My wife and I are huge fans of Undertale/Deltarune that we even got married on September 15th! Oh my god, congratulations, you two! I mean, it probably already happened a long time ago, but still, like, that's super fucking cool! Hell yeah, brother! Oh my god! Don't forget playing at the end of Chapter 1, already hitting me like a truck, so I can only imagine how hard the end game is gonna emotionally destroy me. Dude. Over time, Asriel and the human became like siblings. The king and queen treated the human child as their own. The underground was full of hope. I remember going through this the first time. I forgot that this game could get emotional. It is so fucking powerful, dude. And then you get a similar story with this, but with, like, a Flowey in, like, the Genocide run. I'm sorry that I ever fucking thought that this game could be covered in a single stream, by the way. I pretty much just gave up on covering the entirety of it. I'm just gonna go through my emotional highlights and then just conk out at the end of the stream, because, like, I am tired. Left for a little bit, but I'm back now. How's the stream going? We autismed a little bit too hard and derailed the stream for several hours. I'm sorry for your loss. Also, despite everything, it's still you. Phil autismed too close to the sun. Yeah, a little bit. It's gonna be a nightmare to timestamp this entire stream, I'll tell you what. Then, one day, the human became very ill. The sick human had only one request: to see the flowers from their village. But there was nothing we could do. The next day, the human died. Asriel, racked with grief, absorbed the human soul. He transformed into a being with incredible power. With the human soul, Asriel crossed through the barrier. He carried the human's body into the sunset, back to the village of the humans. Asriel reached the center of the village. There, he found a bed of golden flowers. He carried the human onto it. Suddenly, screams rang out. The villagers saw Asriel holding the human's body. They thought that he had killed the child. The humans attacked him with everything they had. He was struck with blow after blow. Asriel had the power to destroy them all. But Asriel did not fight back. Clutching the human, Asriel smiled and walked away. Wounded, Asriel stumbled home. He entered the castle and collapsed. His dust spread across the garden. The kingdom fell into despair. The king and queen had lost 2 children in one night. The humans had once again taken everything from us. The king decided it was time to end our suffering. Every human who falls down here must die. With enough souls, we can shatter the barrier forever. It's not long now. King Asgore will let us go. Give us hope. Save us all. You should be smiling too. Aren't you excited? Aren't you happy? You're gonna be free. Fuck, man. And at the very end of the game, at the very, very, very end, after all's been said and done, you get a fucking super cool judgment screen with motherfucking Sans the Skeleton, the true OG, the right motherfucker of the game. The guy that has been watching you chill around and be whoever you want to be throughout the entirety of the underground. Where can I find the fucking judgment? There we go. There we go. Sans is here to basically pass judgment on you. It's like basically his job. He has many hats that he wears throughout the underground, and one of them is basically judging humans' actions at the end of their journeys. In this point, if you were in a genocide run, he would be here to stop you from destroying the entirety of the world. Sans is extremely powerful, and his true job is essentially, once there is no going back, once it is made clear that a human will completely and utterly destroy a timeline, he is there to put a stop to it, make you rage quit, make you die over and over again, until you reset and go back to a different timeline where, like, something can be still left alive in the underground. Twisted Myth says, the love and EXP reveals shocked me on my first playthrough. It is kind of corny in my opinion, because, like, execution points and level of violence is kind of like a corny concept, but the actual meaning of it is pretty fucking beautiful. Your level is how used you are to hurting others. Execution points is how powerful you are. Like, you gain execution points and you steal your heart, you make yourself stronger, but you also make it easier to hurt others. You disconnect from reality, and you make everyone else, you separate your connections from everyone else. It's such a beautiful idea of, like, you can either choose to be tender and make your heart weak, but at the same time you will be able to make everyone around you more happier and have connections and friendships, or you can become stronger individually and gain power at the expense of hurting everyone else around you. It's just a fucking beautiful concept that deconstructs the main idea of, like, RPGs so beautifully, you know? Oh. Oh yeah, in there, by the way, those are like 7 human coffins. I mean, those are the 6 corpses of the fucking fallen humans. Child-sized coffins, yes. God fucking damn it. Those are the 7. Yes, those are the 7. Yeah, 7 human coffins, of course. Hey, we needed that after being fucking tired, yeah. What the fuck else do I talk about even? Do I talk about Omega Flowey? Like, Omega Flowey is awesome. Oh shit, fucking Asgore, right. Yeah, so Asgore's battle is fucking awesome, by the way. One of the things that I love about Asgore's fight... No, you're supposed to obey me, the 7 human coffins. One of the things that I love about Asgore's fight is that he is the strongest monster in all of the Underground. He is objectively more powerful than anyone else, including Undyne. But, because he just can't face you head on, he looks down, looks menacing, destroys the mercy option, the mercy button, because he genuinely believes that he doesn't deserve mercy. And he basically is doing the shittiest job imaginable to kill a 10-year-old, you know? You still gotta talk about the True Lab. Shit. Anyway, Asgore's fight is beautiful because not only does it mirror, Toriel's fight at the beginning of the game, but also it, contains, most of, the gimmicks from, the other boss fights. It contains, the blue and orange magic. It contains, you can use, the butterscotch pie, the cinnamon butterscotch pie on him to remind him of Toriel, which will drop his attack and defense. And ultimately, he is just a tired king that has pretended to be, this villain for so fucking long. And in the end of the day, I think he would much rather just die himself than actually kill you, you know? It's also one of the best fights visually as well. Yes, I mean, third only to, Omega Flowey and, the god of Hyperdeath himself. I legit thought he was wearing a helmet when I first fought him for the first time. Yeah, because, it makes him look so menacing, right? He looks like such a badass, and it's the reason for why he looks so badass is because he literally can't bring himself to look at you. So he has this, shining stare, constantly when fighting you. Uri Nuke says, Phil, why don't you kill Flowey here? There's an interesting thing that happens with Asgore if you're fighting him after killing Flowey. Oh, yes. I talked about that and explained that, if you fight Asgore again after you made Flowey fuck off in the neutral ending, and you fight Asgore again, Asgore will just end his own life and give you his soul so that you can pass through the barrier. It's extremely fucking sad. Anton says, just had a thought. Does Asgore mean anything? Toriel is tutorial, and Astral Dreamer is an anagram for serial murderer, but what does Asgore's name mean? I'm not sure if his name actually means anything. I love how the game builds up Asgore as this evil threat, and then you get to him and you realize, oh, he really doesn't want to kill you. Yeah, it's fucking beautiful. The only person that genuinely wants to kill you in the game, the only 2 people that genuinely want to kill you in the game are, the 2 hardest fights, and those are, Undyne and Mettaton, you know? Gore, the blood staining his conscience. Ooh, that could be nice, actually. Asgore is just a sad man. Asgore is a boss monster, but I think he would much rather just be happy being, a funny little, flower shop owner, you know? He is, built to be this giant king that commands respect, but, I think he would much rather just be, a gardener or some shit. That's why in the pacifist ending, he just becomes like a gardener and like makes like little sculptures of his friends, like in front of like Toriel's school. Thiago says Asgore is an anagram for aegros, a Latin word for sad, depressed, reluctant, and so on. Is that fucking true, Savior? Oh my god, really? Yeah, it is. Flight of Icarus says, funny you say that when in Deltarune he's just miserable. Yeah, because he misses his fucking wife and kids, man. A poor boy Asgore. Mr. Shu says, we see both in Deltarune and at the end of True Pacifist that he doesn't really want to be a leader. He really is only a leader because he's a powerful boss monster. This is also why I don't think that Undertale Yellow works in canon, because, like, I'm pretty sure that if other boss monsters aside from Asgore and Toriel existed, Asgore would just give the kingdom to, like, the sexy fox lady, you know? So his name means that he is a reluctant murderer. That makes perfect sense. That's kinda neat, actually. Okay. Can we agree that Asgore is basically the pinnacle of, like, I miss my wife tales. I miss her a lot. He's such a sad boy. I wanna pet him. I wanna pet him. He's such a softie. Oh my god. Shit. I guess we also have to talk about the True Lab, right? Fuck. The True... Fuck, I can't. I can't. I feel like I'm dying. Sorry, shit. I am fucking emotionally out of it right now. I'm a shattered shell of my former self. Not really, I'm just like... I just wanna go to bed, man. I got a lot of shit to do tomorrow. If you wanna stop, like, stop? Yes. We will stop right now. Is there anything else that you guys want to talk about before I finish it off? We don't blame you. You should take a break, man. Thank you. You guys are very kind. You have to do a part 2, Phil? I will probably do a, like... Undertale part 2, but this time I talk about the fandom too. Hey, Bloop Bleep, thank you for the 8 months! Undertale cover. Let me just get this bitch in there. Here you go. Undertale! I fucking love this game! Yay! I fucking love Undertale so fucking much. It's very... What is the conclusion of our story? What is the conclusion of this entire journey that we went on throughout the stream? I think that Undertale is a very cool game. It's a very good game. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Story of Undertale. It's a great game, would recommend. We learned that it was woke. Okay, like, I kind of went off a little bit on the deep end there on Hotland, gotta be honest. But yes. Undertale is a very cool game. If you want to get the True Pacifist ending, I recommend you fucking go and check it out, because, like, the True Lab is, like, genuinely fucking scary. Actually, no, now that I'm thinking about the True Lab, I'm actually getting, like, flashbacks of when I first started the True Lab. Like, the True Lab is genuinely a creepypasta location. The True Lab is this thing of, like, oh shit, I didn't know this was in the game. Oh my god, it's so fucking creepy and scary. The True Lab is essentially right underneath Alphys's home, and that is like the place where she actually conducted the experiments on determination. That is where she essentially experimented on taking out the termination from the human souls that Asgore had collected and injecting them into the bodies of fallen down monsters. Because monsters, before they turn into dust, become like fallen down, and when they are falling down, they're essentially about to die. So when really old monsters start dying, Asgore sent out the call to like ship them out into the True Lab, and Alphys started like injecting determination into these fallen down old monsters. And then they started mutating, and like they became fucking amalgamations of like themselves. It started like fusing into one another, and they started like losing their minds, and they look so fucking creepy. That is what Alphys was regretting, by the way. Like, that is what Alphys was hiding all along. And you can actually see hints of that throughout the game before you even get to the True Lab. For example, if you visit Alphys's, like, regular surface lab, you can see a giant bag of dog food next to the desk. And you don't really know why there's a giant bag of dog food in Alphys's home until you realize, oh wait, one of the amalgamations in the True Lab is a fucking giant dog amalgam that's like hungry and begging for food. There's also Snowdrake. Snowdrake's mother is also in there in the True Lab, and there's I think Chiron's mother is also there or something. Phil, would you sex Sans Undertale? No, not really. Like, he's a cool guy and I love him, but like, he's not like attractive to me at all. I know some people that are sexually attracted to Sans and Papyrus though, but like, she's kind of a fucking freak, honestly. Smash or pass Undertale version. You know what? Fuck it. We're having fun. I'm actually getting a second win right now. Undertale all characters. Let's go. Fucking let's do a smash or pass on the characters of Undertale. Fuck yeah, motherfucker. Let's go. All Undertale characters tier list. What did I come back to? Me being insane about this game. All right, let's rank up who we would fuck in Undertale. As like the last thing to do on this fucking stream. Okay, where's like a good tier list of characters? Where's like a good tier list of characters? Literally every Undertale character tier list. Yeah, give that to me right now. Here we go. We're gonna eliminate. We're gonna eliminate most of these rows, and it's just gonna be smash or pass. Smash or pass. And then this is gonna be red. And this is gonna be green. Alright. Let's go through it, everybody. Let's smash or pass the Undertale characters. Frisk, immediately pass because they're a child. Obviously, duh, right? Flowey, pass. They're a fucking flower, and they're also a fucking man-child. Toriel? Don't touch the child! Yeah, exactly. Don't touch the child. Toriel? Honestly, a lot of people, like, have the hots for Toriel, but she's kind of like a bitch, right? Goat Mamacita. I don't know. I'm not into, like, the mommy kind of characters, you know? She's a MILF. I know, but it's like, she's just kind of weird, you know what I mean? Like, she doesn't give me that vibe. I've seen so much porn of Toriel on the internet, but I'm still like, no, not really feeling it, you know? She has baggage, you know? A mad dummy, not really into the bitches with, like, anger issues, so no thank you. Frogget is just a frog, no thank you. Wimpson is too much of a silly fucking coward bitch. This is literally just a jelly slime, no thank you. Napstablook? I would like to befriend Napstablook, but like, they're not very attractive. This is just literally a cockroach. This is just Mike Wazowski! I would not eat this vegetable. Sans Undertale? Nah, I mean, he's a Tumblr sexy man, but like, he's not my type, you know? Papyrus is kind of like a man-child. Snowdrake, I hate the puns that he makes. I hate all of these 3 characters. I would not fuck the ice cream man. This is a dog, I'm not a furry. This is another dog, I'm not a furry. This reindeer bitch, I don't like the purple eyeliner that she's got. I would not like to stick my dick inside of a snowman. I fucking hate Jerry. These bitches are already married. I don't want to be a homewrecker. I'm not gonna fuck the deer. I don't know what the fuck this thing is. I'm not going to fuck the dog. I'm not a furry. Monster Kid is a kid, no thank you. No bears, no thank you. I dislike bears. This thing, I think, is also a child. Nah. Just nah. That's just a fucking blob. That's another blob. That's another blob. May I ask, how did we go from Lord to this? It's been 10 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in there. Oh my god, this guy's actually really cute. I like the turtleneck. Yeah, actually, I like this man. He's a cute little guy. Again, this is Mike Wazowski. Dinosaur, weird hair. I don't like that hair. Gorellabeast is pretty hot, though. Giant mouth, I don't like that. I don't know what the fuck this thing looks like. It looks like a fucking Digimon. I don't know what this bird is about. I don't know what this bird is about. Oh, this looks like BoJack Horseman. No, thank you. I'm not into horses. Undyne, honestly, is a little bit too lanky and weird. It has, like, too much energy for my taste. I don't know what this fucking thing is. I don't know what this fucking thing is. I dislike how many 6-packs the horse has on his body. That's weird. I don't know what this fucking thing is. Gerson Boom is like an old grandpa. I would love to listen to his stories, but I would not like to fuck him. Sharon's literally just a fish. This is literally just a fucking dog. I've read some fanfics. But otherwise, no. What the fuck is this thing even? I don't know what this one is. Onion Sand, no, it's a bit too weird for my taste. Wait, this another mad dummy? Oh no, wait, these are different dummies. Either way, I'm not into fucking puppets. This is literally just a duck. This is literally just a snail. 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 Okay, but what could be under the robe, though? There's the mystery of the robe. Will you gamble? Will you gamble with the robe? I'm not sure. That's kind of mysterious, you know? I'm not sure. True, what is under that robe? Is the robe the only piece of clothing that they have? You don't know that. Let's go gambling. It may actually just be a sentient cloak. I don't know. Let's go gambling. I don't know. I mean, I do like the tra la 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 song that they have like in the river though. Someone on chat says there's at least one hole. Temmie, no thank you. This mushroom motherfucker, no thank you. No thank you, the mold guy. This is literally just Monster Kid, but it's like a goner version. Alphys, have you seen that cake, though? I like, have you seen the cake that this fucking dino bitch got on, though? She's caked up, though. Like, I'm not into Undyne, but, like, oh, that nerdy bitch, though. Like, she got some cake. Big booty woman. It's literally just a rectangle, literally just some fucking sentient volcano. This bitch is a tsundere, I hate her personality. I hate this clam motherfucker. This boy is actually kind of cool. Oh, but this one, though, it's like shadowy creature, and he's cool, and he has, like, glasses. I'm kind of into that, honestly. Not sure what this fox, I'm not a furry. These ones are high school students. This one is literally just a weird little flame boy bitch. This one has a hot dog in it. I'm not sure why it's different. This bitch is floating and has a hot dog. I don't like pyrope. I don't know what these kids are doing here. Oh, wait, they didn't put the dress on the lion. Either way, I'm not into lions. This guy has too much anxiety going on in his life. Muffets! Flight of Icarus says, I would do unclean things with Muffin. I mean, she can tie you up real good, if you know what I mean, boyo. Nope! I'm not really into the armor thing, gotta be honest. I don't like the Gaster followers because they're weird and spooky. Catty and Bratty, the dumpster baddies. I don't like the crocodile one, but like, you know, Catty though. I'm a huge fan of those overalls. Yeah, but Catty though. Yeah. Smash on Catty, pass on Bratty. Agreed. I don't know what the fucking origami thing is. She would give crazy head. But aside from that, no thank you. I like my women with a face that I can stare at, thank you. This is literally just Barney the dinosaur, but anxious. She's cute. She's actually kind of cute, though, right? Like, this shadow girl with, like, the one eye and the, like, the glowing bow tie. Like, she's cute, actually, though. This is just a furry with high heels. This is just a sad slime. Okay, but he could do crazy things with that slime body, though. Actually, now that I think about it, yeah, you know what? Let's put him in there just in case. Like he could do some good work. Like if he got a little bit less depressed, like he could do some actually good work, if you know what I mean. This guy is a bit too big for my taste. This guy, I don't like his jokes. This is just a little rat guy. I love him. He's cute. Oh. I'm not really into muscle guys, gotta be honest. Like, I'm not into, like, the bear archetype. But he's cool. Like, I can absolutely see why people would put him in Smash, though. Like, look at those beefy beefcake arms. But, like, I personally don't like muscle guys. I don't know what this bitch is about. Burger Pants is way too much of a mess, man. I wouldn't want to be in bed with him and suddenly he gives me, like, the crazy, like, Looney Tunes eyes. No, thank you. I don't like this guy, 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 I don't like this guy. Absolutely, I would fuck this shit out of Mettaton. Sorry, Asgore, you're cute, but like I would not fuck the shit out of you though. No thank you, no thank you, no thank you, no thank you, no thank you. Absolutely not thank you. And here's the thing, some people... Hey, I'd be Puffin, thank you for the $5.
I've not been watching the stream for the past hour, and I come back to smash your pass about the 10 hours of streaming really getting to you.
A little bit. So, according to Toby explicitly, these two forms of Asriel are actually adult forms of Asriel. I still wouldn't, like, fuck him even in, like, if he was, like, explicitly an adult. Like, Flowey is, like, get the fuck out of here, my guy. I still would not smash this guy even if he was, like, completely, fully, 100% an adult man. This is just a Goomba from Super Mario Brothers. No thank you for this one, no thank you for this one, no thank you for this one. I still would not like to fuck Undyne. Give me that sweet robot body, though, holy shit. No thank you, Kara, get the fuck out of my way. It's like, I don't really like how girly she is. But like, I like the dangerous knife element to her, though. She is a little angry, though. Yeah, but like... Okay, like, if she was completely girly, I wouldn't like her. But the fact that she's like super cute, but also kind of has anger issues, I'm like... like, that's something that I like, though. You said no to Mad Dummy. Mad Mew Mew would still be angry. Okay, the thing with Mad Dummy and Mad Mew Mew, like, is that Mad Dummy has some shit to work through, you know? They would not be, like, an ideal partner. Mad Mew Mew actually likes herself in her new body. The contrast... Yeah, Mr. Shu understands. The contrast is hot, though. She is also a masochist. Oh, yeah, right. She loves to get fucking... Like... She loves to get, to serve as, like, Undyne's training dummy, actually. And she's crazy hot because of the knife play. You know what? 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 I'm upgrading this. Now that I'm thinking more about it more deeply, like, Mad Dummy does have some issues. But, like, if you help them get through it, you know, like, you know, there's something going on in there, actually, you know? I'm just saying. Sex would go kind of crazy sometimes, you know what I mean? There would be a lot of knife and stabs involved, but, like, it would go kind of crazy, though. I can fix her! And I don't know what this is, I don't know what this is, and I don't know what this is. Very fucking... Hold on. And I think that's the Undertale lore stream, though. Basically no one, though. Yeah, because they're like friends, you know? Like, they're just friendly monsters. These ones have potential, though, in my opinion. Congrats, Phil! You fried my brain cells. This went in a weird direction. Twisted Myth says, I'm so out of the fandom, so I have seen zero inappropriate fan art of Mad Mew Mew. Boy! Do we talk about Yellow? No, dude, I'm not gonna fucking talk about Undertale Yellow. It's been 11 hours. Neon the Cartoon says, this stream is the embodiment of ADHD. You're actually kind of truing, though. Ooh. Alright, Phil, take a good night's sleep and also eat some food. I just realized that I have to wake up early tomorrow so I can go fucking Christmas shopping with my family. Oh shit. I completely forgot about that. This was fun, though. In the next stream is dedicated to AUs and fan games. Yep! I'm gonna be talking about Undertale Yellow, I'm gonna be talking about Underswap, and Underfell. What other good AUs are out there? I'm not a really huge fan of Dust Tale, honestly. When does the Slopathon start? The Slopathon starts on December 14th, because, like, I had to move around some schedule stuffs. Have you heard of Inverted Fate? No. Horror Tale is pretty interesting, though. I have not looked into Horror Tale, funnily enough. I am so happy I caught the stream. I won't be on for next week. Oh, that's a shame. I mean... Do you want to know the plot twist, though? Hey, chat. You want to know the plot twist? So, starting next week, I made some deals with some people. And, like, those deals are all happening this month. So, before I even start my charity live stream, I will be streaming on the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 20th, and 23rd of December. I am fucked. Phil, what did you do? Okay, let me explain to you people. Let me fucking explain to you people what I did. I just, like, there's just so much shit that I have to do. You hope you understand. Like, look at this, look at this, look at what I have to do. Like, after... Wait, hold on. Wait, can I fit this? Oh, wait, no, I can't fit this tomorrow. Fuck. Wait, no. Yeah, no, I won't be streaming on December 9th. I will be streaming on December 10th as well. I got codes from a bunch of indie developers, and I told them that I would play the game before my charity livestream. I'm gonna be streaming Among Ashes on the 10th. I'm gonna be streaming My Side on the 11th. I'm gonna be streaming the Game Awards on the 12th. I'm gonna be doing the Cabin Factory on the 13th, and also reacting to the Amazing Digital Circus episode 4, and then I'm gonna start the Mascot Horror Slopathon, which is going to be me replaying every single Mascot Horror game that I've ever played on the channel for 12 hours straight every single day, from December 14th down to December 23rd. December 23rd. I just joined the stream, and you've been streaming for 10 hours already about Undertale lore? Oh yeah, really? My brother in Christ, how are you still live? Why do you think... Guys, why do you think that I was looking for an energy drink sponsor? Because I'm gonna need it for the end of this year. I am too autistic to die, yes. Phil, this is irrational and will lead to burnout. Oh yeah, after December is over, Season 5 is done. By the way. Like, I'm gonna be taking a long break after this December. This is gonna be the end of Season 5, and then I'm gonna be taking like a month-plus long break. Actually, so damn fair. Yes, it's just like I wanna, like, 2024 has been a special year for me, you know? 2024 has been a year of change, of growth. I've seen people graduate. I've seen people get jobs, move out, become their own independent persons. I've seen artists grow in the Toxic Cesspit. I've seen people, like, change basically their entire lives during this year. Like, so much shit has happened this year. And all I want to do is just provide a good entertainment at the end of it all. I want to wrap 2024 in a cute little bow and just, like, have as much fun as possible throughout the month. I'm glad that you'll take a break after this month, yes. Hopefully you guys are gonna have fun too. I'm going to do the spicy food stream and the Friday Night Funkin' P-Rank stream when I come back in Season 6. I can't wait for the My Side stream. I'm excited. Dude, that game looks so fucking cool. It was a decently good year, yeah. Asher says, I was promised Danganronpa and I will get it. I'm gonna fucking drag you to Danganronpa and make you fucking watch it every single stream of Danganronpa that I will do. You're gonna be there with me, motherfucker. Me Likes Muffin says, the streams have given me fun little things to participate in when things are tough. And things have been pretty tough. Thanks, Goober. Thank you. And also thank you, random citizen, because you gave me the chance to talk about and hyperfixate about one of my favorite games of all time, Undertale. This stream and the Mascot Horror Slopathon would not be possible without your help. Thank you, everyone, for making this, allowing me to make this into a job, and also just make this genuinely fun for me. I don't really know where I would be without the Toxic Cesspit, and I just want to provide as many good times and good vibes to everyone as possible. Over the years, I think I've become, like, way softer than I was when I was younger. And I think that the reason for why is that this channel and streaming in general have provided me with so much positive feedback and so many people giving me kind words of encouragement and niceties that I literally can't bring myself to be toxic anymore, you know? Because, like, when I was younger, when I was, like, back in my fucking fretted days, like, I was an asshole to everyone. But that was because everyone was kind of an asshole, you know? I kind of just reflected back what people gave me. But ever since I started streaming, you motherfuckers have been so nice to me that I can't bring myself to be mean and toxic. Yeah, sure, I'll do it for the bit, because it's my persona, it's my character and stuff like that. But I genuinely can't bring myself to be mean. Because it's like these people don't deserve it. They've been so kind and amazing, and they've been supporting me all this time for like 3+ years. Even though I fucked up in the past, or like said the wrong thing, or made like a really controversial take or post, people are still like being here and being like, hey, that's okay, man. People fuck up, and like, we support you, and we just want to have fun and play fun video games together. And it's like, aww. Thank you. I will try my best to be the best version of myself, because you've shown me kindness, and because you've shown me kindness, I will show kindness back. Just like my favorite video game, Undertale. It all comes back to Undertale, motherfucker.
Thank you.
Hey, Nick Creator, thank you for the $5.
This has gone from the toxic cesspit to the autism/ADHD cesspit.
Yeah, but the branding doesn't work with that. It's way less cool branding, you know what I mean? Axolotl says, despite everything, it's still you. Yay! Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's about it, I guess. Thank you. I'll see all of you guys, next week, okay? Hopefully you have a good time, sleep well, okay?
Heart.
Thank you. Bye-bye.